We are officially beginning this regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida, as it is now called to order at 10:58 a.m. At this time, we have the pleasure of Ms. Bartleman bringing us the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all stand for the pledge.
Good morning. It's my honor to introduce the students from Eagle Point Elementary with their principal, Christina Desayas. So hopefully we're going to be able to hear these amazing students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Walker's pre-K class from Eagle Point Elementary will recite the Pledge of Allegiance and sing our school song. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's a school in our dear West End, standing up so fair, for its famous for glory. We shall always care. May we ever love and cherish in our hearts so full. Eagle Point Elementary, Eagle Point and gold. May we ever love and cherish in our hearts so full. Eagle Point Elementary, Eagle Point and gold.
Did anyone, were you able to see them? I wasn't able to.
No.
Okay, so maybe we can redo them another time. So it sounded amazing. We just couldn't see it.
Yes, still extremely entertaining. Thank you so much, Ms. Bartleman, for bringing them forward this morning. It was a very good way of putting a smile on everyone's faces. So thank you very much. Thank you to our students and our administration for bringing that forward. So what a great way to start this morning. With that said, we will go ahead now and continue with our meeting. This regular school board meeting will be conducted with board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-01, public comments were accepted on the agenda item in the following manner. Any person who submitted written comments regarding noticed agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, our supervisor for official school board records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com, no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted, therefore each written comment must have included the person's name and the address. Before we begin today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meetings to please announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, could you please respond by saying present? Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman.
Present. Ms. Korn, I got a suggestion from someone in email. If they open up the Teams link to everybody, then people can hear the audio. I don't know if they want to do that as opposed to going through Beacon and then just mute people.
So there are some issues with that. We will look into what the different options are. I'm not sure that is one, though, that we can do in terms of maintaining the meeting, but I appreciate that, and I know that they're going to continue to work on it. But thank you. Ms. Brinkworth?
Present.
Ms. Good?
Present.
Ms. Levinson?
Here.
Ms. Murray?
Present.
And Ms. Rupert?
Present.
Thank you. So as we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. We're going to now move on to the minutes of our prior meetings. May the chair please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. March 3rd, 2020, school board operational meeting. March 10th, 2020, special impasse hearing. March 31st, 2020, the emergency school board meeting. And April 21st, 2020, special expulsions.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by, was that Ms. Brinkworth?
Rupert.
Ms. Rupert, thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following 4 changes to the agenda. G1, personnel recommendations for instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year. That is a revised item. EE12, piggyback recommendation of $500,000 or greater for floor finish systems. That's been withdrawn. EE33, recommendation for renewal and additional spending authority, central bidders registration tool, that has been revised. And II1, the School Board of Broward County, Florida 2020-2021 organizational chart, that is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So the school board will now consider our agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items. Those are our single letter items that were pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are our double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. So our next item of business is our consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public submitted written comments for an item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss, considering that our G3 is automatically pulled, any other G items?
Yes, ma'am. This is Rupert.
Yes. Ms. Rupert?
G3, G4, G1, G2.
Okay. What I'd like to do, I'm going to change this a little bit. If I could just have each board member read to me which items they'd like pulled rather than us trying to go back and forth. Ms. Rupert, what other items would you like pulled today? If I could just read to you what I have.
Sure.
I have CC1, E1, E5, EE1, EE5 and 6, EE8 and 10, EE16, 17, 18, and 19, EE30 and 31, EE33, I1, and those are the items that I have.
Okay. I may not need I1, but
Okay.
you're correct on the other ones, G1, T3, G4, E1, E5, and the other single would be, I think, E10 we have to talk about. But
Okay.
when it comes down to the double E's, E8, 10, 16, 19, 30.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Rupert, these are did you say E10?
No, these are the double letters. I wanted to tell you that you don't have to pull all of them. It's the same comment for all the EE 8, 10, 16, 19, 30, 31, 33. So whichever comes up first, I make one comment and it's for all those. Okay.
Okay, got it. All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I1, K3, EE4, EE5, EE8. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brinkworth.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Okay, I have E1, E2, hold on. Give me 1 second. J12 and 13 for the same comment question. K1. And then if I could just reserve the right to come back one more time, I just need to double check.
Okay, that's sure.
Thank
Miss Murray, and yes, we are acknowledging that right now the public can see the live stream, they cannot hear it. And we are still working on that. Miss Murray,
Yes,
do you have any items to pull, single or double?
yes, single E6, double items EE5, 10, 13, and 23.
Okay.
A remark for EE29, and then the J items. JJ 9, 10, 11, 20, and 22. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I believe the public is now able to hear us for a update from Mr. Sullivan. So thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Levinson?
Yes. I have AA1 and AA2. Do you want me to go through the singles first?
No,
Or it
all
doesn't
of them.
matter?
Yeah,
Okay.
that doesn't matter. Thank you.
AA1, AA2, EE1, EE2, EE3, EE8, EE9, EE21, EE29, EE30, EE33. These are all the same comment, but I'll need to pull them. J5 through J13.
Can we pull them-
JJ13.
Can we pull them together, Ms. Levinson, or would you
Yes,
like?
we may.
Okay.
Yes, we may. JJ13, JJ15, and JJ16.
Okay. Any others?
That's it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have, as of right now, AA3, E10. I believe they're together somewhat, so I don't know if you're going to be pulling them somewhat together. EE6, EE10, K1, and II1. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, can you hear me? I need G2, G4, G3, II1, EE21,
I'm sorry, that's EE21? Okay,
EE19,
we're
and
going
K.
backwards.
Which one? Hold on, what?
I said we're going backwards. So you said EE 21, EE 19,
I'm so, yeah, I have it written, don't ask. And then I have K1.
and K1. Okay. Okay. Ms. Brinkworth, were there any others that you wanted to add?
One more, I5.
I5 for, that was Miss Bartleman?
Yeah, for the union, yes.
Ms. Korn,
Yes.
this is Ms. Brinkworth. Did I give you my double letters? I feel like I only gave you my single letters.
So I do not have any of your double letters.
Okay, so I have EE1, EE9, EE10, EE20, EE23, JJ1 through 8 all together for the same comment. I'm sorry, I missed FF1. I hate to go backwards, but I did. FF1.
Okay.
And that's it. I don't know if maybe Mr. Moquin or someone could send us a picture of the poll list. I had difficulty marking everyone's down to keep track.
Okay. I'm going to go over which ones I have.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I am going to be speaking to EE1. Sorry, give me 1 second because I have to go through the papers that I have. EE10. EE30. So those are the others actually have already been pulled, so that's fine. So I also have, currently I have that there will be audience input on G4, but that has been pulled already, as well as I5 that also has been pulled already, and K1 again also has been pulled already. So the audience agenda items have also been pulled. So the single letter items that have been pulled is G3, G1, G2, and G4. I'm doing only single letter items at the time, this moment. Also E1 and E2, E5 and E6, E10, I1 and I5, J3 and J5 through 13, and K1. So those are all of the single letter items. The double letter items that board members intend to speak to is AA1, 2, and 3, CC1, EE1 through 6, EE8, 9, and 10, EE13, EE16 through 21, EE23, EE29, 30 and 31, EE33, FF1, II1, JJ1 through 11, JJ13, JJ15 and 16, JJ20, and JJ22. Any single letter items to my colleagues that I did not pull that you would wish to have pulled?
Ms. Korn, I have a question. It's Nora. Was L1 pulled or no?
It was not.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Moquin, did I miss any items for public comment that need to be pulled?
No, Madam Chair, the public comments were on G4, I5, and K1.
Perfect. Thank you so much. At this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second, Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. At this, so we have already gone through the double letter items. So now we are at the point where we can hear our committee reports, and I greatly appreciate the patience of all of our committee members who have been patient with us since our anticipated 10 a.m. commencement and starting instead at about 11 a.m. With that said, I'm going to go through the list of our committee members. If all of them who have provided reports. I know we're on at 10 a.m. Hopefully you all are still with us. But if I do ask your name and you have not been able to stay with us, we will go ahead and read for you the committee report that you provided. So with that, we will begin with Miss Lisa Maxwell, and our committee reports, just a reminder, have up to 5 minutes to present. So Miss Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, school board members, superintendent, and Ms. Myrick. For the record, I'm Lisa Maxwell, representing the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. Thank you for the opportunity to address you under these unprecedented and incredibly unique circumstances for purposes of sharing with you on behalf of the principals and assistant principals in Broward County. I'd first like to point out that while the entire globe has struggled with the horror of pandemic disease, public education, as we have known it since the dawn of the one-room schoolhouse, has been irrevocably and indelibly changed. While many were frozen in the face of this health crisis, the teaching profession calmly, deliberately, and without fanfare or need for acclaim, switched from traditional classroom teaching to a completely digital and virtual realm. Or as described in the words of Ken Buck, a school board member from South Carolina, we Apollo 13 the problem and fixed it. Principals, assistant principals, and teachers have been silently working side by side to make sure our students have a continuum of learning, and in so doing, we are well down the road of forever altering the ways in which our children will learn and grow. While they've made this seem all very normal, it's anything but normal, and in fact, it's extraordinary. So I salute some very real unsung heroes of this crisis, without whom we would have faced some rather grave consequences, our school-based educators. All that being said, we've had a great deal of work to do, and the uphill climb has only begun. We must resolve so many issues, not the least of which is the matter of keeping our kids, parents, and employees healthy and safe. This is a daunting task when we face threats from gun-toting madmen to silent, unseen, virulent viruses.
Miss Maxwell?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but somebody is not on mute. Can I ask everyone to be on mute, please, because we're hearing background of other voices. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. BPAA has been asking for a number of years for the various departments to include the principal leaders, level chairs, and their respective executive boards in the planning and decision-making process prior to expending resources or creating programs that impact our schools. Unfortunately, their inclusion has been a rare occurrence. While OSPA does do an excellent job in terms of communicating school-based concerns, the OSPA chief and directors cannot be expected to have the same kind of on-the-ground understanding of the possible impacts on our schools than do our principals, assistant principals, and teachers. We must do a better job of including them before making decisions, rolling out policies or processes, and certainly before spending funds, unless there's an absolute concurrence that these resources are in fact needed or wanted by our schools. I want this board to understand your school-based people. They're your best resources, and to fail to gather their expertise and knowledge has and will continue to cost this district untold losses in time and money. The other critical factor that's currently impacting everything about public education in our community is the matter of budget cuts and shortfalls. I implore this board to avoid the mistakes of the past, and instead of taking a black box approach to bring forth budget cuts, please instead open up this process to be a collaborative. I also strongly recommend that school board members immediately move and direct the staff to take a zero budget, approach to cuts. This means that the board starts from the standpoint of reviewing all programs and all positions. If it is determined that a particular program is directly supporting schools, then the board should be informed as to how this program directly supports schools. Funding cuts should first and foremost come from any and all areas where there's no direct relationship between the employee and their direct contribution to a school. Having all departments justify their existence and establish a baseline for defining to what extent these resources and people that are not school-based, critical to the operation or delivery of educational services to the classroom. During the last financial meltdown, the school district did not go through this process. And we discovered that in the aftermath of those budget cuts, which ended up causing the furlough of employees, that the departments had protected their turf and managed to squirrel dollars into places that did not, in fact, directly support school-based operations. Right now, we have managers managing other managers in our safety department, our IT department, our academic department, to name but a few. Anyone who is involved in managing other managers should be deployed to work each day in a school. And if they're not, then their positions are not necessary. This is but one example of many. And while I hear our superintendent and CFO saying on nearly a daily basis that it is their intention to protect the schools, I know that they are two voices in a vast sea of competitive interests. The board must set the tone for the staff, and I believe you will all agree that resources must now more than ever be directed to students and student services. We can't waste time and money any longer on programs that sound great, but are not deployed in our schools, or that school leaders don't believe contribute to improved educational achievement. We can't purchase technology that does not fit our school classrooms. We can't have feel-good programs that are not absolutely vital to the delivery of public education in our schools. My message to you today is simply this. Open up this budget review and please direct the departments to stop giving tacit lip service to obtaining school-based input and instead demand that there's accountability around resource allocation. Please do this before you start cutting areas of the budget. We used to use a very effective looping process, which involved a number of key stakeholders. This was before any matter came before the school board. We should return to that model, especially given where we now stand. If Broward County intends to set an example of excellence in this new world we're transitioning to, then it's absolutely mandatory that all voices are heard and considered. The best and the brightest are doing your best work right now. Please ensure that their efforts are not in vain and that our children are getting the benefit of the best thinking, best practices, and best hearts our county has to offer. I realize these are not easy choices the board is facing, but we must work together to protect our students in the academic environment. And in order to do that, we need to reevaluate all the ways we're currently doing business. Thank you for your consideration today. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. And next on our list is Ms. Beth Ann Carr for our Technology Advisory Committee. Ms. Carr, are you
Good
with
morning.
Perfect.
Would you
Thank
like
you.
me to put my video on? Or
It's
does it matter?
totally up to you. You can or you don't have to if you prefer not to, but we can hear you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to update you on what the TAC committee is doing. I'm going to cover a few meetings, but I'll cover the last meeting first. We held our first Teams TAC meeting on Monday, May 11th. It was our best attended meeting of voting members in years. The use of Teams as a platform worked quite well, and I'd like to thank the IT team, including Dale Bondanza, Robert Sanders, and Kathy Brooks for preparing me for the meeting. The bulk of the meeting discussed the implementation of virtual learning across the district. Daily attendance online is over 90%, with more than 99% of the district students having been engaged for some demonstrated period of time during this crisis period beginning March 16th. Mitigation of the remaining students who are underserved was discussed, such as hotspot distribution. Before the schools closed, about half of the teachers were using Canvas, which was on a 5-year rollout plan, so it represented a significant shift for many in the district. Communications with families was also discussed. Work is being done to figure out what virtual models work for different types of students and what next school year might look like in a blended learning model. A suggestion was made to look at the Broward Virtual School for expertise. A survey went out to check the education and general wellness of the student body. I believe that was due last week. Here are some of the highlights that were presented to the committee. More than 90,000 laptops and 4,000 Sprint phones have been delivered. There's a new virtual health center, which fields about 800 calls daily. The schools are working with the Girls and Boys Clubs to provide student summer activities. And the Broward County Public School website was strengthened as millions visit to get information. In addition, a concept of a digital wallet was discussed. This would allow a comprehensive learning record of student achievement to be recorded, indicating a mastery of a topic using different learning modalities in a blended learning environment. The committee approved a nomination committee for officers for next year's committee. We need to set a date for a second board workshop for updating our bylaws. That got shelved. Previous meetings. The agenda for March 9th was suspended, and the committee listened to and made suggestions regarding the possible deployment of virtual education throughout the county. Issues such as digital divide, computer distribution, and protection of equipment were discussed. We also discussed the instructional software purchasing initiative. It was presented to the committee. This is part of the strategic plan to streamline the purchasing of instructional software to ensure all departments and schools utilize the same procurement process with the aims of saving money for the district and ensuring appropriate instructional software is used however it is funded. The ultimate goal is to have an online catalog for approved instructional software. The committee wanted to ensure that technical colleges will be included in the email, meetings, and instructional software catalog. They discussed upcoming board items. Board items were brought before the committee, including audiovisual bid to increase the pool of vendors, computer recycling to reduce end-of-life computer costs, agreement renewals including WAN, Microsoft, Maximo, Pinnacle, Naviance, Blackboard, and /ParentLink. And also the mission of TAC was discussed. Mr. Dunn examined how to get the most from TAC members. He would like TAC to advise in regard to the IT portfolio of projects, priorities, and implementation, promulgate digital learning practices throughout the district, and play a tactical role in high-value IT procurements. There was some discussion as to where in the process TAC input might be most valuable and how the input affects other digital committees' work, such as the digital project team and IT/academics, and whether RFP committees can include members outside of BCPS or see the results of RFPs. Members have asked whether other vendors can demonstrate their product to TAC as part of the procurement process. And we also had an overview of WAN updates, including restructuring for resiliency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a lot of information. Thank you very much and for taking the time for you all to go through all of that. So our next committee report is from Ms. Laura Marsh, our Gifted Advisory Committee. Ms. Marsh, are you with us? We'll pause just for a moment. Hopefully she's been able to stay with us. Let me see if I can tell from our... Mr. Moquin, I do not have her as still being active. Oh. Do you, Mr. Moquin?
Ms. Corn, I don't see her as being active. However, I do have a copy of her report if you would like for me to read it into the record.
Yeah, let's wait though and let those who are still with us live, or in case she joins us again, let's just come back to her if that's okay.
That sounds great.
Perfect. So we are now going to hear from our Small Business Advisory Committee, Ms. Dodie Key. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So anyway, good morning, school board members, Superintendent Rutsey, and staff. And thank you for this opportunity to share with you the progress of the district's Small Business Advisory Committee, which is managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. This report will cover committee meetings conducted this calendar year. First, we want to thank all of you for a full committee. It has been a while since we had all of our seats appointed, so thank you so much. It is much easier for us to have a quorum, so thank you all for working so hard to fill our committee this year. All members are aware of and dedicated to the growth of small business interests through district procurements and contracting opportunities. We have a great group of volunteers who share your commitment to diversity and inclusion in district procurement awards. And the committee members are also energized by the new expansive direction of the department as an economic development agency. The SBA committee has been engaged throughout this fiscal year and is very pleased with your choice of a new director for the department, Mr. Robert Ballou. He is just fabulous and has really energized our group and something that's been long needed. So we thank you for him and we look forward to working with him farther. His new organizational paradigm includes a new business intelligence and process management team at the core of the department to create better symmetry and efficiency. We have been very pleased with these new initiatives, which we believe will certainly lead to greater gains for small, minority, and women-owned businesses. As you also know, automated contract monitoring and tracking is critical to the process. So we are excited the department is well into the process of implementing the new B2G Now system to automate our vendor management, outreach, spend analysis, and compliance. This has been a much needed and a long awaited endeavor. It will have a huge impact for small business because this system creates efficiency and transparency on all sides of the contracting process. It will be key for true contract monitoring and reporting capacity for the future of the district. So we really thank you. Another significant change for the SBA committee would, and we'd like to applaud you, is the policy update that allows graduating firms to have a 2-year transition period in the certification program. We sincerely thank you for approving this critical policy update, that it will help sustain graduating firms that have experienced growth so they are not adversely affected without the distinction of the certification quickly. There is great merit to being certified with Broward schools, particularly as the department expands its reach with its partners, such as the Urban League of Broward County and the South Florida Anchor Alliance, both of whom are on your agenda today. The SBA committee members look forward to engaging in outreach and marketing efforts with the department to continue to heighten the visibility of Broward schools as a pillar institution that values diversity and inclusion in all you do. Another way we plan to advance the reach of the district in the small business community is to make the SBA committee meetings more accessible. This is something we had been discussing prior to the pandemic, but I'd like to give a shout out to the district for enabling the work of the advisory committees to continue via Microsoft Teams. We are actually scheduled for our first Teams meeting on May 28th through this platform, and all members are planning to attend. Once we are able to meet in person again, we plan to rotate monthly meetings throughout the district and continue virtual meeting access as well to try to engage more members of our community. Finally, we were made aware of the requirement for the 5-year diversity study update, and we look forward to additional information that Mr. Ballou will be bringing on us that later in the year. As the district prepares to look back and assess data over the last 5 years, we hope to see many gains and challenges that we have for the future. In closing, the SBA committee members are pleased to represent each of you and serve on behalf of the small, minority, and women-owned businesses in this community. And we thank you for all you do on behalf of all of us. And that ends our report. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We now have our Parent and Community Involvement Task Force. Hopefully Ms. Ferdig is still with us.
Ms. Korn.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? This is Laura
yes.
Marsh. I just want you to know I'm still here.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
I had technical difficulties. This is Laura Marsh. I'm here when you're ready for me.
Perfect. We will have Ms. Ferdig, and then we will come back to you with Ms. Marsh. Thank you so much for letting me know. Ms. Ferdig?
Good morning. Mary Ferdig, bringing a report from the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. In 2011, board member Larry Rich Levinson brought forward an agenda item to create the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. The task force was charged with energizing and increasing parent and community involvement, review current parent community involvement models to identify gaps and deficiency, revise the parent community involvement models to address identified opportunities, and provide identifiable ways and processes for citizens to have meaningful input and participation in public education in Broward County. The task force did extensive community outreach to determine the status of parent and community involvement. At the time, we identified issues and opportunities and bring forward to the board recommendations for energizing and enhancing parent and community involvement. The community outreach took place in many ways. Town hall meetings in multiple locations throughout the district, forums for high schools and middle school representatives, which included representatives, SAC, SAF, ESE, booster clubs, teachers, principals, business representatives, parents who were not involved in schools at all, as well as holding forums for nonprofits, municipalities, and business leaders. We conducted surveys and studied parent and community engagement models around the country. Among our most successful outreach efforts were the forums we held. Last year, we've continued holding these forums in the years since then, and last year we held 2 nonprofit forums. Hold 1 second, babe. I have an assistant coming here with me. This was an unplanned community involvement here. So last year we held our 2 nonprofit forums, which were well attended, and our first ever conference in 4 languages. This is a long lead in to get to the point, which is that given the current status of education in our nation, state, and county, our group is faced with a new task. How do we engage parents and community members today? How do we respond to their needs and enlist their help to ensure that we address the needs of all students in Broward County? The task force met virtually on May 11th and has a preliminary plan. First, we are looking for feedback from our nonprofits, including requests to hold the forums. Let me start again. When we held our nonprofit forums, our requests actually came in that we hold them more frequently. It was even suggested once a month. We went with twice a year. We were scheduled to have a nonprofit forum in March. We had to postpone it, of course, but we are now in the planning stages for a virtual nonprofit forum. The planning will include reaching out to the nonprofits to determine what topics they would like to discuss. And if you have any suggestions, please let us know. We also have a subcommittee working to plan a virtual forum that will be similar to our secondary school forums. This would be an opportunity to bring teachers, parents, business leaders, business partners, and others together to discuss what issues face us and brainstorm solutions. And finally, last fall, we held an extraordinary event, a conference empowering parents. How to support your student in your school was held in 4 languages. A nonprofit resource fair was part of the event with a farmer's market at the conclusion. And we have a subcommittee exploring how we can host a similar event in the fall. So thank you to all of you for your many quality appointments to this task force and for your support throughout the years. Our next meeting is June 8th, and we would welcome any ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And now we will have our gifted advisory committee, Miss Laura Marsh. I just want to remind all of our committee members that we are trying to keep it to the 5-minute window, and we are going to then have public speakers following our committee report. So Miss Marsh, thank you.
Thank you very much and good morning. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm the Gifted Advisory Chair, and I wanted to tell you because the COVID-19 pandemic has obviously changed our lives and the way we do things. This has brought up many questions in the community. Gifted Advisory and the Gifted and Talented Department are working together to alleviate some of the confusion. First off, the Gifted and Talented Department has created a Canvas course for our educators, strategies, resources, and examples to import into their Canvas courses. Also for the LEAs, ESC specialists, documents to run virtual EP meetings, etc. They have been holding webinars twice daily for our educators. For the parents in our May 6th Gifted Advisory meeting, this was held virtually. We not only shared resources, but held a Q&A. The Gifted and Talented Department are holding weekly webinars for those parents who need more information or could not attend our meetings. These webinars started on May 11th. We have one from noon to 1 and 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. And they are running through June 1st with the exception of May 25th. We will post Q&As on our website, Broward Gifted Advisory.sohosites.com. Because of COVID-19, we've also postponed our Gifted Educator of the Year Awards Night. We are planning to go ahead with the event and will announce a date once it is set after we are in the clear. Until then, please stay safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And our next report will be our District Advisory Council, Ms. Carolyn Crone. I know, Carolyn, you had an opportunity. You gave us an amazingly expansive report. I just wanted to make sure that we can try to keep it a little succinct.
I've got it down to 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay.
Of course you have. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
It's all yours.
Okay. Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I'm the chair of the District Advisory Council. I have 3 motions to present to you this morning. The first one is a right to appeal motion, which passed unanimously at DAC on March the 11th. Whereas the BCPS Code of Conduct provides for the right to appeal, we move that when a student receives a consequence from the discipline matrix, the parents also receive, including with that, a written information informing them of their rights and responsibilities regarding the appeal process. The procedure for the appeal process shall also be posted on each school's website under the tab for parent and students. Our rationale is that although the parent's responsibility is to read the 105-page Code of Conduct, which includes information on their right to appeal and the district's appeal process, it is usually a stressful and difficult time for families, and they should be provided a simple notice informing them of their rights at the time of the infraction. When a parent receives a call that their child is in trouble and they need to come and pick them up, a range of emotions usually races through their minds: shame, embarrassment, anger, and a sense of being overwhelmed. And the AP is usually using terminology that few parents have heard before. Parents are asked to sign papers and make decisions when they are unaware of the repercussions or consequences that the student may face. Some schools have internal suspension, some do not. Do parents know the discipline matrix? Do they understand how APs can deviate by a level? Do they understand that they have the right to appeal? Who is advising parents and students at such a challenging time? Most are completely unaware of their rights and are asked to sign papers and agree to consequences for their child that may have far-reaching ramifications. Our second motion has to do with badge replacement, ID badge replacement, which passed unanimously at our virtual Teams meeting on May the 13th. We move that all BCPS students receive one school-issued permanent ID badge with a lanyard at the beginning of the school year. If a student is unable to produce their ID badge, they are to have a new permanent badge issued immediately. Students will receive a maximum of 3 permanent issued badges throughout the course of the school year at no charge. If a student requires a 4th badge, the student will incur an obligation of $5 per each additional badge. At no time will a paper temporary badge be issued and used for a student to attend classes unless the machine is inoperable. In the event that a temporary badge must be issued, it cannot be applied to the maximum of the 3 permanent badges issued by the school. The current policy in the Code of Conduct and under expected behaviors, page 16, states that secondary students must wear ID badges if the school has the infrastructure and/or funding in place to require ID badges, and the school's handbook specifies the rules and consequences for the badges. Our rationale is that the current Code of Conduct language is outdated and needs to be revised, and proposed language only addresses where and how the badges must be worn. There is no consistency across the district as to what each school does when a student needs a replacement. Some give a paper temporary badge as the replacement. Some charge $5 for each and every replacement badge. Parents are not notified of the financial obligation. Since the district is requiring students to wear badges, the district should be providing the schools with the equipment to produce the badges. along with a clear and uniform badge policy, which includes the financial obligation to parents. There was a memo from OSPA distributed to the schools in March of 19 in response to our last ID badge motion, outlining the procedures and costs involved with the ID badges, which has not been followed by many schools. Our third and final motion addresses the need for an updated homework policy 6306 that was last updated in 2009. In February of 19, DAC presented a motion requesting that the school board revisit this policy based on the rapid shift in how technology is being used in our schools, the inequities of computer internet access at home, and the expectations of digital homework assignments. The district's response was that 6000.1 committee was researching this issue and developing recommended revisions to address equitable grading practices, regardless of students' access to technology during non-school hours. DAC worked long and hard this year addressing this policy with many different stakeholders, and it's relevant now more than ever in this new world. I hope that you will review our recommendations that we provided to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crone. There was actually a lot more information in what you gave us in a written form, so hopefully we can make that available as well, because it was extremely helpful. The other thing that I wanted to just make sure as a follow-up to Dr. Neesmith is, I know we have been tracking all of our motions. Obviously, there are motions presented today. If you could please provide an update to the board on where our motions stand, as well as the action that staff is anticipating based on those motions, I would greatly appreciate it. So we will now move on to our ESE Advisory Council. Jackie, let's come. I want to make sure.
In the week since last month's report, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am now. Sorry, thank you.
In the weeks since last month's report to you on behalf of ESE Advisory, in which I outlined outreach that's been going on with our ESE community, and which summarised some of the key areas of feedback we've received in the course of that outreach, I can report this has continued, along with other activity important to helping students with disabilities and their families. ESE Advisory has also been represented by me as chair at meetings of District Advisory Council and Technology Advisory Committee that resumed last week, and in meetings and conversations with the executive of the Exceptional Student Learning Support Division and other leadership of Broward County Public Schools. Last night, our ESE community also joined in a virtual ESE town hall with Superintendent Runcie, Mr. Gold, and Simone Hollingsworth and her team from the ESLS division. And I'll outline to you here some of the issues arising from that. I'd like to also thank Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Bartleman. I know you joined in and attended that meeting too, so thank you. I was unsure about remarks made by you, Madam Chair, at the April 21st school board meeting about reports delivered to that meeting by committees and advisories, which included mine. As chair, I have a role to fulfill in crystallising some of the issues arising within our community and communicating them to you, and I did that, which was especially important due to committees and advisories having been shut down until last week. I brought to you then, and I'll bring to you now, an overview of both positive and not so positive feedback, because that voice of the community is what surely helps to guide and shape progress. I'd like to flag, first of all, the considerable feedback received from parents who have had an impressive and valuable level of support and educational activity and interaction provided by their teachers. In some cases, this has even been outside of teachers' working day, on a one-on-one basis, especially if parents are not home to be alongside their children during school hours because of their work requirements. Many teachers and other providers have gone beyond contractual working hours in order to reach their students and, to the best of their ability, lift them up not only educationally but emotionally too. We had teachers sharing resources and ideas with each other on our social media, including video lessons and activities, to encourage and support one another. And this has also helped to show families of the efforts being made and of what is possible. There is deep gratitude for the teachers, therapists, and other providers for the juggling act they have performed and the love and commitment they've shown students. I cannot bring you the positives without also mentioning those families whose children have still not had any audio-visual interaction with their teachers and other providers in nearly 8 weeks. Parents have to be able to speak up about this, and it's not through ingratitude or impatience that they do so. For a number who've been in touch with us about it, this has been a cause of great distress, frustration, and bewilderment. Knowing why some teachers aren't teaching virtually and helping parents understand what is being done to support and encourage those teachers to do so, and to identify what is a personal or logistical difficulty, what is a misunderstanding, and what is a plain refusal to teach, is going to be important to resolving those cases. As examples, I'll tell you that teachers have expressed reasons to us, such as, quote, my school strongly discourages virtual teaching, unquote, or our union discouraged us, or even, quote, we don't because nobody has told us we have to, end of quotes. I give you as another example a teacher who experimented with holding virtual chats with teachers, with students, and these are ESE students, but who shut them down because she said that all they were doing was coming on and saying hi. That ability to hear their teacher's voice and even just say hi might have been priceless to one, some, or even all of those children. And that teacher might have been the only connection they have outside of their home. Some teachers and therapists have been actively Zooming or linking up on Teams with students over these weeks, and others have given the parents instruction sheets and adopted the over to you approach. The denial of FAPE in these and other instances is where the considerable downside of the current distance learning model has faltered or failed, and people's confidence in next year has been affected. While the pandemic landed us all in the same boat, parent observations have focused on the differing abilities or willingness for every provider to help paddle that boat, or questions as to what more is needed to help get them paddling. For our more complex learners, there are obviously also difficulties engaging at all with distance learning, and there are concerns about the maybes about reopening schools in the fall. We've encouraged stakeholders to share their views in the district's surveys, the one that closed last week, and in the strategic plan survey currently ongoing. We've also shared with our ESE community news of events, support groups, webinars, virtual activities, resources for home learning, mental health and wellness, and so on. And we've also run a awesome scheme where parents can give a shout out to teachers. We're going to be reboosting that. Finally, I'd just like to share with you a little anecdote. It'll take me 10 seconds. A kindergartner who for 7 weeks had no audio-visual engagement with his teacher, just downloadable sheets and activities. And when the teacher started providing a Zoom interaction with her class, he was so excited about it that he asked to go to bed extra early the night before so he could be fresh and ready to see his teacher. He also told his mum he wanted to be smartly dressed and look nice for his teacher. It was only once a week, but to that child it was priceless, and teachers need to know, if they don't already, the value of these interactions. And I just want to say thank you to all who have supported our student and parent community.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. I do want to share, Ms. Luscombe, with you that the point of my comments at the last meeting were based on our policy that speaks to the fact that at committee reports, we don't actually share remarks of individuals, but we absolutely want to hear your feedback, and the negative and positive are critically important for us to move forward. The only reason for the differentiation is because we just want to make sure that the committee reports speak specifically to the committee remarks and positions, but we want to make sure that all individuals have the opportunity to be able to share their individual thoughts, as well as yours as a chair to be able to share your positions, your concerns, and your insights. So we definitely want to hear them. Please do not take my comments as being any intent for us not to hear your intentions and your thoughts and your concerns, as well as your ideas. It was merely just that within the committee report itself, we want to ensure that the reports reflect what the committees are bringing forward. It is by no means to stifle your opportunity. So greatly appreciate
I do only bring forward that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have our BTU, Miss Anna Fusco.
Ms. Fusco, I believe you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself and please start over?
And
I was on mute. You guys muted me.
There you go. Well, can you also, I'm sorry, Ms. Fusco, one other second. I just want to remind everyone to turn their videos off so we can have Ms. Fusco's streaming look better, because otherwise it just gets more and more grainy. So if everyone can please turn their videos off and their mics off, that way we have the best reception for the reports. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, board and Superintendent Runcie. To all of our committee chairs and representatives, You guys are doing a commendable job of continuing the work that you're doing, and I assure you that we appreciate all of the input that you guys are bringing forward, whether it is positive or negative. All type of information is received, and it is something that we take very passionately to bring towards our 14,700 educators, 3,000 support staff, and our 500 technical staff that are out there working every day to complete the whole that this Broward County Public Schools needed through this pandemic. I would like to also acknowledge that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. The Broward County Public Schools has put some links out there for people to get on a couple mornings a week. Our counselors, social workers, psychologists, guidance counselors, even our admin has stepped up, APs, principals, with our teachers, our ESPs, our teacher assistants, paras, behavior techs, all have taken on this initiative through this pandemic to engage, to find, to make sure that our students and their families are weathering through this pandemic. There's over 10,000 referrals out there that are bringing much needed help and assistance to our students and their families through this very hard time. With that being said, the rank and file that is out there working so diligently to bring forth academics, social emotional needs, engagement, just the mere fact of saying hi and hello, whether it is through video conferencing or picking up a phone, whether it's apps of Remind or Dojo or Google or Zoom, whatever that way that an educator can get through to the families and the students. Broward Teachers Union wants to express wholeheartedly that we are 100% committed to bringing forth our educators to meet those needs of the students. Video conferencing is a challenge. I have to reiterate, which I'm bringing forward. We are in week 10 right now, and as you can see at the beginning of the school board meeting, it took an hour and 10 minutes to get technical difficulties taken care of, and they had full access to the very professionals of the Broward County Public Schools, which our educators in our homes do not have that access to. They had minimal training to get started with video conferencing. Broward Teachers Union has spoken since day one, which we strongly had a conversation with our superintendent on day 6 of getting more one-on-one training, more personal training, separating the school system with cadres of getting our professional Canvas and video conferencing experts to meet the needs of our 14,700 educators, and it has fallen on deaf ear. Most of our educators were not trained in Canvas. Canvas is a platform that is not promoted with video conferencing. The video conferencing, the challenge came on with our educators to teach themselves, understand it themselves. With that being said, every single day, Broward Teachers training professionals to help with our teachers. Again, 14,700 are trying their best to meet the needs, and every day more and more are coming on board with video conferencing because they know it's important to engage with their students. They just wanted to make sure when they stepped into this platform that they were doing it with the best possible training, the best professionalism, and understanding what they were doing and doing it correctly. That is what the goal of all of our educators are, therefore, to help their students. I would like to step into understanding that the budget was spoken at the last school board workshop last week, where $30 million was found or saved. 46 million came in relief. And teachers and our teacher assistants have received letters yesterday and today that they're being terminated from the Broward County Public School System. When you'll see on today's board agenda items that 125 teachers are not returning from leave, so those are opening positions. 81 are in resignation or retirement today. So over 206 teaching positions will be left open, and yet our school district still stands wholeheartedly and strong that they want to release over 160 teachers yesterday and today instead of placing them in the positions that are open. Our counterparts, Palm Beach and Dade County, do not do that process. They value their educators that you put in your time in Broward County Public Schools or Palm Beach schools, Dade schools, and we will find you a place in another school that didn't have a low enrollment or a budget cut. So Broward School Board, we are asking again on public record to stop that process. Our teachers that have put in, whether it was just one school year or many school years. We have teachers that have worked in this district up to 10 years that are being released and terminated yesterday and today. And we are in need to keep our educators. We do not know what the opening of schools will hold at the beginning of August, middle of August. So please change that thought process that our teachers are just disposable. We'll release them and they have to go and find a new job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Now our last committee report is Jack Vesey, and he's with us. Hi there. Again, guys, if we could, I've seen some people kind of popping on and off. It just changes our quality. So if you could go and just keep your videos off, please, as well as your microphones, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Jack.
Good afternoon, Mr. Runcie, Chairwoman Korn, and school board members. I am Jack Vesey, Executive Director of COPA. On behalf of the COPA Board of Directors, our 228 members, and 351 COPA employees, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. All of us are dealing with circumstances where there is no playbook. A matter of potentially grave consequences and inevitable mistakes will be made, however unintentional they may be. It is time for a Marshall Plan here in Broward County Schools as we reinvent the future of education. Before going into detail, I need to thank our teachers specifically from both a personal and a professional level of just how proud we are of their efforts. In many ways, they are the glue keeping our kids in a routine that can only help as they move forward. They have embraced this digital environment as best they know how. One of the lessons learned is that there is no substitute for human contact engagement. As you work through your decisions in the coming weeks and months, I implore you to engage all your stakeholders. Do not make decisions in a vacuum. Yes, collaboration is not clean and can be messy, but in the long run, the decisions made are then better supported. It is a recommendation of COPA that working groups be established via teams so you can glean input and allow for every perspective possible to be heard. What has been the after action report what has the after action report told you about the digital rollout? What have the kids, teachers, and parents told you about this experience? Many of you often ask the question from the dais whether there has been input from those in the front lines, and the answer is most often yes. This response is always a matter of perspective. When I was first hired by this fine district back in 1981, yep, I'm an old man, there was great pride in school-based management. The models of the zone, faculty council, department, and team leaders had meaning. With the advent of state and federal controls that have evolved since the 1990s, we are not in a better place. I can personally attest to the erosion of frontline input. Many of the past models no longer exist, and if they do, there is little input acted upon. Now is the time our district can put meaningful changes in place to move back to the center. In my past, school faculties will attest to the statement I often made to them: keep the wolf at the door. This meant that I would protect them from the next new initiative as they were trying to perfect the last new initiative. Our principals, teachers, and confidential employees on the front lines know what is best for their 18 to 22 students in their classrooms and/or their student bodies. You need look no further than the evening news highlighting novel approaches by teachers and administrators to maintain that sense of community that has turned upside down by this pandemic. Who would have ever imagined the national graduation ceremony for our seniors that we witnessed last Saturday? Do not make these financial decisions without real and genuine input. This new normal that we are currently communicating through has afforded everyone to reconsider the two most pressing issues affecting the world today, this pandemic and global climate change. Just think how much carbon was not returned to the atmosphere thanks to this digital medium. The COPA board met last week with Alex Macri and Deb Hennenberg via Zoom to discuss ways to improve our staff development needs and allow for much more participation of our COPA employees. The Microsoft Teams medium will serve as our training medium moving forward. We are very excited to share with you our new model in the months and years to follow. As you meet to work through the inevitable shortfall of tax dollars that will present themselves in the near future, now is the time to consider and implement recommendations from the folks on our front lines, our schools. But how will you gather input? 2009 will be seen as child's play in comparison. Back then, not nearly enough was done to rethink school-based support. There was little impact on district-based departments. The academics and technology departments have incredible people that need to be reconstituted back to our schools. The same can be said for the Business Support Center. New initiatives need to be placed on hold. The one department within the Division of Academics that will need additional shots of adrenaline to support our students and personnel is Psychological Services. This support needs to be located back to our schools and expanded to telecommunication as the medical field is doing as we speak. We will also need to provide dinner for many of our students as well as breakfast and lunch currently. The impact of a 25% unemployment rate is unprecedented and the fallout will be immense. However you want to label it, some have called it, this model called zero-based budgeting. We need to be true to the concept. The key question to ask is this expenditure truly necessary to impact our students' education at the school level? I understand the challenge. These people's lives, our people's lives are at stake, but can their expertise be used differently to better support our schools? This needs to be implemented last week. Time is of the essence. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. Truly honest input and action on this input is necessary now more than ever. It is my hope that the School Board of Broward County Collective is up for this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vesey. With that, we have now concluded our committee reports. So thank you all very much for participating today and being available via streaming. We are now going to move into our public comment. We have 3 individuals who are sharing public comments. They also are going to be able to join us through video streaming. And when I call your name, if you would please just put your video and microphone on, and then we will move forward with the 3. And again, please keep your comments within the 3 minutes. And our first speaker today is Sarah Leonardi.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Leonardi. I'm a Broward County Public Schools teacher, a Broward Teachers Union member. My address is 717 Southwest 2nd Drive in Pompano Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Although Teacher Appreciation Week has come and gone, it's imperative that our district continues to think about and prioritize educators moving forward. As you make plans to reopen schools, educators need to have a seat at the table that goes beyond an online survey. When I say educators, I don't just mean classroom teachers. I mean the folks who drive our school buses, our custodial staff, security personnel, clerical staff, cafeteria workers, guidance counselors, SROs, social workers, assistant principals, and principals, the people who work in our schools every day and teach our kids every day. These folks are the most adaptable and innovative workers in the country, and they will be a great asset to you if you include them in the conversation. They can provide insight that you might not necessarily think of because they have the boots on the ground experience. They are also the people who will be putting their health and well-being on the line if we reopen without proper safety measures. Our district talks a lot about how much it values educators. Now it's time for the district to walk the walk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Debbie Hickson.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Debbie Hickson, and I live at 803 North Gulf Drive, Hollywood, Florida. I am a teacher at South Broward High School, also recently a parent in the Broward County school system. And I'd like to address you today to suggest some next steps for implementing the best course of action for our future. Um, let's take that wellness survey that you sent out to teachers and parents and students and move it to the next step. And what I'd like to ask is that all the stakeholders can be brought together to discuss, propose, and implement a best practice plan for next school year. Teachers, parents, students, school staff, such as cafeteria workers, custodians, and security staff, all have an important insight into what our new school system should include. Our teachers have done a fantastic job moving into crisis education mode to ensure students were still engaged and able to complete the school year with really little assistance from anyone. Please reach out to them and find out what their best methodologies were and what their biggest concerns are before making a plan to move ahead. Education in the United States has been very slow to change, and this gives us a wonderful opportunity to move our education system into a new light that will benefit our students and our communities. We should move to a blended learning environment that allows students to continue some virtual learning, but also brings them back into the school buildings, maybe on a staggered schedule. We miss our students, and our students miss the interactions with the people in the school building. Together, we're always stronger, and with the input and buy-in from all the people most affected by these new changes, our district can move forward and provide learning opportunities for students that will benefit them in both a safe and pragmatic environment. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to seeing how we can do great things in the future.
Thank you very much. I now have Carol Lindgren.
Good morning, board members and Superintendent Runcie. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Carol Lindgren. My address is 460 Southeast 14th Avenue in Pompano Beach. I am the proud parent of a senior, Luke Lindgren, at Pompano Beach High School, who will be attending UF in the fall. I also have a daughter who graduated in 2016 who is at UCF. I would like to speak to you today on the importance of traditional graduation ceremonies. Since I have limited time, I will jump right to my bullet points. First, there is a petition with almost 20,000 signatures pushing for traditional ceremonies for Broward seniors. I have been in touch with Sean Sarah, and I respect the work that the task force has done on virtual ceremonies, but this is not enough. Virtual ceremonies cannot replace traditional ceremonies. I have sat in on the Florida statewide PTA meetings and heard firsthand what other districts are doing in the state of Florida for their seniors, and they are being extremely creative and committed. The exception is Broward County and Palm Beach County. Mr. Runcie, you have said in an email to me, and I quote, "The district has taken steps to secure the same venues for potential in-person graduations for dates between July 27th and August 4th at the Broward Center of Performing Arts, the Rick Case Arena at Nova University, the Lauderhill Performing Arts Center, as well as additional smaller sites for schools with a graduating class with lower enrollment." But the words "taken steps" between the dates and listing just 3 locations is not enough, with all due respect. What students and families want to know are specific dates, times, and locations for each school. Like Hillsborough County has done, which everybody knows is the 3rd largest county in the state of Florida, just behind us. They have published a complete schedule starting Monday, July 13th, and have every school listed with their date and time. I forwarded a copy of this schedule to board members Rupert and Olivev. Mr. Runcie, you said in one of your videos
Are we still okay, or is it me?
I think we were frozen. Your video is now frozen. Maybe if you shut your video off, the stream will be better with your voice. Could you try that maybe? I still have you frozen on the screen, but unfortunately I can't hear you.
That wasn't her, that was me asking. It's Daryl. I think that she still is frozen.
I'm
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry. Okay,
I'm here.
perfect.
Somehow I got bumped off.
Okay, yeah, we saw you frozen on the screen and you're very cloudy. Maybe if you turn the video off, and we'll be able to still hear you better. Maybe that'll work.
Okay, let me try that. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm not sure where I was at, but I will just say that Hillsborough County, which is the third largest county right behind us, has published a detailed schedule of all 36 high schools, date, time, and location starting on Monday, July 13th. Mr. Runcie, you said that you would start planning when deemed safe. In all due respect, that's too late. The plan needs to be in place now. It needs to be published so that all families can see you are committed to this. The state's phase 2 of the reopening allows for large venues up to 50% capacity. We have very large venues, both indoor and outdoor here in Broward County. I emailed Sean Sarah at least a dozen locations. I am asking on public record, please publish a full detailed schedule like Hillsborough County did so families can plan, so the kids can have something to look forward to. We have first-time graduates that have been in touch with me via social media that are looking so forward to this. Their families have never had graduations before, and they may not be going on to college. Our Stoneman Douglas children were sophomores when their tragedy struck their school. They deserve traditional graduations. Do not let them down. Mr. Runcie, we are asking you to publish a detailed list of all locations, dates, and times as Hillsborough County did. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for all of the public comment. At this time, I am going to ask if all of our committee chairs and members of the public to please exit for the meeting because we are going to now continue moving forward with the business of the meeting, going through the agenda. We will begin with Mr. Runcie's report, but to each and every one of you, thank you so very much for your time, your commitment to our district and our students. Truly, your input is invaluable. So thank you all very much for joining us, being patient with us this morning. And with that, again, if you can exit from the meeting, and then we are going to continue on. And Mr. Runcie, your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Just a few things. Let me first start with just a notice that we issued today, well, actually yesterday on summer school, just to update the public that, given the challenge of meeting the conditions needed to safely offer summer school programming in our traditional setting, we announced a series of changes. First, they include the fact that the district will not physically host any activities during the summer in our buildings. We've let the providers and partners we work with know. Daycare services, our before and after school care, child care, and other activities that were typically scheduled. So we're working with those providers to coordinate programming, and to the extent possible, we will encourage them and collaborate with them to do distance learning to provide some services. Our summer school operations will be limited to construction, maintenance, cleaning and preparation of the schools that we normally do. And of course, that's taken a heightened level of intensity given the coronavirus pandemic. Teachers are still currently scheduled to begin on Wednesday, August 12th. And the first day of classes is scheduled for Wednesday, August 19th. Our required summer programs that we have to do, including our third grade reading academy, the extended school year, and VPK, they're pending state approval of VPK programs. We're going to be offering those things through distance learning. So we will have summer camp for third grade, extended school year. We'll do that through distance learning, supported by extensive use of video chats. We structured the application process for educators to let them know in advance that should you apply for this, you will be required to do video chatting as part of the education process. Furthermore, we're working to reduce the class sizes as well so that there are fewer students per teacher. We believe that will maximize instructional support and opportunities for personalization. Optional summer programs that we would normally have, including transition camps for rising 6th and 9th grade students, as well as our reimagined middle grades. We have aligned camps for them. Their activity-focused camps as well. Those are done using distance learning, so we're modifying our approach to that. And of course, we do a lot for the summer. We will continue to do those, and onboarding of employees will be conducted with distance learning. Final piece on summer is this, that to support the success of distance learning program and activities over the summer, we will allow students to retain their district-issued computer device until the start of the school year, when they will be collected and inventoried. Another topic I want to touch on is very important, I believe, is mental health. Just as a reminder to everyone that we have district mental health resources that are available, and they can provide support and advice to parents and their children whenever they need it. Our dedicated team of mental health professionals, our school social workers, family counselors, and therapists, they're available, they're there, they're willing to help families navigate the crisis. Anyone can call 754-321-HELP or visit our mental health website, browardschools.com/mental health services. On a related topic, and this is around child abuse. Child abuse is really a big concern. I just saw the other day the National Child Abuse Hotline is reporting a 20% increase in calls and more than 4 times the number of texts compared to the same time last year. So we're trying to make sure there's awareness, that there's help. We have a child abuse line that we put out prominently on our websites, and we did something additional yesterday I'll mention in a minute. But the number is 1-800-96-ABUSE or 1-800-962-2873. Those numbers can be obtained on our website. They're on the front page. We encourage anyone to report child abuse if you know, suspect, or someone tells you about physical abuse, sexual abuse, child-on-child abuse, neglect, abandonment, any of those things. Please don't hesitate to call. To improve the awareness for our students that help is available. We've also set up a brief notice that is part of the single sign-on page when you sign into Clever, and that's our single sign-on system before you even go into Canvas. So students will actually see the information there. Again, that's a serious thing that we need to keep an eye on. Finally, reopening schools. Last week at the May 12th School Board Workshop, we provided a high-level analysis of our thoughts on reopening of schools, and we had a great conversation with the board. That information, just to remind the public, that presentation materials, the content of that conversation is available from the district's website. That document and the discussion, they were a prelude to the June 16th workshop, which is an important workshop that we'll have on scenario planning for reopening of the district for the next school year. As we indicated before, we are working with administrators, multiple organizations and experts locally and nationally. Our goal is to accelerate our understanding of the health, safety, financial, academic, and operational considerations that we need to take into account. And yesterday, I responded to Ms. Heather Brinkworth's inquiry, and she certainly wanted to make sure that we are including all stakeholders in the process as we go through this and trying to figure out how we reopen. I assured her that we have a fairly large group of stakeholders that we've assembled, including collective bargaining units and parents. That was part of the safety and security review committee that we put together and convened earlier this year. We will reconvene that group and would add, sorry, I hear
Mr. Runcie, I'm
Yes?
sorry. I have some people who are not on mute, and I think I'm hearing chips being eaten in the background.
Yeah, I
Could we
just heard
mute
some of
everyone,
that.
please? Thank you.
All right, so I hope you enjoyed the chips there. All right, so we are we're going to reconvene that group, and we're going to add many others to it, including representation from the Chiefs Association. Yesterday, I did a update call with the League of Cities. I invited them to participate. I heard this morning certainly from Ms. Ferdig and others like the Parent Involvement Advisory Task Force. All those groups we're going to connect with. They're going to be part of the conversation before we get to June 16th. It's a short window of time, but we'll do our very best to connect with as many people as we can before that time. Finally, I just want to say that also, I just do want to mention that we are definitely working with a group of teachers and administrators on this. I actually share emails, many of them literally daily, from teachers who are providing ideas. They want to get involved. So we've definitely been connecting with them, getting their ideas about this. And as you know, I do a weekly chat with teachers where I assemble teachers from across the district just to understand how distance learning is going, what some of the challenges are, what's working well, and to get their thoughts about what we need to consider as we go into the reopening of the next school year. And finally, I've spoken with the Department of Health and other health officials, and that was actually from a conversation I had with Ms. Levinson on that piece, and really followed up with some of them. And so really trying to get some guidance on health and safety protocols. So I will be convening a separate group in a week or so that includes chief medical officers and the head of our public health entity here in Broward County, just to get some additional guidance and support. And of course, that we get information regularly from lots of different places and entities, and I'm on calls weekly with different organizations and superintendents throughout this country, and we're sharing ideas. So I believe we'll be able to put something together that will position us as best as we can, given the challenges that we have in front of us, to figure out how we have some sense of schooling as we reopen for the next school year. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my remarks for today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Runcie. I appreciate it, and all of the updates. I think we actually still have some participants from the public portion of the meeting on the meeting. If you could kindly exit the meeting at this time. So we are going to move forward then with the rest of the business of the meeting. As we begin to take items, staff will read any comments that are applicable to the items. So we are going to go ahead with the agenda, and we will start with our G3 item. If I could please have a motion and a second on G3.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert and second by?
Second, Aldef.
Second by Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you so much. Is there any public on item G3, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there is no public comment on item G3.
Thank you. To my colleagues, is there any input on item G3? I think I have a couple. I will go to those that I have. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Let me just organize myself here. I really wanted to ask a process question for this because I received the tabulation interview totals for the executive director for PPO. And I was a little confused when I did see the numbers, how we wound up with one offer. And I believe to give staff the opportunity to fill us in as to was the number one person by points offered the position or not. That's part one. I thought I'd stop there.
Are we able to have staff respond to that question?
Staff
Hi, Mr. Maurice, Mr. Woods.
So good morning, Board Chair, Superintendent Runcie, and the board members. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right. So as the hiring manager for this role, I thought I would just kick off the conversation around the process that we use, which is consistent with the process that I've always used, I've always been a part of in the past. What I want to start out by saying is that I've learned early on in my career the importance of hiring decisions. And I take that responsibility very strong. And what I try to do is make sure that we get the best candidate in the role that's in the market. So for this particular role, we were blessed and fortunate to have two fairly strong candidates that came through the formal recruiting process that we normally use. After additional due diligence and talking and spending time with both of those individuals, understanding the current business situation in PPO, which I've been spending a lot of time over the last 9 months trying to figure out the organization, and in alignment with the roadmap that was presented to the board back in January of 2020. I am 100% confident that the candidate that we made the offer to is the best candidate of the two individuals that came to me as finalists. And I'll pause there.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Woods.
You're welcome.
So my follow-up to that was, if you looked at the total tabulations, we had strictly someone with 228 points and then somebody with 236 points through both phases of the interviews. And I guess nowhere, and perhaps we should include this in our procedures when it comes to hiring. If we have this issue where we don't understand the process that you're using because you send the backup to us, we just have to hope that the process is being adhered to. So I very much appreciate Wednesday, March 4th, and we have the panelist scores. And there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess, on that day. And then on that Friday, you had 4 people. And of course, the top 2 were MD and KI. So from my looking at this, KI had 236 and MD had 228. Did we offer KI the position? And if so, why not?
Mr. Woods, can I jump in there?
Yeah, please do.
Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer, through the chair. So to explain the process in this particular job, the way Mr. Woods was describing, there was 3 phases. There was an initial interview phase, phase 1, where out of that 4 candidates moved forward to phase 2.
Yep.
Right? And then there was phase 2 interviews, and then out of that, 2 finalists emerged from the 4 that were in phase 2 to a third phase. Each time when we leave one phase and go to the next phase, the points do not follow the individual to accumulate in that regards. We
Okay,
do that
well, Alan, I'm going to jump in real quick just because I'm not feeling very well today. So when I asked for the information for the tabulations, I only received phase 1, phase 2. Where was phase 3? Where's the backup for phase 3 that you said you have? Because I know Mr. Woods likes to, basically kind of fall in love with two people. And I get that. I understand that. But I'd like to see how we got to phase 3 and what happened during phase 3, that when one candidate shined over the other one. So obviously, something incredible had to happen at that process, and we're missing that. So illuminate me here.
And so I'll take the lead on this. So it's really an element of what I call due diligence. Chisholm, I saw that you logged in, but let me take the lead and feel free to jump in. I think from a due diligence perspective, my expectation from HR is that we get 2 strong candidates, because I do like to fall in love with 2.
I know, and I love that.
For various reasons, which I won't go into now. But after that, part of my due diligence involves individual conversations with every person that was on the interview panel. I have a tendency to go back and reflect on what we're looking for the new hire in this role. I have coffees, one-on-one conversations in an informal environment in an attempt to assess fit. So again, understanding the importance of this role, I think by allocating 2 one-hour sessions to make a decision of this magnitude, from my perspective, is not the level of due diligence that I need to feel comfortable in bringing in the right candidate. And
no, I get that.
That's my approach.
I love it. Okay, but who was on the third committee person for phase 3? Who was there?
Ms. Rupert, and I just want to piggyback.
Just a simple answer today, guys.
That Mr. Woods was just sharing with you, that he conducted that as the hiring manager, and that is not uncommon at all. It is a part of the process that we follow regularly through the hiring and recruitment of our positions. The scores that you received align specifically with the phase 1 process. Alan covered that. And then the phase 2 process, where we promoted, for lack of better words, 2 highly qualified individuals to meet with Mr. Woods to actually do what he just shared, which provided him an additional opportunity to really have conversation about the work, about all those things. And HR circles back and follows up with the hiring manager so that we have all the things that we need. And in this case, we have the scores from phase 1, which supported who the top 4 candidates would be. For phase 2, we had the top 2 candidates, who that would be. And after that, we received a signed recommendation back to this office, which supported the recommendation of the hiring manager, which was Mr. Woods.
Oh, okay, I see that. When you get an opportunity, can you please send me that procedure that's in writing for that? Because if that is the case, then it actually puts a whole lot more emphasis and accountability on Mr. Woods. And I ponder this because I remember back to the chief fire position, where there was phase 1, there was phase 2, and yet the person whose name came forward was not the one that was most qualified and had the credentialing. So I'm hoping what you're saying, and this is what I think you're saying, is that learning that lesson, maybe there is more accountability from Mr. Woods right now, and that is what he's saying, to have his one-on-ones and whatever his possibility is to able to understand this. So I appreciate that, but for the public and as well as myself, it would be important to have the written down procedure, or if it's in our hiring policy, and delineate that so we know that Mr. Woods is following what he should be doing. You guys are doing your part, Eric Chisholm, Alan Strauss, and giving our chief the opportunity to be able to hire the right person. So that's what I want to see. Can we understand that? I don't hear you.
Yeah, so Eric is trying to clarify or turn his mic on. This is what I'll say, Board Member Rupert. At the end of the day, when the board and the superintendent tasked me with realigning the PPO function. To me, that was clear accountability for me to make the necessary changes to move this district forward. And my specific due diligence around recruitment may be slightly different from someone else's, but at the end of the day, it's my accountability and it's my responsibility to leverage the process to get to the best candidate for the district as it relates to what the superintendent is requiring of me, what the board is requiring of the superintendent, and what I believe that the department needs. And I just want to reiterate that I am 100% confident that based on my understanding of the PPO function, based on the roadmap elements that I presented to you back in January 2020, and there were some elements that identified what our strengths were, which involved our people and our relationships. And there were some elements that identified what our challenges were in the area of processes and systems. The candidate that I bring forth to you provides us the best probability of being successful in that realignment. And that's what you challenged me to do. So I'm really just trying to do my job to the best of my ability.
Absolutely, and I wholeheartedly agree with that, Mr. Woods. I think we should be more comfortable to have that written down. And honestly, it makes perfect sense for me. You know what? You're a chief. You need to be able to hire whoever you think is going to run this district, and that is your responsibility and your amount of accountability. And as somebody who is a board member and I work for the people, they need to be able to understand when they try for a job here that they're going to be given a fair shot when they send their resumes in. They're going to be given a fair shot when they do tabulations on interviews. And then there's a third process where the number two, which is very close to what we did with Mr. Runcie. So I wholeheartedly am accepting of all that, and I believe it. So when we do hire, this person who's been with us for a very long time, is there also an aspect where we know the direct reports and there's no conflict with those? Meaning relatives.
That's part of my due diligence, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, so if moving this person into that position is not going to impede him or the people underneath him who are related to him, then I wholeheartedly support it. And that's what you're saying, is that there is no family member position.
Ms. Rupert, I just want to confirm, and I think HR works very closely on that, and I think you're referring to the nepotism policy.
Yes.
Okay, anytime that comes up in cases where a principal may be promoted and people go into different positions, a part of that process is one, the employee self-reports that information as well, because we don't always have the ability to navigate through all of the relationships or all those relationships that are outlined in the policy, because there's about 60 ways you can be related to someone based on the policy. The 60 is just a little bit of exaggeration, but there are so many ways you can be related. So a part of the process is we continue to work with hiring managers as well as recommended candidates. When we identify that, the appropriate plan must be put in place. And it is a part of a policy that we enforce. And it was recently resent out to the entire organization, maybe February or May of last year, to reiterate how important it is that we have practices in place to ensure that we enforce the differences.
Okay, I get it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I don't want to belabor the point on this because I have a second part question on G3. But what you're saying to me is that there is no conflict to have your family member that you, in a direct line, your family member reports to a boss who reports to this new position. So if you feel that that is not correct or that is not nepotism, I'm fine with it. So I want to move on to the second part of my question for G3 was, hold on now, I beg your pardon. Okay. supporting of our enterprise risk and emergency department console viewers. Why am I writing that here? I guess because it's under that, right? The enterprise risk new people are getting hired, right?
Can you tell us where, Ms. Rupert, you're finding that in the backup?
Which one? The enterprise risk?
Enterprise risk, yeah.
I'm looking.
We have 2 trainers, Ms. Rupert, that are going to the board today. Are you referring to those? They report to the executive director and the safety and security division. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, all I wanted to do is make a comment. Thank you. Just a comment, which is the safety of our console viewers, where they are now located. And if I remember, it's in one of our schools. Make sure that they have a working backup generator as we enter the hurricane season. This is for the safety of these 2 people that you will be putting in today. These positions are incredibly crucial. Yes.
Ms. Rupert, I'm sorry, this is Brian Katz, Chief Safety
Brian.
and Security Officers. These trainer roles have nothing to do with the console viewers, nothing to do with the operations center at all.
Okay, well, I'm still going to mention them and just say that these positions are crucial and we need them staffed and backed up for possible storm issues and outages. So that is all I have on G3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Donna?
Yes, I
Okay.
can.
I want to confirm something with Mr. Woods. So the phase, you participated in phase 2 of the interview process, and then you were responsible for making the final selection, not Mr. Runcie?
I make my recommendation to Mr. Runcie through this process.
And does Mr. Runcie, did he meet with the candidates?
For this particular interview, no, he did not. There has been instances in the past in which he did.
Okay, so he just went on your call. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to make this statement. This PPO position is a very, very important position. And I have great concerns about this position because if you look at the Council of Great City Schools review, it pointed to multiple serious issues within the department. Not to mention, a federal grand jury indicted one of our employees for criminal activity. Alarmingly, criminal activity was listed as a possible problem in the footnote of the Council of Great City Schools review before this indictment had ever been released. The council,
Ms. Bartleman, hold on. We're not, this item is not our way of puddle jumping into that. So if you can tie the hiring specifically to that, but we're not going down that path, Ms. Bartleman.
Donna, you need to not interrupt me because I'm going to tie it. I wrote it all out.
I am going to interrupt you if you continue to go this path. That's just my giving you a heads up that we're not going there.
Okay, well, I think as a board member, this position, based on the Council of Great City Schools review, is important and has to have the most highly qualified person. Not to mention that their review called for a chief facilities officer to tie the 2 departments together. That being said, we are foregoing hiring a chief facilities officer and therefore must have someone with incredible experience in this position. It will also take multiple years to revamp this whole department. I am concerned because the candidate does not have multiple years as they are in drop. So I would like Mr. Runcie and Mr. Woods to please pay very, very close attention to this position and to create a plan, because as you know, both of you have experience in organizational management. It will take quite some time to revamp this whole department. So you need to make sure you have a bench or some sort of plan for when this person leaves. Also, I am very concerned about the nepotism situation, but that will be for you to figure out. If this is who you think is the best person for the job, I support you in that decision. I really don't, whoever it is, I was hoping we would get someone from the Council of Great City Schools. I would talk to Mr. Runcie about this last night. with great experience in revamping this whole department. I also think that I had no opportunity to speak to either candidate. I looked at resumes. So you know that you think this person is the best one for the processes. But I think the board and the public needs to pay very, very close attention to this department and make sure that the necessary policy and procedure changes are made and address all of the issues in that report. And if Mr. Woods, if this is the best person for that job, I am supporting your decision. But I think the board needs to watch this very closely and make sure that the changes are made. It's going to require a lot of work, and it's basically revamping a whole department. So thank you very much.
So, through the chair, can I just make one last comment, please?
Mr. Woods, yes.
Yeah, through the chair. So, Ms. Bartleman, I want to thank you for acknowledging and supporting the effort. I think it's important that we recognize that this will take multiple years, and the plan that was forward to the board identified 3 years specifically. I believe that the individual that's coming forward for this position will help us move through this plan. And what I can bring to the table is if I continue to get this type of support from the board, there is no doubt that the PPO department would look significantly different in 3 years than it looks today. So I just want to thank you for that support.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Corn. Just in listening, I just want to be clear. We are hiring someone for this department. And I want to be clear. I heard some comments about criminal activity, etc. And I've been on the board for just a few years now, and I'm certain that we're not hiring or promoting someone in this position that has engaged in criminal activity. I just want to make sure we're clear about that, because the earlier comments can be easily misconstrued in that way. And we have someone that has worked with us for a while that I happen to feel will be very good in helping us in this transition period while we are transitioning and trying to get that department in line and in order. We all know we went through this with the facilities department, where we went through a major transition. We brought in people, those people didn't work. So it appears to me now that we're using a strategy of lessons learned from our previous experience, which is what good leadership does. We take the pains of our past experiences and we learn from them and we build upon them. As a board member, looking at the credentials of the candidates, looking at the scores, all of that stuff is on paper. I wasn't in an interview. You know, anytime you're going through an interviewing process, as all of us know, it is a process and you do the best you can. But at the end of the day, Mr. Runcie is responsible for holding Mr. Woods accountable, and we're responsible for holding Mr. Runcie accountable. And as we go through and discuss employees, we all have our, way of doing things. I'm going to just ask if we could just think a little more as we're speaking, because we don't want to misrepresent someone's character, or if we have something directly to say it. We have many people work in the district that are employees. As board members, some of us have relatives, or some of you have relatives, and you always express the conflict of interest and you recuse yourself. You follow the necessary process when it comes to doing that. And I'm sure that if we're promoting someone to a department where there's a family member, that we will continue to follow those processes. So I just want to be very clear, because I heard a lot without people saying it. And at some point, as adults and policymakers, we have to be able to just talk straight. If we have a concern, we think there's an issue, we got to be able to just call it right out so that we can give staff a chance to respond and clear it up, so that we don't move away from this setting with a bunch of false truths or still questions not answered. As board members, we have a right to ask questions and get input. I appreciate Mr. Woods taking on this responsibility, and starting somewhere. We have to begin to address this department. And as we go through those years in this cycle, we'll keep reevaluating. We will keep watching, Ms. Balderman, and making sure that we're doing the best job that we can and moving the district forward. But let's think about those persons that might be candidates or those persons within the district that might be seeking other opportunities. And let's not make them feel that they're not an important part of our team as we're making our conversations. And I'm speaking aloud so I can hear myself and talk to myself as well. Thank you, Ms. Corn.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we all agree as a board that the reorganization of PPO is critical to the future of this district, and it's a very important role that is being filled today. I have a question for Mr. Runcie with regard to how this impacts or reduces the additional workload to Mr. Woods. How do we see this position impacting that? Because I know there was some conversation and adjustment regarding Mr. Woods' position based on the role that he was taking on. And do you see that this candidate, and Mr. Woods probably could answer this as well, will relieve some of that additional workload that we had assigned?
Well, first of all, that when we put this together, as you recall, this position was, part of the thinking around it. So it changes the work that Mr. Woods doing, but it doesn't necessarily reduce his workload. There's going to be a lot of support, oversight, coaching, and help that's required, I think, in this particular case to make sure that we get the type of reforms and changes that we need in this area. So I expect Mr. Woods to be diving in more now than ever as we put the resources in place to make the necessary changes that we've committed to doing over the next 2 or 3 years with this board.
Okay, so is your expectation more that this person in this executive director role will be driving the process, or that Mr. Woods alongside of this person will be driving the process? I'm just trying to understand what your expectation is.
So through the chair, Mr. Runcie, if you will allow me. Thank you for the question, Ms. Brinkworth. Again, I go back to the accountability piece. My role in this process is to deliver on the commitments made in January 2020 on the roadmap. That's my role. How I get that done is leveraging this new resource, continuing to leverage the existing director that, by the way, who's doing a great job. I've seen that individual step up as well. I believe that the new executive director role can provide a little bit more oversight on the business side of the PPO function. That's budgeting, that's systems, those types of things where we haven't had a significant amount of focus because there's been so many focus on the day-to-day activities by the current director. I think this individual brings the ability to provide more structure and focus around that side of the house. And those two leaders combined, and my guidance and oversight is what will drive the implementation of the roadmap. The last thing that I will say, and it's something that I believe I had spoken to you about, we believe that it's extremely important to get the boots on the ground in the conversations. So I will continue to work and have conversations and discussions with the production council to help us move this work forward. So it's a heavy lift. It's even more heavier in the COVID-19 environment because there's other functions, operational functions that are a heavy lift. So I have no hopes or desires. I'm coming into this eyes wide open in that it's a big ask, but I reiterate that with the support of the board, which I've received to this point, I believe that we can get it done, and I'm committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you. The question actually I would like to have addressed is regarding the nepotism. It's now been brought up by 2 of my colleagues, and I need someone. I understand that we partially rely on the individual themselves to indicate relationships, but if we could, I felt like the response, there was a little bit of a vague response specific to this hire. Mr. Chisholm, either if you maybe could just speak a little bit more emphatically to address it. I just don't want it to look like there's a gray area, or give us some follow-up. That would be fantastic.
I will, if my, thank you, Madam Chair. I will share with you that we encounter this regularly, and I was just trying to point out that we have a very strong process in place that even forces us many times to relocate people, reassign people. Actually, memorandums are constructed to actually outline specifically, and I'll just say maybe earlier this year, we had a PPO unique situation that had to be addressed, and we actually had to put it in a writing, and we actually had to make sure that everybody that was a part of the process was brought in the room to understand what the hierarchy and the reporting relationship is. So I just want to point out that the reason why I made that statement, because sometimes we don't know relationships and we find out later that someone lives with someone because our policy speaks to even residing in the same address. So sometimes people don't recognize that, oh, we're not related, but the policy actually speaks to the fact that you're residing in the same residence. So that's really where I was going with that, because there are the things that we know, and then there are the things that we need employees to make sure they emphatically let us know so that we can address that. So there's an accountability on the school district as well as accountability on the employee. So I know there are instances where we know right away that there's a reporting relationship challenge. We dive right in and make the appropriate adjustments. And in this case, we will do the same thing, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that even if this hire in the current positions, there would cause nepotism, that is something that would be addressed before there would be any actual occurrence of nepotism.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. The reporting, it actually goes hand in hand. So
okay.
Today we are able to move forward and make those adjustments. We couldn't do anything prior to today simply because the appointment has not taken place.
Okay, perfect. I think that's the assurance of that being addressed, it being acknowledged, that it is something that's important for us to be looking at, as well as the fact that those would be next steps. I greatly appreciate. With that, I don't have any other colleagues looking to speak to G3. Is there any additional comments? I'm sorry?
I do.
Who is this?
Can you hear me? It's
yeah,
Nora.
but I can't. Oh, hi, Miss Rupert. Okay. Yes,
sorry,
please. Sorry, just say your names if you could, guys, because it's a little hard for me to decipher sometimes.
I'm sorry. I kept hitting mute is unmute. Thank you for asking for that clarification, Ms. Korn. So make sure when they get that back to us, and I understand, I guess they couldn't even do an offer, but please clarify that 2 positions between a new hire and their family member is delineated, that it's not, that is not going to be a problem. So can you get that?
I don't think I understand, Madam Chair. I didn't understand what Ms. Rupert just said. Ms. Rupert, can you elaborate a little bit? I didn't understand that.
Okay. You and Donna and myself, okay? Ms. Korn is going to be our new hire in G3. You are my boss, and me, I am a family member to Ms. Korn.
Yes.
Okay, just in that situation, what would you have to do? Change your reporting structure, etc. That's all. I just need an explanation to keep out of it. You know, so everybody's following policy. That's clear as I can get. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. With that, all those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on, oh, sorry, before we do that, it's very important that we acknowledge our new hire. So we are excited, Ms. Bartleman, if you'll announce our first 2.
Yeah, the first one is Rolando Alvarez. He's task assignment, Executive Director, Student Transportation and Fleet Services. Congratulations. And Miss Tony Barnes, Trainer, Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness. Congratulations to you as well.
Perfect. And our new Executive Director in Physical Plant Operations, Mark Dorset. Congratulations on your new position. and our new trainer in safety, security, and emergency preparedness, Desiree Jameson Milan. Congratulations. Ms. Levinson, do you have your appointment? So I'm going to take the opportunity to acknowledge on behalf of Ms. Levinson, our new principal for the College Academy at Broward College, Bardetta Haygood. Congratulations. Ms. Murray, do you have yours?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
It is my great pleasure to welcome aboard our brand new principal at Henry D. Perry Educational Center, Tracy Lockhart Talley. I also have the pleasure of welcoming our brand new principal. He's not so brand new, but at Hollywood Hills, Daniel Most. So I welcome these. And I'd just like to say a remark about Ms. Haygood, who is leaving the Perry Educational Center to move on to Broward College. She has done such an excellent job with our adult learning center and has expanded it to the capacity I don't think anybody ever saw, and the good work that she's done there. So I just have to say thank you, and I wish her well on a new adventure. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Rupert, do you have your announcement, or would you like me to help?
I don't have my announcement, but I did want to say to Tracy that we're going to absolutely miss you from Dave Thomas, but we wish you good luck. And if you could introduce my new principal for Dave Thomas, I would be appreciative.
Absolutely. And so congratulations to Perry Egglesky, the new principal for Dave Thomas Education Center. Congratulations to each and every one of you. You're certainly excited to have you in your new roles with the district. So thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Good.
Thank you. It's Ms. Good. Thank you. I just very quickly wanted to do a couple of shout outs as well. I know Ms. Murray did an excellent job with Ms. Haygood. And I just, again, she really did some amazing work at Henry D. Perry Educational Center, to the point where I know that everybody who goes to that school is extremely impressed about the program and what we're providing the students there. So I know she'll do phenomenal things at the College Academy. And then just a real quick shout out to Mr. Daniel Most. He was at Everglades High School, another dynamic leader. He went on to MSD, and it really warms your heart when you see some dynamic individuals move on. And for him to go to Hollywood Hills, I think it's going to be phenomenal for that school and that district. So again, congratulations to those two individuals that I've had an opportunity to see firsthand. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Osgood?
No.
Yes, Dr. Osgood.
And I would be remiss if I didn't remind everyone that Principal Tracy Lockhart Talley came from District 5, served at William Dandy at Piper, went on to do amazing things at Dave Thomas. Now she gets to work her magic at another site. She's just been a phenomenal educator throughout Broward County. Of course, a proud product of the 33311, and I know that she's going to do an amazing job. Congratulations to Principal Tracy Lockhart Talley, and you guys are receiving a jewel in her.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osgood. So with that, we are going to
Ms. Corn?
Yes, Ms. Murray.
Yeah, I just, we're reflecting all our accolades on our educational people, but there's two people that have been promoted, and that is Mark Dorset and Rolando Alvarez. These are two gentlemen that I have known for as long as they've been in the school system. Mr. Dorset, I used to call him one of my kids, but he's gray hair now. And Mr. Alvarez. And again, we have developed such strong institutional knowledge and growth that shows how people can grow within the system and continue to exhibit leadership and the qualities that we want in our administrative teams. Thank you.
Amen, Miss Murray.
Thank you very much. So with that, I would ask for a motion and a second to our next item, G1.
So moved, Dr.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Do we have any public comment on G1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G1.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have
Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Rupert, who's asked for G1.
Thank you. I would like to separate my name from this agenda item. So I will not be voting on myself. So I make the motion to separate my name from G1.
Okay.
Need a second?
Second.
That was second by Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there any comments on the separation? Hearing none, all those in favor of separating Ms. Rupert's name out of the G1 item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So Ms. Rupert's name has been separated. Let's first vote on the separated item with Ms. Rupert's name. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. So, yes. Okay. And those opposed say no. So it passes unanimously with
One
Ms.
abstain, yeah.
Rupert refraining from the vote.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have a vote on the remaining names in the G1 item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So G1 passes unanimously with a second item that was separated for Ms. Rupert, and Ms. Rupert did not vote, and the rest were unanimously in approval of. May I please have a motion and a second on G2?
So moved.
Second, that's good.
That was moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Mr. Moquin, no audience input, correct?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues for G2, I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, offline later, I would like to understand why we're losing our ROTC instructor, if it was a personal reason or if it was a professional reason. He is going to be a tremendous loss. So.
Okay, so if staff could please provide a follow-up to Ms. Rupert and to the board based on her question, that would be great. Any other questions, Ms. Rupert?
No, that was it, hon. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I have a question about the, and it was brought up under Ms. Fusco's report as well. We have teachers leaving and we have teachers that are being released. And I want to know why we can't mirror the systems that exist in other counties where we start filling those positions right away so that teachers do not have to be released. You see all of these names are going to be gone, yet people, and we did discuss this and we said we were going to make sure that we didn't release people until the end of the year or to the beginning of the year. But in past years, we release them and they go without a job or insurance over the summer and then hire them back. So I feel it's unfair to our employees. And I'd like to know, what are we doing? Are you going and backfilling all these positions now, or do people need to re-interview? How is that going to work?
Sue Rockelman will be responding to Scorn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sue Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. Madam Chair, would you like me to respond now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in regards to, let me kind of catch you up to date where we are. So I did hear Mrs. Fusco discussing and talking about teachers being released. So first, I want to just make sure that she had indicated that we feel our teachers are disposable and not valuable. I want to stress and say that that is not true. We do value every single one of our teachers, and especially during this time, we know how hard they are working. So I definitely want to stress that is not the reason why we are releasing teachers. Yes, you are seeing that teachers are resigning and retiring. However, that does not correlate to the many vacancies that we are currently going to be having. Some of those positions are being delimited with those resignations or retiring. For the 2021 school year, you are aware that our student enrollment is declining. Therefore, some schools are not able to continue the same number of staff that they had. Yes, other schools may have vacancies because they have retirements, resignations, or maybe their enrollment is staying the same. So those schools will have vacancies. The BTU would like us to place teachers in these positions without involving the principal or the employee. They would like us to go ahead and just tell teachers that they are placed. However, I am always an advocate to try to find teachers a right environment for them. As we know, we have 230 plus schools. Every school is different. And we want to try to make sure that we get matches for those teachers where they're still going to be able to thrive like they did this year. So we are in the process of following our collective bargaining agreement and releasing teachers. And even Florida statute has some language that we follow. I've been in communication with BTU regarding the process. They have given us some input and suggestions. However, some of their recommendations are not in alignment with our collective bargaining agreement or Florida statute. These conversations are going to allow us to possibly modify for next year. They did have some good suggestions, and I would love to talk further with them and see what we can do if we have to implement releasing teachers next year. We are in the process of releasing teachers, about 160-ish. That is less than what we did last year. Last year, we had about 240 teachers that released. Teachers are being notified by their principal that they are scheduled not to be reappointed. And again, I'm telling you that they are scheduled not to be reappointed. And that's what we are doing in these next several weeks. We are working very diligently to try to help these teachers find a new location. And over the next 2 weeks, we're encouraging them to, yes, they do have to apply for vacancies because some teachers are very specific on where they want to work, on what grade they want to teach. So I am asking them to go and apply for vacancies so that we know that they are specifically interested in that location. Tomorrow, principals are going to receive a list of all of the teachers' names being released. We have asked the principals to please consider these people first before considering anybody else and to reach out to them and talk to them. My staff is personally reaching out to each teacher to determine what their requests are and to understand what they're looking for, and again, to help them secure another position. We find that some, as I told you, some teachers are very specific and they may only want to work at one school in Broward County and they will wait forever for that opening. So we want to know that information so we can better assist them. Those teachers that don't secure a transfer by May 29th, we are then going to send them an invite to attend our virtual job fair. We're having a virtual job fair on June 4th and 5th, and those teachers that haven't secured something will be invited to attend that. And only those teachers that are being released will be invited to attend that, including the leave teachers that are coming off leave that need placement. So with no new hires will be permitted to attend that virtual fair. It's strictly for our current teachers. After this date, we're going to keep working with those teachers that don't get a position during the virtual fair. Our goal is to have everybody, hopefully, with a location by June 12th so that I can reappoint them. If by June 12th they haven't secured something, doesn't mean we stop assisting them. We will continue to work with them and continue to work with them over the summer. I do understand that there are some dates that we need to meet because of our collective bargaining agreement and giving notices to teachers. And that does mean some teachers will, after June 12th, get a letter saying that they aren't going to be reappointed, which does mean that they will have a separation of employment possibly, and their benefits will end on June 30th. We do, yes, some of our other counties don't mirror our process, but some counties do. Not every county in Florida does automatically reappoint their teachers. Some counties do it very similar to what we do. So I do hear you there. But I don't want it to be said that we don't care about our teachers, that we don't value them, because we certainly do. And yes, do we need teachers? Of course we do. Do we want to meet with every one of these teachers and find them a home? Of course we do. And that is what we are diligently working on doing over these next few weeks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wackelman. I do want to keep us, again, this is for resignations. I appreciate the questions are related to making sure that we're filling these positions. Are there any other questions related to that, Ms. Bartleman?
No, just the comment is I look forward to them revamping the process and mirroring other counties so our teachers feel some security. We're in the middle of the worst pandemic and we're going to be releasing teachers with positions being left open, and that's a problem. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any additional comments that I am aware of from my colleagues. So with that, all those in favor of G2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. G2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Fruitbart. I'm sorry, second by
Ms. Bartleman.
Ms. Bartleman. Thank you. I know that we do have audience input. Mr. Moquin, if you would please indicate the, are you going to read them or am I?
I'm going to read them, Madam Chair.
Perfect. And then if you could first state, I know a couple of people are yielding their time. If you just indicate who's yielding their time and then share the statement. Thank you.
Absolutely. On G4, we have two public comments. The first one is from Bryce Johnson from Coral Springs, Florida. His comments are as follows. Attention, prior to entering the Second Chance Agreement program, I'd previously explained to the Risk Management Department that I had seen a therapist through the school board for help with prior issues back in 2017. Therefore, I spoke of my personal issues that were troubling me. Following up, he advised a second opinion. Instead, I followed up by speaking with my family, deciding I'd manage. Meeting with Julianne Gilmore and Ashton Henry explaining my situation, was advised to indeed still pursue a medical card, seeing that from our conversation, I'd been self-medicating for personal issues. I accepted the Second Chance Agreement because I love my job. Second father of 4, smoking wasn't before provided or feeding my children. I signed based off those views and took BCPS provided help. I was to remain at home with pay and sought the help from a doctor. I was diagnosed PTSD, an anxiety disorder caused by the experience of traumatic events. I obtained my medical card during that time. Once I had been approved to work again in January, my first random drug test was February 11th, 2020. The assuming question is, why wasn't anyone informed of my medical card prior? The reason being, I already signed the Second Chance Agreement. I'd still get tested randomly for 2 years from my paycheck for every other substance that could potentially violate the terms of my agreement and School Board Policy 2400 drug-free workplace. I explained this to Julianne Gilmore, and she explained that because I had already taken the test and came back positive, I'd have to go through the process. March 18, 2020, I was originally to speak before the school board to present my medical card. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, it was postponed. In general, I want it to be known that I'm very grateful for the Second Chance Agreement program. I've been employed with the BCPS since 2015. Within those years, I haven't received any negative remarks from employees, staff. My work performance is a clear reflection that I'm productive. I've been recognized, praised by various teachers regarding my work ethic. I do love my job and want to continue working for the Broward County School Board. I believe every job, small or big, makes a difference in this world. I want to continue to serve my community, given the opportunity, and want to thank you for your time and consideration. That concludes Mr. Johnson's comments. I do also want to note for the record that Mr. Johnson sent in some attachments with his comments, and those attachments were provided to school board members.
Thank you.
The second comment is from Joshua Brown, a job coach with West Broward High School. His comments are as follows. Good morning, school board members and superintendent of schools. As I speak through this email this morning, I have been with the district for 3 years, going over and beyond for each staffs and students whom I have worked with or monitored over the years, and not to mention my SVE students whom I have countless help get their vocational job training skill employable since being promoted from campus to job coach in December. The assistant principal who oversaw the ESE department made the principal recommend this malicious use of change of position agreement probationary release of position to cause a financial hardship, unfair treatment, because I was advised by BTU Vice President Bernie Kemp to call a casual meeting, which I told BTU Vice President Bernie Kemp, if I call this meeting wanting to be properly trained, I fear that my employment as an ELS job coach would be in jeopardy. Because of this fear, BTU Vice President Bernie Kemp said, if they try to terminate you, I will get involved. In addition, Anytime an employee changes their position, the employment should be given a trial period as it is outlined in the collective bargaining agreement for promotion employees. We are just as valuable as a promotion employee. Lastly, I have attached 2 of my IEP students' email, which I had an honor of assisting them with obtaining interviews while doing my duties as a job coach at West Broward and Western High School. Again, I hope the board can see that this is a pure malicious recommendation, and with the supporting document timelines, thanks. Sincerely, Joshua L. Brown, job coach. And I will also point out, even though it said it in here, that Mr. Brown also included attachments with his comments, and those were also provided to board members. Madam Chair, that completes the public comment for item G4.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have colleagues who have signed up to speak to this item. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I think you're on mute. Yes, you're here.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. So I'm going to, other people may have comments, but I have read everything and all of the emails regarding Mr. Brown, and I'm going to ask to separate him so I can vote on him separately. And I don't know if you want me to do that now or later, but based on everything that has been provided, the memos and everything, I can't think, I can't do that. So I need to separate him.
You'd like to separate Mr. Brown. Okay, so you've made a motion. Is there a second to separate?
Second. Second.
A second from Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of separating Joshua Brown from the G4 item, please indicate by saying aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Am I on the right? Any opposed, say no. So G4 is now separated. I'm going to bring back, then I guess we'll have a conversation on the separated item, Joshua Brown. Are there any comments on this particular individual and the recommendation?
On Mr. Brown or the other person, Donna?
I'm sorry, this is for Mr. Brown specifically, not the larger item yet. So we're just doing the individual, Mr. Brown at the moment.
Okay, I'll let someone else speak, and if you want, I'll go when you're ready.
Okay, I don't have anyone else asking to speak at the moment. I would ask if Ms. Myrick, could you just give guidance to the board in terms of not supporting the item, as well as basically what our role is here, just for clarification for my colleagues?
Just Barbara Myrick, you need to, if you're not going to agree with the superintendent's recommendation, it needs to adhere to both the collective bargaining agreement as well as to the policies that we have. And I believe that Eric can respond to those because I know this was looked into in the last couple of days to the process that we have always used in this case regarding this gentleman's termination.
Okay, but this doesn't rise to a level of having just cause to not accept the recommendation, or we are in the position to make an alternate recommendation? Can you speak to both of those?
Yes, you are, and you can make an alternate recommendation.
You can, but you do not have to have just cause.
No, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, did you, I just was waiting. I don't have anyone else who's asked to speak. Did you want to speak further?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that he moved into this position. He's being removed because of a 90-day, not because of a performance. And I believe he should have, because there was documentation submitted by him that shows that he's supposed to be able to keep his position and not be released in this manner. Also, on a side note, the information that I received regarding everything going on in that school and that ESE department was quite disturbing. So I tend to think that not with the children, I'll just preface that, not with the children, but with what's going on with the adults and in particular the ESPs, and the fact that he went to the administrator to get some job coaching, and what the union told him to do actually hurt him. It's just, I just can't put my head on my pillow tonight if I don't separate this and vote my conscience on this item. And I know not everyone is privy to everything that has been shared about all the issues going on in the school. And I apologize for that. I'm not going to rehash all of that, but if you contact Bernie or any of the ESPs or Roosevelt, you would hear that. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barman brought up the point that this is not appropriate as a probationary release. Can I just have legal speak to that so that we're
Well,
we
two
can just have
things.
legal speak to that.
Yep, two things I'd like to speak. I would like to correct what I just said. You only can make a change to the superintendent's recommendation if you find a good cause. And the good cause is basically, it's usually not supporting recommendations for promotion, but it is recommendations regarding any kind of personnel action. I believe, and that's what I was going to ask Eric about, I believe that this gentleman was in another position and applied for this job and was granted this job, but he went on a 90-day probation, and it is the 90-day probation that he has not successfully completed. And so that is the reason for the termination. And apparently he signed a document. And again, I was part of this discussion somewhat on the outside this past week, but he signed a document that said he was on a 90-day probation, and he understood that prior to moving the job from one job to another.
Can I ask, before Mr. Chisholm, you respond, can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones? The feedback is making it difficult to actually hear some of the comments. So just a friendly reminder, if you're not speaking, if you could mute your microphone, it would be very helpful. Mr. Chisholm?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, General Counsel. Just a matter of clarification, he is on a 131-day probationary period, which is covered by the collective bargaining. And what we're referring to is the employee actually changed bargaining units that went from FOPE, Federation employees, which are maintenance, campus monitor, security personnel. And when he made that change, he signed an acknowledgement letting him know that he was going over to a new collective bargaining, and he would need to serve a probation as it was a promotion. He was going into a new collective bargaining agreement. So part of the conversation that we're having that may help you, Ms. Barterman, is that he actually shifted over to a new collective bargaining. So we're within the confinement or what is laid out in the collective bargaining that he must serve the 131 days probation. So we're acting in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement. So that's why you have this item back before you today, because it's within the 131 days.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that there was an acknowledgement by the employee that he was aware, because, you know, it's one thing for us to be aware that there was this change, but I wanted to make sure that he actually acknowledged that this change in his position did actually put him in a new probationary period, and therefore he was obviously had some additional risk factor in making that change. So I appreciate you sharing that feedback. I believe Dr. Osgood also was going to have a question. Thank you.
Yeah, just a question, and I know we're not having a trial here, but when this employee moved to this position, is it one of those things where this position just wasn't a match for this employee, and because the employee's other position was filled, we now don't have a job for the employee?
Through the chair, no, Dr. Osgood. I do have vacant positions that are in the other collective bargaining that the employee could make application for, but we don't have the ability to move the employee back to that collective bargaining. But when I met with the employee, I let him know that because this is not for calls, he has the ability to apply for other jobs. And I do know he secured an interview in his current bargaining unit, and he met with a principal, but he can continue because it's not for discipline to secure employment throughout our district. and there's no discipline record that'll be have a negative impact on him. But we can't move him back because it's a different collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you. I to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Do any of my colleagues have additional comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the G4 specific item to Joshua Brown, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
So I'm going to need to do, I'm going to ask
Roll
for a
call.
roll call, if that's okay.
Thank you.
That'll be easier. So I'm going to go down our list. I have Miss Alhadef.
Yes.
I have Miss, I'm sorry, hold on. I just want to make sure I don't miss any names. So I'm just going back to my roll call. I have Miss Bartleman.
No.
I have Miss Brinkworth.
Yes.
Miss Good.
Yes.
Miss Levinson.
Yes.
Miss Murray.
Yes.
Dr. Osgood.
Yes.
Miss Rupert.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm voting affirmative as well. So it is an 8-1 supporting the recommendation from Mr. Runcie. So if I could go back now to the remaining G4 items, are there any further discussion on the remaining individuals in G4?
I have one.
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I noticed that there were some key resignations in here. A systems analyst position at auditor 3, an accountant 3. One is backdated to April. One is in February, and the other one they're giving us notice till July 1st. So I'm concerned that we have these major positions that are open, and look forward to hearing from Alan Strauss and his team as to what we're doing to make sure that we start the year with these people. They're very key positions. And then my second question is, and I've mentioned this a few times already, and I think many of us have, we see an awful lot of campus monitors leaving. So my question is, what percentage of trained campus monitors do we retain? And what are we, sorry, my dog is barking. And what do we do to make sure, I mean, I know we do their training. Sorry, she doesn't. Okay, what percentage do we retain? And I do know that monetary, it's an important aspect. I know Mr. Katz has talked about that other entities are paying more. So what are we doing to make sure that this losing of our campus monitors, that we can lessen that, and that can all come in a memo afterwards? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other comments from my colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor of G4 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Was there any no's? Okay, thank you. It passes unanimously. May it please have a motion and a second on AA1? Ms. Levinson, do you want AA1 and 2 together or separately?
Yes, you may take them together.
Okay, thank you. So AA1 and AA2, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Second by Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input on AA1 and AA2, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there is no public comment on AA1 or AA2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to make comments about both of these because these seem to be different resolutions than what we've received in the past. And I know we've all been working very hard on the minority vendors, and I know Miss Keith spoke earlier today about how we had changed that for 2 more years, and we've been making positive
changes to move in the right direction. What I'm confused about on AA1 is it talks about working to strengthen policy 3330. And I wanted to get an explanation about what that means. And then both of them, I can't pull them up at the same time because we're doing it on computer. I usually have the printed one, but it talks about sharing information, data, assessments. I'm not used to seeing that in here. There's HIPAA, there's FERPA. Resolutions usually just talk in generalities, and these don't seem to coincide with what's being requested on the original form. Like the first one is training, which is wonderful that the Urban League's gonna be providing. So I'm confused about this part in both of them. And I have another question about the second one, but I'll start with that, which is common to both of them.
So through the chair, it's Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. I'll start. Mr. Baloo may want to add some commentary. So as it relates to AA1 and the partnership with the Urban League of Broward County, Urban League of Broward County has been a strong partner with us from day one. When it talks about addressing policy 3330, specifically what we're referring to is this will allow us to not change the policy, but to address some of the areas where we have not had as much traction or success versus some of the other areas. So for example, this relationship will help us improve the mentor protege program, which is part of the existing policy, but we've had some challenges in scaling that. And then in addition to that, the Urban League has a very successful, what I'll call an incubator program, where they identify small businesses and work to incubate them, work to coach them on how to do business with Broward County. So we'll be leveraging that pipeline to continue to drive our outreach and marketing efforts. So let me pause there on AA1 and see if I answered your question.
Ms. Levinson, you're on mute. Can you unmute? Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
It says on the, not really, because it says on the request form what we're trying to do, which is what you spoke about, but the actual resolution talks to other things. And so I believe the resolution needs to back up what the request is. And that's where I'm having the disconnect here.
So I'll defer to Mr. Baloo, but what I will say is we do appreciate this feedback. This is a relatively new area, and we don't often bring resolutions forward. So we may not be as seasoned as some of the other departments and divisions. So we appreciate the feedback. I'll let Dr. Or Mr. Baloo respond if you'd like.
Yes, thank you, sir. Through the chair, Robert Baloo, officer of the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Team. Yes, specifically when we say strengthen policy 3330, that is all the functions that are in the policy, which, as Mr. Woods alluded to, were the mentor protege program, but there are several other programs and activities that we will be able to utilize the services of the Urban League to help us accomplish that. One, by being where they are specifically in the 33311 zip code, it helps us touch a business community that we haven't really been able to service directly. And in regards of information share, the information we're talking about sharing is the information that's in terms of about the number of suppliers that we would have in the E1 report. That's public information. The other information we're talking about sharing is the information in Demand Star about the solicitations that are available so that businesses can know what we have coming down the pipeline, so that smaller businesses can partner with large organizations and or scale themselves so that they could be the contractor of record in years to come. So it's as Mr. Woods really identified, is really leveraging the Urban League's business development capabilities, right, and then pulling the the district's procurement opportunities together.
Okay, so Mr. Baloo, I fully support what you're trying to do, but the resolution doesn't say that. So what I would ask is that we take these back and we actually write in the resolutions what we're trying to do with this partnership, because it can be interpreted many different ways. The part that I'm referring to, work to strengthen policy 3330, share information, procedures, data, and opportunities. I mean, I would really like to see it delineated if you're talking about the mentor protege program, if you're talking about training on minority firms. I'd like to see that in here, because to me, we don't ever write in a resolution that we're working to strengthen the policy, because that's really the board's area governance. And so to put something in there that talks about doing something to the policy is something I've never seen before, and it makes it difficult for me to support it that way, even though I fully support the concept of what you're trying to do. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I'll defer to your judgment. The clause right before it, we do specifically in that whereas clause say that they will do business development training and perform targeted outreach. So I hear what you're saying, but I will listen and defer.
So through the chair.
Well, I think that paragraph needs to be removed, period. You know, that part there. And so, you know, I'll hear what my colleagues have to say, but we don't do that with other organizations and write that about links to policy and data sharing and, you know, that all of that. And if you're talking about data sharing having to do with numbers of minority firms and mentoring, then it needs to say it in there that that's what we're agreeing to. And then the second thing I want to comment is I Googled this AA2 item, the South Florida Anchor Alliance. I can't find anything on it. There's no website. The Facebook has nothing on it. And again, you know, I support if it's something that's working for you all to move us that way, but it says on here that the EDDC supports the SFAA objectives of data sharing, assessment, and reporting. I have no idea what that organization is. I've never heard of it. And when I Google it, I can't find it. So those are my concerns about both of these. And I would like to make a motion to defer it to the next meeting when after my other colleagues have spoken about bringing it back and specifically talking to what you'd like to do that's in the request form of these items.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I will come back to you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Levinson. I am actually in agreement with you and just want us to, if we're going to I think of a lot of community partners that we have. So if we're not going to do resolutions of those partnerships, maybe we should come up with something different. But I have the same concerns as Levinson about the clause that speaks to data sharing, assessment, and reporting. And having experience in the nonprofit arena, I don't know if these kind of things are, if we're doing this partnership, could we consider a memorandum of understanding or something that can be handled within the department? I don't know. We just now positioning ourselves that we're going to do resolutions for all of the partners that we have. You know, we have minority development, children's service council. I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of partnerships. So I don't know if resolutions are the way to solidify those partnerships, or if we could not find a better way to do that. And nobody should be bringing forth anything to the board other than a board member that is really dealing with working on our policies. I mean, what someone else may feel like needs to be strengthened in our policy without it being spelled out, we might disagree. So I agree with Ms. Levinson. I would like to see these two resolutions go back and us just think about if we could do this without it actually even being a resolution, because it sets a precedent to have now resolutions from all of the other partnerships. So those are my thoughts.
So if I could just ask for clarification, because I know Ms. Levinson was specifically giving direction to modify, but it sounds like the conversation is also somewhat geared to whether or not we want to be pursuing resolutions similar to this and kind of opening that path by starting with these. So Dr. Osgood, could you just give a little, are you feeling like you could support these and we should be going back, or are you asking us to reconsider bringing this type of resolution forward?
If we're taking them back and we're setting the precedent that we're going to do this for all of our partners, if we remove those two, we remove the one paragraph, I can support it. I still don't know enough about the second one in A2. I don't know anything about the organization. So until I'm more familiar with the organization, I couldn't support that either way. But if we're going to take it back and take out the paragraph for the Urban League, then we're setting the precedent that this is what we're going to do with all of our partner organizations, because we have to be consistent and fair. So what I'm saying is maybe there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had before we even address either one of them.
Okay, thank you for providing that clarification. I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And so I guess I'm thinking about it slightly differently. I don't think I'm opposed to recognizing the school board's partnership with any particular entity, especially one that works hand in hand with us and helping our students and within the community. But I think also it could be done in a form of a proclamation, which is a little less formal than a resolution. Again, I think municipalities do it all the time. I certainly think it's important that we take the time to recognize those key partnerships that we have in the community. Certainly, I can speak for the one that we have with the Urban League. But I do believe that more information is warranted. And I also, Ms. Korn, if I can ask, do we not have a process established for bringing forth resolutions? I know Mr. Moquin usually ensures that we have some kind of time frame for that to occur. Can he speak to that?
Sure, Madam Chair. Typically, what we try to do with all of our resolutions is bring them in August as part of one big group, because many of them include instructional components that can be interwoven into the curriculum. And so we'd heard previously that that there was an ask for planning purposes, since a lot of the schools are doing their planning even before the school year starts, that we try to bring all of the resolutions forward at the beginning of the school year. As it relates to individual ones, bringing them forward, it's usually been dependent upon the chief going through the typical approval process to allow them to come forward to be presented. And then, of course, APG.
So then I would just conclude from what I just recently said, then I think that if it's something that the board feels is warranted, that I think it could be done in the form of a proclamation. I know that we've seen other, I've seen other organizations or non-for-profits recognized. I think Ms. Rupert has brought some, in particular with the assistance of, I think I've seen several of my colleagues bring forward resolutions supporting other non-for-profits. So I just want to make sure we're consistent. And so if staff could maybe provide some feedback as to if it's been done in the past, and if it hasn't, then can we look at doing it in a different format using a proclamation? So thank you, Madam Chair. And if Mr. Moquin can speak to the fact of whether or not he recalls that we have done resolutions for other organizations such as similar to these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin.
Yes, yeah, Madam Chair. I'd have to go back and look. I know we've done some resolutions to invoke certain things. Like I believe we used a resolution for the Bond Oversight Committee. As it relates to codifying partnerships, I'd have to go back and review them. Most of the resolutions are in support of different observances, like Teacher Appreciation Day or Week. You know, various days as opposed to partnerships with specific entities. But I don't want to say that there aren't any, because if I went through all 100 and some odd of them, there probably are a few that are specific to certain groups.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't have anyone else asking to speak, but I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood wanted to share. I will just wanted to share my thought real quick. I would prefer a proclamation to a resolution, and certainly to the point. In fact, I even asked Mr. Roken beforehand on the AA2 item if we had more information on the entity. It just seemed like it was a very broad, supportive statement, and one that, as a board, I think we should pause before we go to that length in terms of making that type of a statement or a proclamation. So I appreciate the opportunity to kind of further dive into this, and to my colleagues for bringing it up. Dr. Osgood.
Yeah, I want to be clear because I'm notorious for bringing forth proclamations and supporting organizations and institutions and having board members bring those forward. This resolution is not being brought forth by a board member. I'm in District 5 where the Urban League is. I knew nothing about this coming forward, and I know nothing about the second organization. So I'm certainly not saying that I don't support honoring our partners and recognizing them, but we have traditionally done it through a proclamation and done it in another way. My comment remains the same. If the board decides to do it in a resolution form, then we should move forward doing it with all of our partnerships. So I certainly support the work of all the various partners that work with the school board. We can't do this work alone. Mine is speaking more to a process in a way that we have traditionally done things, which I'm actually open to changing it if we're going to change it and doing that way consistently for everyone. Thank you, Ms. Corn.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I believe Ms. Levinson, you were going to make a motion.
Well, I'm not sure right now what I'm going to do, because there's a lot of different ways this has gone in the discussion. I think the proclamation was a good suggestion, but it kind of seems to me that we're going to move from our presentations to proclamations, which we tried to move away from having the presentations at every board meeting and looked at a different way of doing it. And if we now start with proclamations, we're going to have those at every board meeting too, I believe. So
I had a comment too.
I can just say that AA2, I can't support because I don't know the organization and I can't find any information on it. So at this point, I don't know how to suggest, Ms. Myrick, what we do with AA2. Because I'm not sure I want to vote down something that's being brought forward, or are there other options?
I think that I would just defer them till the next board meeting and let staff come back and let them talk with Mr. Runcie and Jeff and look into it and to see if they want to come back with a resolution or a proclamation or how they want to handle it. But if you defer it, then they can bring it back. And if they decide to do a proclamation, then they'll vote down the resolution and vote up the proclamation. So that's probably what I would still just go ahead and defer it and let them come back with some additional information for the board.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to defer them, but I want to make sure in particular that, policy references are kept out, because that is not something we do. That's the job of the board. And that we do not include data sharing and assessments unless it's very specific as to what you're going to be doing. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to defer AA1 and AA2 to the June board meeting. Mr. Moquin, what's that date?
June 9th.
To June 9th.
I'll second it, Ms. Good.
So moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Good. Is there any additional comment on the motion to defer? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer AA1 and AA2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. AA1 and AA2 have been deferred. Thank you for the conversation. May I please have a motion and a second? Do we want to move AA3 and E10 together? I think I had a colleague ask that we go ahead and do that.
Chair?
Yes, motion.
Ms. Good, I think you need, I mean, Ms. Korn, I'm sorry, I think you need to do EE10 first.
That's
and
what I
then
was
do
gonna
the
ask.
AA3.
I need to do E10. Sorry, say that one more time.
E10, whichever one it is. I'm sorry. Yes, E10.
It's E10.
Yes, I was gonna, so you want me to do it before I do the AA number? All right, that's fine. I was gonna move them together,
Yes,
but
please.
can I have a motion and a second on E10, please?
Motion. Move. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on E10?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E10.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Moser.
didn't second that motion. It wasn't me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who seconded the motion? Okay.
I didn't, but I will.
What?
This is Claire Brinkward.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Brinkworth seconded the motion. Thank you. I know it takes a minute because we're all on pause. So we're on E10. The motion to be seconded, moved and seconded. It did not have any public comment, and I do have Ms. Good on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, it takes a minute to get prepared. I gather that this is somewhat a follow-up to an item that we had in January to have an entity look at ways that the district could save money regarding multiple things, including utilities. And so this essentially is the contract, and I guess it's the same entity that did the work for us and did the assessment as to how we can find ways to save some dollars. So my question specifically to this item is, and I don't know, because this item is presented by Ms. Cooper and Mr. Riddlemoser, not Mr. Perone. So, oh, and Mr. So we got a couple of people on here. Okay. So in looking at the item itself, it speaks to over $4.5 million of improvements of a multitude of things, including equipment. So I wanted to understand if that's going to impact anything that we're already including as part of the SMART program.
This is Rob
Mr.
Gindersek.
Gindersek, respond.
How are you?
Great, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miss Good, we worked collaboratively with the facilities department to make sure that it did not affect anything they were doing. This is all basically LED lighting. What we kind of focused in on was the schools that had what they call the T12 lamps and the magnetic ballast, which they don't even manufacture anymore. So we're going from 34 watt down to potentially 11 watt per lamp, 24,000 lamps fixtures to be exact. We're looking at water conservation measures too. In the same project, so we'll have low flow toilets, low flow urinals, and things of that nature. But work very closely with facilities department to make sure we weren't any duplication of effort.
I guess part of what they're doing also requires. So what we're dealing with here, is it going to have any increase in our maintenance costs?
Actually, it's the contrary to that. You should not have any maintenance. It's going to be less maintenance cost because these fixtures, these lamps will last a lot longer than the original ones that are in there now. So what you're doing is basically putting in brand new fixtures, brand new lamps, retrofitting the fixtures. You should not have to touch these fixtures for years. So it's the contrary effect. It should affect the maintenance side on a positive note versus having to do any extra work.
But don't these contracts have somewhat of a required set of requirements of, maintenance, and so they want to make sure that we're doing all the things that they asked us to do to make sure that the outcomes are the positive outcomes that they're looking for. So doesn't this entity have to come in and kind of ascertain that there are actual savings being accomplished?
Yes, ma'am. These are called a utility bill comparison, which happens to be in my shop. We'll be doing that. And it's basically comparing it to simplify it. It's a little bit more difficult, but to simplify, you're going to be comparing the utility bill from the prior month to that month after construction is done. We can't do any of this until actually the last lamp is installed, if you will. And then we start what we call the measurement and verification process. So we'll have, this is called a utility bill comparison. And we'll take these 9 schools out and take them out of the equation, and then we'll start following those and making sure that we're actually making the savings that they guarantee. And then the savings will then turn over, which is where Mr. Perone comes in. We take that savings and go ahead and pay the note that we have borrowed to install this equipment.
So this entity is not going to be responsible for that verification. It's going to be you and your staff?
Well, it's a team effort. We have to prove to them that they either made the savings or they did not. So yes, they're going to be involved in the entire process, but we provide them with the information because it's our information, and then they look and they have somebody on their side that will actually, we verify their work, I guess is what it is. So yes, ma'am, they are part of the whole process for the period, but we provide them with the utility bill comparison. It's not. If you recall back when we did the original phase, and I believe you were pretty new on the board at that time, we actually had chillers and things of that nature. Those are a lot more difficult to verify that savings than a lamp would be. If you're going to go from a 34-watt lamp down to 11-watt lamp, we're going to see the savings pretty drastic, pretty quick as soon as we get those done. It is a little bit easier. There's still work to be done, but not as comprehensive as we had when we had chiller change outs. If you recall, we did thermal storage systems and all that. That was a little more comprehensive than we have now. So the company Johnson Controls is going to be involved, but it still comes back to us to make sure that we're verifying the savings that they say they're accruing. Does that make sense?
It does. I love how you speak this lingo.
Been doing it for a while.
So the $4.5 million in improvements is all focused on lighting? Primarily?
Yes, ma'am, because we did kind of venture into the facilities world. They are doing some chiller change outs and things like that, and we found we couldn't make the chillers work on a couple of these schools. So yes, it basically is water and lighting at this point. Even though FP&L is offering some rebates for those thermal storage systems, we weren't able to make them work this time. They're not as robust as they were back in the day. IES FP&L still offers them, but not like they did back in the early 2000s.
And so I know that this is JCI, right? That's the name of the entity. They're the ones that we had the item in January. I think it was a cost of like 172,000 something.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're required to use that same entity for this work?
Yes, ma'am. We offered it out to other vendors. They weren't the only one, but Johnson Controls came back with what we wanted on this phase. As if you recall, back in the early phases, we had what we call COPS money. And we just had money, and we just took and used that money. This is a different approach nowadays, and with the work from Mr. Perone, he did an awesome job working with us. As he found a way to borrow the money. Basically, Johnson Controls borrowed the money for 1.43%, I believe it was. Ivan, is that the case?
Yeah.
So they have the financial liability, and the school board doesn't. Now we have to pay it back, obviously, but they're absorbing the financial liability. Johnson Controls was the only one that come to the table that was able to do that for us this time.
Okay, so and that was my other question. So I know there's other entities out there, and I know statute allows you great flexibility for this kind of, performance type of measure. So you felt that this was the one that gave us the best situation for our district?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Love the fish in the background.
You like that, huh? I'm sure there's a Jimmy Buffett song somewhere in here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any of my colleagues who are going to comment, but I am going to take the opportunity because I know I shared back in January how exciting this is. The fact that Mr. Jędrusek, you have forged and pushed this ahead every step of the way, and the fact that we do have our CFO's support as well as her staff. So thank you very, very much for helping support this and putting this together. Just if you can confirm that the cost for the borrowing of the money is also captured in what we are going to have covered based on projected savings.
Ivan, or me?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure, since we did call out the fact that there was going to be a borrowing cost, that the borrowing cost was also, and I just want to make sure, and I know Rob, you mentioned this the last time we brought this forward, but this isn't just cost savings. I would say just as importantly it's the improvement of the lighting. It's really improving our facilities. So not only are we saving money, not only are we saving energy, right? So we're being cost conscious, we're being green with this move, but we're also improving the environment for our students. So this really truly is a win-win. I love that Johnson Controls took on that position in terms of the financing aspect of it, but I'm thrilled. I am looking forward to the other places where we can go. Obviously, we don't want to impose on other progress that we're making in the district with the bond, but this is exciting, and I am looking forward to us continuing to explore where else can we do something like this. I believe Ms. Good had one additional thing she wanted to share. Ms. Good?
Yes, just real quick on that 172,000 from the item back in January. Does that money get rolled into this in some way, or it's a fee that we're going to have to fund? Since it's the same entity that's going to be doing this, I didn't know if within the contract, I couldn't find it, if the $172,000 cost for doing this assessment gets somehow absorbed into this contract that's before us, since they're the same entity.
I'm sure it rolled in. That's how it was the last time. I'll have to double check that and get back with you. But I believe it rolled right into the project. What it was an upfront capital cost if we did not move forward.
Right.
Because they physically did the work and they were entitled to what they, it was a cost per square foot. If I recall, 3 cents or something like that amount. But I'll double check that and make
Madam
sure.
Chair?
I'm pretty sure it rolled into the overall cost.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I also have Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray, did you ask to speak? I think somebody said Ms. Corn.
I'm sorry, Ms. Corn. It's the other person on the line with the Boston accent, Mrs.
Oh.
Marte.
I'm so sorry. It is all yours, Ms. Marte.
I'm certainly happy to be confused with my fellow Bostonian. I can confirm that Mr. Jędrusek's assessment is correct. The 172 is offset into this financing.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Marte. With that, and again, thank you to the collective effort in being proactive on this item. With that, all of those in favor of E10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. E10 passes unanimously. Thank you to staff. If I could please have a motion and a second on AA3.
So moved. Rupert?
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth? Yes?
Yes.
If I could have any, I do not see any public comments on AA3, Mr. Moquin.
That is correct, Madam Chair. There's no public comment on AA3.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Good again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'm sorry, I was reviewing some of the items late last night, so I didn't get my question in. But it's just on this one. Wanted to understand from our finance department, why we went, if someone can explain why we went to Bank of America, Public Capital, and if we looked at other entities as far as financing. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to our treasurer, Ivan Perone, who worked on this deal.
Thank you. Mr. Perone?
Yes, we do have a master lease arrangement with Bank of America. So therefore, that's the reason why we use them. We also did a market analysis based on the rate that they provided. And they came in cheaper, half a percentage point less than the other banks like Wells, Citibank, and Chase.
Okay, well, that's all I was looking for. I didn't see that information in the backup, and I needed to understand how the decision was made. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I do not have any other colleagues that were asking to speak to the item.
Yes,
With
Ms.
that-
Horn, could I just make a comment?
Oh, sure, Ms. Levinson, sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to say that information is in the item about comparing it to the market rate. And I just want to thank Mr. Perone and Mr. Jindrusek for working on this. And I know, Mr. Perone, we mentioned you last meeting with the cops, and so now you got a double congratulations on working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry,
mention
can
too-
somebody point to where that is in the item?
It's the second paragraph from the bottom, the last sentence.
Under the executive summary?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you.
Thank
Of
you
all
very much.
Okay.
I think that was all, unless I had another colleague. I wasn't sure if I heard another colleague.
Ms. Corn, this is Ms.
Ms. Brinkworth, yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I apologize. I just wanted to also say thank you to staff, and I didn't jump in on E10, so I'll say it now, for this opportunity. And just if we can reiterate that the savings that the district realizes from the installation of these lights, from this reconfiguration, will be paying for the financing. And I just want to make sure that's crystal clear to the community and those who are listening.
Yeah. That is correct.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. To my colleagues, all those in favor of AA3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. AA3 passes unanimously. If I could have a motion and a second on CC1 through CC6.
So
Thank
moved.
you.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input on CC1 through CC6, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items CC1 through CC6.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert on CC1 specifically.
Yes, thank you. I saw the backup and I wanted to hear once again about the manager district security operations. I was happy to see most of the other jobs did not go up for compensation, but this one did. So it's moving from a 60, it's going up about 100,000. I'm sorry, about 10,000. Whoa, sorry about that. 10,000. So can you explain to me just very succinctly about, what led in? I understand that you looked at market, et cetera, but why the change here?
Mrs. Rupert, hi, it's Brian Katz, Chief
Hey,
Safety
Brian.
Security Officer. So for this particular role, when we had originally scoped out the roles, we had two different sort of, we'll call them departments that we were creating. We were creating a protective research group that the board approved those roles. There's a number of positions there. And then we had our district security operations center role. When we initially talked about it, what we talked about was technically ending up with either a lead over that protective research group or another manager over that protective research group. And then we have our manager or operations center. Because of the candidate who we hired for the district security operations center manager role, having that background as well, what we did is we actually consolidated those two roles where he gets a slight increase for that, moving that role up. But instead of having two managers, we have one manager managing the two groups.
Got it on that. And I'm looking at this. I apologize, but yes, I'm on like two different computers to be able to unmute myself. And then on the other one with all the dots.
So Yeah, so for me, comparing it to two managers, it was a significant savings for the district that I was trying to accomplish.
Got it. So I think this is probably where my morning question came from as I'm looking at it. Knowing that we moved a lot of people out of that TSSC building to the high school area where they are now. How many people did you leave in place there? And then the second part was I was concerned about coming into hurricane season, and the place where you moved the most of your security people is, do we have a backup generator that works, a whole backup generator? Because that's extremely important.
So it's important to note that we are maintaining both locations, Mr. Rupert. So that's a great question. Ultimately, we are maintaining both locations so that if during a storm we had some kind of outage, the other location still exists. As it relates to the staffing model, I don't want to get into that in the public. I'm happy to either give you a confidential follow-up or for that to be a closed door. But because that is going to be our model about sort of capabilities for our new operations center, I don't want to get into the specifics of what we do or don't have in either location.
Okay, fair enough. And I agree with you there. Just we'll have a conversation offline on that because I have some suggestions, not concerns, just suggestions.
Happy to hear them. Thank you, ma'am.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Double
I don't
check
have
your hold on. I think I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay, I did not have any other colleagues signed up for this. Was there any other questions?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Was this the organizational chart question?
Yes, this was the organizational chart for chief safety, security, and emergency preparedness.
Oh, sorry. That's where my other question was. I apologize.
So this is a CC, right?
This is CC1 through CC6.
These are job descriptions, Madam Chair. The org chart is item II1.
Oh, you're asking about, yes. No, one is the job description for the position you were just referring to.
Yes.
2 is the analyst. 3 goes down to a trainer.
Right. And then II1 is the org chart, Jeff. Is that what it is?
Yeah, this is not the org chart itself.
Okay. I will hold my comment till II1 then on my second half.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No worries. So all those in favor of CC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. CC 1 through 6 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by, was that Ms. Levinson?
No, but I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I thought I heard your voice. I have comments. Mr. Moquin, I do not see any public comment. Can you confirm?
There is no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this report is for the February-March term, and of the 73 files processed, it said 29 were either withdrawn, a total of 29 either withdrawn or denied, 44 were approved. And of those 44, 14 were new certifications, 22 were renewals, and 8 were tri-county reciprocal. So my question is, with regard to what this looks like compared to last year, because I know we've had some reorganization and we have people working on this, and I just want to make sure that through the time of February and March, there weren't any obstacles to achieving the certifications, or if we feel like we were comparable to what was done last year. And then just asking about, through this time of virtual processes and virtual outreach and things like that, what are we doing differently to ensure that we are continuing with our program?
This is Robert Ballou, Officer of the Economic Development and Diversity and Compliance Office, through the chair. March, to be honest, was very, very light. The second week of, or third week of March, when the school cancellations happened and we really went into the COVID period, it caused a big pause from applicants as well as our work processing, at least for that first week. So the month of March was extremely light relative to previous March. February was normal, March was light. You've gone into my April report that you'll get next month. But April, the team is working fully functioning by the last week of March, was fully functioning, working remote, and businesses were starting to apply and work certifications. So yes, we were down for probably about a week and a half uh, in terms of level of activity and productivity, but fully re-engaged in the month of April. Our outreach has changed from in-person events to virtual events, launching social media campaigns as well, active on Twitter and LinkedIn to engage with businesses where they are. We've transitioned in this environment to support our businesses and still maintain certification activity.
Okay, thank you for that. The other part of this item, I believe, was the B2G Now progress timeline. Is that correct? And thank you for your response on the workflow and how it has been impacted by the pandemic. But I wanted to better understand, and I know that our small business committee made some comments about the good work that's being done. But I did notice that on this report, there have been some
Ms. Brinkworth, you're frozen. I don't know if you can hear us. Maybe if you could turn off your video and just go to the microphone for a few minutes.
No?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm not sure how much you heard, but I know the Small Business Committee made some comments in support. And I just wanted to know if, based on the comments you made about recertification and perhaps some of the slowdown that has occurred in response to the pandemic, whether or not this has been a focus and whether or not the same people are working on both, because I just want to make sure we're working as quickly as possible to implement what we have acquired.
Yes, with the if you will, the change in frequency or activity with certification, we were also able to redeploy team members. So we also what we created internally is a business intelligence and process management team that are singularly focused on bringing B2G Now to implementation. In this report, in the March report, B2G Now was a little off track because of the challenges we're having with implementation. But now at the time that we're talking now, B2G is back on track for being soft launch in June and full implementation in August. So again, we've utilized this time to redeploy resources to make sure both B2G Now and our REBA update process is completed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your response.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, thank you. I had a question. How are you, Ms. Perdue?
I am doing perfectly fine. Thank
I'm
you.
always happy to see your smiling face. My question is on the timeline aspect, and I'm looking here, sorry. I guess it's on the B2G Now, just the timeline, the two-pager. On the second page, we are at risk for the data import, and I get that, and I read the notes, and I'm okay understanding that. But then if you skip down one to the three that aren't started yet, is the contract header, the contract payment, and the compliance letter template. Of all the above, the bottom two that I just read are extremely important. We've discussed this about making sure that our vendors are getting paid on time, and we're being compliant in that aspect to make sure that the contract payment to them is happening, but also that they're on track. So can you give us a little, a succinct answer to why we're a little behind and how we're gonna fix it?
Yeah, since the writing of this report, this is one of the challenges of the delayed reporting.
Delay.
Since the writing of this report, we've had positive meetings with our finance team, as well as working with contract compliance within PWS. So the contract payment and the compliance letter template are not issues, and you won't see that as issues on the April report.
All I gotta say is, bam, that's how it should happen. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not have any additional colleagues unless I hear any now. All those in favor of item E1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E2?
So moved.
So moved, Mrs. Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on E2, Mr. Moakland?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to leave the video off in efforts to help with the fact that we have bad weather, and I think it's impacting my connectivity. The pre-qualification of contractors, when I reviewed the report, several times I had commented in the past with regard to the numbers of pre-qualified vendors in different categories. And what I've noticed over time is that we are certifying more state contractors and not as many specific quote unquote subcontractors, if you will, or specialty contractors. And so I'm just curious if that is a result of those individuals holding dual licenses, or if we are if we're actively seeking those types of certifications over a specialty certification. If someone could just answer that question, because my fear is that when we use state contractors or general contractors, we could be paying an additional cost supporting overhead that we wouldn't necessarily maybe be supporting with a smaller specialty contractor.
So, good afternoon. Through the chair, I'll lead in, and I believe Ms. Coker is on cue to follow up. So you have provided feedback, Board Member Brinkworth, in the past about specific trades, if you will, where we had low certifications. So what we've done in the since or over the recent past is we've actually started doing what we call campaigns, where we actually go out for a specific trade and do some outreach. We've done that in the area of painting, we've done it in elevators, and we've done it in fire alarms. In some of those areas, we've had some success, and some that we didn't. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that the team is doing is being a little bit more proactive in targeting specific trades. As it relates to state versus specialty, if Ms. Coker's on the line, I would like to defer that question to her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. As Mr. Woods alluded to, indeed, we have in our department emphasized on specific trades, commodities, and we've done several campaigns. I am happy to say that I believe this is the first report that we actually have 10 renewals and 10 new pre-qual firms, which is definitely a demonstration of our efforts in the outreach and campaigning we're doing for the pre-qualification. I do want to just clarify that subcontractors are not required to be pre-qualified if they are functioning in the capacity as a subcontractor under a GC. So we do have subcontractors that come in and become pre-qualified, but they would be acting in the capacity as a prime vendor in that case. I do see also the increase of the state. It's because since we have significant more amount of hard bids, it's more attractive to the state or general contractors, obviously, to want to do business with us. And again, the increase is a result of the push that we have and to the responding firms participating. So there's not a specific reason why, but based on the push and the community right now, we're definitely getting a lot of more state contractors that are wanting to do business with us. As I mentioned, the general contractors to be able to respond to those hard bids. And we continue to push for the trade smaller organizations as well. So we have I could say maybe just going back a year, and I did a very minor analysis early on this last month. We just compared from where we were last year to this year, and we have increased the amount of pre-qualified vendors, and we continue to increase the amount of pre-qualified companies that are interested in doing business with us.
Thank you, Ms. Coker. And I just want to say I misspoke when I used the word subcontract. I really meant specialty contractor. And so I appreciate your clarification with regard to that fact that we don't pre-qualify our subcontractors. But in looking at the list of some of these specialties, I don't know how often we have the need to utilize them. And so I don't know if it's something we can look at as a district. How often are we procuring these services through a general contractor who ultimately then hires a sub, which then is causing us to pay an additional price? Or do we contract with our pre-qualified specialty vendors? So I'll give you a couple examples, like seal coating is one and test and balance is another. And so I just want to see if we're doing any analysis with regard to that. Are we typically paying for those types of services through a general contractor, or are we utilizing the specialty vendors? And it's not something that you need to answer at this time, but it's just something that I think as a board, we need a little bit of insight into whether or not we are utilizing the best avenue to procure the services at the least cost to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brinkworth. I don't have any other board members listed. Are there any other comments? Thank you for all the input from staff. Those in favor of E2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Can I just get a quick roll call? I just want to make sure that I have everyone here. Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good? Okay, I'll come back to Ms. Good. Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
And Ms. Good, are you with us at the moment? Okay, so we have 8 in favor of E2. Thank you very much. So may I please have a motion and a second on E5?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any audience input on E5? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, there's no public comment on item E5.
Okay, thank you so much. I have Ms. Rupert on E5.
Yes, it's a simple one, and I apologize to staff that I didn't get to it, but last night was tough. What theme is next year? You don't have to tell me now, you can just send it in. I was very impressed with seeing that the topics that were over the last few years, and wanted to know what our children had to look forward to when we come back. So
this is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. We will get it to the entire board. Thank you.
Awesome. It's a great program. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, that was easy. All those in favor of E5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. I just want to check on my attendance again, if I could. Miss Alhadeff?
Yes.
Miss Brinkworth?
Yes.
Miss Bartleman?
Yes.
Miss Good? Miss Levinson?
Yes.
Miss Murray?
Yes.
Miss Rupert?
Here.
Dr. Osgood?
Here.
Okay, so I do not have Miss Good, but we do have the other 8 members. So E5 passes unanimously with the 8 board members. May I please have a motion and a second on E6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Miss Murray, second by Miss Rupert. Miss Murray? Oh, sorry, I do not see any public comment. Mr. Moquin, is that correct?
That is correct. We received no public comment for item E6.
Thank you. Miss Murray?
Yes, I just had a question in regards to this indicates scrap metal, but we also a few months ago had a tentative item on the board to take care of obsolete video equipments, TVs, and etc. Is this part of it, or is this just a separate item with very specific?
Good afternoon, Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. If Mr. Woods, you allow me to begin, and if you want to add anything, then you can. So, Ms. Murray, that's a great point. You're absolutely right. We came back to the board, I believe it was in February, and we brought forth the recycling surplus program for computers, all sort of IT technology equipment as part of the Smart Bond and Refreshing program. So that's specific to IT and that type of equipment. This is related to all types of metals. Normally, when there's retrofits or there's moving and there's a lot of work and maintenance, we have a lot of overages of metals, so we scrap them, and we use those monies that they return back into the general funds. And my department, warehousing services, oversees all of the surplus and recycling and selling of the scrap metal to, in this case, Capital Scrap Metal is the vendor that we use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not have any of my colleagues on E6 unless there's any additional comments. If we could mute our microphones, that would be fantastic.
Some additional information that counters what they're saying.
So can we please mute our microphones? I'm hearing a lot of feedback in the back.
And there's questions.
It's Ms. Myrick, I believe, Ms.
Ms.
Korn.
Myrick, can you mute your microphone for me,
I just
please?
muted her. Madam
Thank
Chair, I
you.
just muted her.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of E6, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E6 passes unanimously with 8 board members. May I please have
I'm online.
Ms. Good?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, just to clarify, were you here for the E5 vote?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No worries, no worries. I just didn't want to have missed you in the vote.
No, I'm back. Thank you.
Okay. May I please have a motion and a second on EE1?
So moved.
Moved by
Rupert.
Ms. Rupert, second by
I'll second it. It's good.
Ms. Good. Thank you so much. Any audience input on EE1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there was no public comment for item EE1.
Thank you.
And Ms. Korn, I don't know if I was the only one for EE1 and 2 and 3, but if others don't mind, we can take all 3 together. Because
You're
mine
the
was
only
just
ones
a
on
comment.
EE2 and 3, so let's, if we could, Ms. Rupert, I'd like to move EE1, 2, and 3 collectively. If you could motion a second, sorry, move that.
So moved.
Thank you. And Ms. Good, you second it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Ms. Levinson. We're on EE1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Korn. EE1, I just wanted to commend, there are a lot of teachers, magnet coordinators from schools who have put in grants. I want to congratulate them for going the extra mile, as well as some of the staff members. I also want to recognize the Job for Florida's graduates in our high schools again this year. A lot of nice grants awarded to these high schools and middle school, also middle school. And the other one I wanted to comment on is the Miami Dolphins and the United Way for giving us food security grants in order to be able to provide adult meals at the district's food distribution sites. Thank you to both of them. And again, National Science Foundation, Dr. Milenkovic, who is always submitting grants for that. And I also want to recognize our 3 directors of our technical colleges who were awarded a $2.4 million allocation from the CARES Act Relief Fund for taking the initiative to receive that grant. And Also, Christy Bradford in CTACE for the post-secondary Build Your Future program with the University of Central Florida, continuing that wonderful program that was started in the CTACE department. And then I'm just going to move very quickly to E2. And I really just wanted to comment on E2, EE2 and EE3. When I spoke at the last workshop, I spoke about going after large grants and really being creative in our thinking now, with revenue being lost and more to be lost. And I know I sounded like a broken record for many years. I'm going to get back on my soapbox and hope that we're going to go after these larger foundation grants who are looking for innovation, and our district is perfect to go after them. One such is EE2, that Angela Brown, they've done tremendous work with TIF before, and now they're seeking a $19.5 million grant from the United States Department of Education for the Teacher and School Leader Incentive Program. I hope that that can continue. They've added some new aspects to that as well. So I wish them success in getting that grant. And then I also wanted to mention Dr. Daryl Diamond on, it's very hard to go back and forth on this, but Dr. Daryl Diamond on the Digital Promise Global grant as well, which will be for 5 of our middle schools, and they'll be paying for part of the coach. We'll be paying for the other part of the coach out of Title I, and all our students and teachers will be receiving devices and data plans. And so that's another large grant, $18 million grant. So I want to congratulate those who are really thinking that way and hope that we can encourage other staff members to go after these grants. Thank you.
So through the chair, if I can just add one comment.
Okay, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Levinson, for that recognition. I think these are great opportunities. We have a decentralized model with grants, and to achieve your challenge, which we appreciate, it is going to entail us working across the district with a lot of the individual grants managers to not only identify, but then to apply for these with strong applications. And I just want to recognize that it is a concerted effort, and then I want to recognize you for continually challenging us to do better in this space. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn?
Thank you, Mr. Woods. And I just look forward to the grants department continuing to work with the departments and leading the way on accessing some of those grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I will add you to the list. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the sentiments of my colleague with regard to EE1 and actually her comments with regard to the district staff going after grants to support our work as we go forward out of this pandemic situation. And I wanted to say a special thank you to the Miami Dolphins for their $125,000 and the United Way for their $54,750 for supporting adult meals. It was a critical component for our community, and I just wanted to reiterate that thanks. And then I just want to give a shout out to Coach Thomas at Northeast High School for acquiring a $10,000 grant from Dix to support the girls track team. And it's an example of how our teachers are utilizing it to support classroom activities, but also to support programs that are important to our schools where funding might not necessarily be available otherwise. So thank you again to all those teachers and staff who went after grants to support our schools.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, and I will be brief. My 2 colleagues that went before had mentioned all the ones for Florida graduates at Deerfield Beach High School, the Miami Dolphins United Way, and the CARES Act, but I wanted to also not forget in all these that C. Robert Markham received $4,000 from the Florida Education Foundation to further their distance learning. They received that mini grant, and they'll be using it for online learning for their 589 PK to 5th grade students. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Murray.
Yes, I just want to make a remark under, was it EE2 here? EE3, in regard to the grant and the fact that this grant targets our Title I schools, and I'm fortunate to have one of my middle schools to be involved in the pilot program for this, to give students in our economically deprived communities the opportunity to be competitive with the world and to open their eyes and challenge them to reach, well, let's say reach the stars. But I am so, and thank you, Dr. Diamond, for your efforts on this. I know a lot of hard work went into procuring these grants. So again, thank you to staff.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to just mention, I was very happy to see an expansion of our support for the algebra project, anything and everything we can do around support for our students in math. And then I'm just going to call out, not going to take the time to read each one, but specifically our leadership and our support staff at Markham Elementary, Dillard 6 through 12, Northeast High School, South Plantation High, Olson Middle, Miramar High, MacArthur High, and South Broward High School all went after individual grants with everything that they have on their plates right now with distance learning and making this transition to still be pursuing these opportunities. I just kudos to you every day for going above and beyond and to seeing the value in continuing this effort. So thank you so very much. I don't have any other colleagues listed on this item, so unless I hear otherwise. Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get in as I'm trying to multitask and eat.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes, Dr. Osgood.
It's that time of the day where I'm hungry, so I'm trying to eat my mango. But I wanted to just commend all of those that's very challenging right now in COVID-19 as you are working and grinding in the different facets of our organization, trying to meet the needs of community and writing grants. So it is to be commended that our staff is still going to this length to secure grants while juggling with this uncharted territory and having to do our work in a new way. Thank you to the Dolphins and those that came along to help us. You really can't feed children without giving their parents food as well. So thank you to Mr. Runcie and the staff that we were doing it anyway, even when we didn't have the funding. But now we have some people that have stepped up to help us. I just also want to say in closing, at the district, we do way more than educate children. We have kind of become a one-stop shop for families in this community, and families really rely on us and appreciate all of the hardworking things that we do. I've been very involved with Nardia Clock and the feeding distribution and all the different community sites that she's coordinating. So we know we can be very proud that we're going above and beyond to respond to COVID-19. And our staff is just working really hard in many different ways to be to provide services to this community. So thank you guys again for your hard work, and all of the recognition that's given today on this item is certainly due.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osgood. With that, all those in favor of EE 1, 2, and 3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second. I think that was Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Any audience input on EE4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE4.
Okay, thank you. Have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. Out of the 12,500 devices, how many were already distributed to the students?
Good afternoon, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. We've distributed, as of, I believe, last month, the count was at 3,066 devices.
Okay, and was that number cross-referenced when we distributed computers to the students for online learning, whether they already received a computer?
So the 3,066 devices are phones that were distributed to high school students. And that was separate from the computer distribution.
Okay, because it does say, I guess it could also be a laptop? No?
I think the laptop piece is how the agreement, that's the language of the agreement, but the reality of what we're doing is we're not distributing laptops through the Sprint 1 million program.
Okay, so because my other question was going to be is if, because I think we're in the 4th year and this is a 5-year program, if we were able to expedite how many were being distributed. And so we don't have an option to give laptops, you're saying?
We're not doing it through that program because we have other capacity with the district issued laptops. We've given out 90,000 so far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Can I please have all those in favor of EE4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Are you okay, Ms. Corn?
Yes, that's what I get for eating an apple while I'm trying to run a meeting.
Sorry.
And I was caught off guard. Thank you for asking. Any opposed to EE4? EE4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second on EE5?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE5.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Murray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's a requirement that we post, that we have an item for our open and closing times, but I was a little concerned because we're still in the planning stages and we really don't know what's going to happen in August. So is this just a tentative or just to meet the requirements that we have post times? Because I don't want the general public to be confused as we may be making adjustments as August draws closer.
Yeah, so Maurice Woods, thank you for the question, Ms. Murray, because I do believe that it helps clarify for the general public. This is an item that we know that with COVID-19, the new school year is going to look significantly different. But we start in February on our new school opening plan, and we have milestones that we execute against in that plan. And this is one of those milestones. So we're bringing this forward based on what we know today, which is not a lot, about what school is going to look like in mid-August. So we're bringing it forward more so as kind of checking off our requirement with the anticipation that once we get closer to the scenarios and what the school day would look like, once we get more information on how social distancing is going to impact our routes, we will then come back with a revised bell time item. Rolando Alvarez, Kay Blake, is there anything you want to add to that?
Hi, this is Kay Blake, Director of Transportation. No, what you said reflects that we're bringing it forward, but we understand that we may need to make changes based on school board decisions as how school will look for 2020, 2021.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Rolando Alvarez, newly appointed Executive Director for Transportation. I want to definitely concur with Mr. Woods in the fact that yes, indeed, we presenting these opening and closing time with the understanding that we will be ready for adjustments depending upon the direction of the board. So thank you for that, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you, and congratulations, Rolando.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murray.
Okay, I just wanted to, staff knows what we're doing. It's just sometimes that when the public sees something printed or advertised, they think it's concrete. So I just want to make the general public aware that as time goes on and our plannings become more concrete, that there may be adjustments in the transportation issues so that they know that things could change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions were answered by staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. It was partially answered with Ms. Murray's question. So my two additional comments for this were where and what will be our hybrid backup plan and when? When we'll be able to know that? And also, now you get me coughing, will teachers be able to have flexibility in these hours? So I think that's a key element that needs to be added to that conversation as well. Okay, thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Korn?
you very much. Yes.
On the hours, it's a little jump like everyone else is making. I have to tell you, the high school kids love their own schedule and sleeping in. And as we're looking at this and all the hybrid models, since we know the research is out there that supports later start times for high schools, I would also hope that that's something we consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do not see any additional comments from my colleagues. All those in favor of EE5, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE6 and 7?
Move, Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Good. Can I have a second, please?
Second, Brinkworth.
Thank you. Second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input on EE6 and 7, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we've received no public comment on items EE6 or EE7.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moquin. I have to my colleagues, Ms. Good.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quick. I know we all know how fabulous Latinos in Action is. Just very happy this item's before us. You know, I really can't say enough about the program and what it's done to empower our youth in our schools. And when you see the list of all the schools participating, it really, again, warms your heart that we have these many schools and, of course, these many students participating in Latinos in Action. And it's probably, I just wanted to say, it's probably even more than those that are listed, because many of these schools mentor with elementary school students. And so the list is even, I think, greater than what this is depicting as far as outreach to our students. So again, I will be supporting this item, and I thank staff for bringing it forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert, are you still with us? Okay, I know Ms. Rupert did have to step away at some point today, so she may not be with us at the moment. Do
Ms.
any of my
Cohen?
other colleagues? Yes?
Yes, Ms. Murray.
Yes, Ms. Murray?
You know, I have to reiterate what Ms. Good said. I mean, what we've seen here with Latinos in Action, as far as reaching our students within the schools, it goes much farther than that. I have to reflect some of the participation I've had with my students at different schools, and the outreach to parents, and to bring parents in, especially the non-English speaking parents, so that they really get an understanding and an opportunity to see what's available for their students. As we notice, many of these children maybe the first ones graduate from high school and hopefully going on to college. So this program has really helped so many people, especially in my district, and I know Patty has a large Hispanic population in her district also. So kudos to those that are all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of EE6 and E7, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Can I just get a quick roll call? Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Good?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood? Ms. Rupert? And I vote in the affirmative. So I believe we had 8 board members that were present for the vote. So we're going to move on to item EE8. Just a reminder to my colleagues, I know that we want to be very supportive and be able to share. Just know that we have 65 items ahead of us still. So there are still 65 items we have not brought forward. So with that, may I please have a motion and a second on EE8?
So moved, I'm back.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Olive. Any public comment, Mr. Moquit?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment for item EE8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Olive.
So my question is for EE8, why would this be coming from the safety budget? Partially being funded by the safety budget?
So I'm waiting. Sorry for the delay. I was waiting for Miss Coker. We were changing text, and I think she was going to take the lead. She may be speaking on mute. Ms. Coker, can you address that?
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I think I'm going to start as it relates to maybe Mr. Sambase can address it specifically. I do know that with the use of this bid, which is for, carpet tiles, etc. It's used by several different departments, including the PPO when they're doing maintenance, when the smart renovations programs are also these vendors are being used. As it relates to safety budget, I do not have a response to the safety budget, and I do not know from the ask how much of that ask is actually directed to the safety. Maybe Mr. Sambase can identify whether that is correct or if it's a typo.
Thank you, Mary. This is Sam Bays, Director of PPO. Hi. The safety component of this occurs because often flooring is noted in the annual comprehensive safety inspection. And in those instances, the safety budget is used for replacement because we don't do very much carpeting in this district at all now, in comparison to what we have in the past, just because of budget constraints. So carpeting is replaced at the 11th hour when it is in really, really poor condition and must be replaced to avoid a tripping hazard or sometimes an indoor air quality problem.
Okay, and not that I want to be splitting hairs, but is it equally taken out of the different budgets? Like there's the safety, PPO, the different departments. Is it equally taken out to share the cost of this?
Actually, safety and environmental health and safety are the largest contributors to carpet replacement in the district.
Okay, so you're saying like if it's like a tripping hazard, you're considering that's a safety hazard?
Absolutely,
Okay.
it is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
It's on the annual. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Miss Levinson.
Yes. My question is, this is a piggyback to a state of Minnesota local government agency. Is there a reason why we went with this piggyback? Did we research this compared to other piggybacks and chose this one for a certain reason? Hopefully price.
Ms. Levinson, great question. Again, Mary Coker. Yes, that's a great question. The previous piggyback that we had related to flooring materials was with the state of Florida, of which the state of Florida decided not to renew the piggyback. Therefore, we could not continue to use the pricing that we had with the state of Florida. So at that time, at the time that we began working on this, they advised us that they were not going to renew. So we began searching for other piggybacks. And Sourcewell in comparison to the other piggybacks that we identified. We also reached out to Miami-Dade and West Palm Beach to see how they were doing this, and they actually are not on any piggybacks. They have
Yeah, I
their
saw those two in
Yes.
your backup.
They have their own set, but so this piggyback is indeed the most economical that we had, and most importantly, not only on the pricing factor, but they were the ones that met the scope of work from a technical specification that are the ones that are allowed by PPO standards. So they have the product that currently exists in our schools that we use in order for replacement of, carpet towels, etc. So it was the one that met our specifications the best and had the best pricing.
Okay, well, in the future, when we do this, I don't want to be tied in to a manufacturer because that's what we have in some of the schools. There are mills out there that can provide same type of products and for better prices sometimes. So I want to make sure the next time that we're not just doing it to have these same manufacturers, because there are other manufacturers that fit those specifications as well. I don't want us ever to be tied into one or two manufacturers where we may not be getting the best price due to that.
Well noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Now I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And this is one of the ones, so you can probably cross them off. EE 8, 10, 16, 19, 30, 31, 33. And my comment for all those was I noticed the verbiage that talks and says, due to the COVID-19, the spending authority requested covers the estimated amount for the first 12 months. And then additional spending authority to cover term of the piggyback will be requested in a future date. I will ask as when you bring back the item for an increased amount, that you also reference that we had already put $512,000 into this. So I don't want us to be able to forget that instead of being one item, this is really going to be split between two, and all those other EEs, that's the same comment. They would be one, but there will be split to two because of the phraseology that you guys use. Because of the COVID, you're not doing any spending authority after the one, just up to the 1 year, and then you'll bring it back. So it's just a reminder that it's not just one contract, it'll be two. So I want the whole picture when it comes back.
If I may, thank you for that comment. Just to clarify, so it is going to be one contract. The contract that we are bringing forth is for the entire allotted time. In this case, particularly with the flooring, which is the item that we were originally on, it is for 3 years. So the contract is for the same amount of time. Indeed, by us having to bring back this item next year or subsequent to every single year, God forbid we continue with a crisis, is actually a bigger burden on my department, but for sure is going to be mentioned as it's stipulated here for the reasons why we have to come back to the board next year and ask for more money, and hope that we're in a better position to be able to ask for the remaining of the contractual term as a spend authority. If not, we may have to do the same thing and come back a third year. So it all depends on where we are today. But regardless, we got to. Thank you.
I actually, sorry to cut you off, but the 512,000. So that's the total amount for the contract, or just 1 year?
That is just 1 year. If you look at the executive summary on page 2 of the executive summary, we left there what the average monthly expenditure is times the number of months. We would have originally asked for $1.7 million. Would we have asked for the entire 3 years?
Right.
It's actually 3 years and 5 months to be exact.
Okay, I get it, and I appreciate that, but and you will bring it back with that knowledge. I appreciate that. That's all. Thanks so much.
Okay, that's all I have in terms of my colleagues. Unless anyone else has any questions, all in favor of EE8, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE8 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second on EE9?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on EE9, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE9.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I was reviewing this item, I didn't understand why, if significant amount of spend authority was not utilized over previous bid periods, why spend authorities are being increased, if someone could help me with that. In some instances, they were increased, in some they remain only, actually in one of them, they remained the same.
So, Ms. Brinkworth, I'm gonna start with this. I don't know if Mr. Girardi is online. I don't think I see him, but I do have my backup.
What can I help you with?
He's here.
I wasn't
He's
listening.
here. If you want to defer to him for a moment.
Yes, because it's more of a technical question.
Okay. Mr. Girardi, could you assist?
I'll back up so you can see me. I was not listening at the time. I just heard my name. So could you repeat what the question was? Huh?
Sure. Yeah, Ms. Brinkworth is going to repeat.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. On item EE9, I noticed that a significant amount of the spend authority for many of the different disciplines was not utilized over the bid period, and I was wondering why the spend authorities are being increased.
Is right. This is the CSM.
I've got Ashley Carpenter here also, so she could also chime in on this. You're saying why a lot of the spend authority wasn't used?
No, I'm saying, okay. So let me just give an example. I'll do, for general contractors, 150 million was the original spend authority. The new spend authority is 369 million, and approximately 20 million was used in the last period. And the examples are similar for roofing and electrical and mechanical, where increases are being requested, but the amounts that were used of spend authority are significantly lower than what was approved. So why are we increasing spend authority?
You can speak to it.
I can start off by saying, from the workshops that we attended as it relates to the projects and bringing forth this CSMP, which we've had in the past as a vehicle by which the facilities group, or in this case, construction, uses for minor projects. I do know that we limited the use of those, and we were asked to bring forth projects that were under $200,000 at the request of the board. I'm sorry, $200,000. $200,000. So the goal here is, with the increase in minority participation, that we can shift more of the work to the small projects, so we can break them down, so there could be a larger response from the minority community as it relates to vendor participation. That is one of the factors as to why the increase in some of these specific trades. I don't know, Frank, if you want to add to that and be more specific.
Right, I'll let Ashley add, and then I can chime in.
Yes, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. I think one of the goals for this CSMP was just to get more vendors involved. So we don't have any intention of taking any smart projects to a CSMP that weren't really all originally planned to be CSMP, unless we're doing a specific carve out for reasons that might benefit the project financially, especially. But I think, we wanted to make sure that we had coverage on the different trades with different contractors. So when you end up adding up the potential for vendors to get contracts, it adds up to a lot, but it doesn't mean we're going to use all of that.
Right.
These projects that have been identified as CSMP, they're traditionally obviously the smaller projects, and we're not suddenly turning all of our smart projects into CSMP. We're still doing the ones we were planning on before. So
right, we're not looking. The thing we needed is we had a very small pool of contractors in the first CSMP. and some of them backed out, some of them we didn't want to use. So if each one had a certain amount of spend authority for that contractor, if we went from 5 to 10 contractors, that doubled our spend authority. So the spend authority increases, like Ashley said, it's more in the amount of contractors being added than dollars being added. And we needed the larger pool. We're not looking at a lot. Most of the CSMP has already been put out. We may have a few more, but it is a major tool in our toolbox. So the spend authority is there. Doesn't mean we're going to use it, but it's only there mainly because we increased our contractor pool.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say that doesn't make any sense to me based on the fact that the original spend authorities that were issued for the contract from 2017 to 2020, I mean, the original spend authorities for mechanical was 45 million, and the backup material said the spend was 266,000. The original spend authority for roofing and mechanical, you're proposing to keep the same at 45 million. Roofing was 120 million, and you're asking now for a spend authority of 150 million, and all that was used during that 3-year period was 4.5 million. So I'm having difficulty understanding why, and the numbers increase for each one of the rest of them on the information. So I don't understand why you're asking for additional spend authority for this term when in the last term significant amount of spend authority was left over.
I think the person that could answer that just came on board. Shari.
Yes, hi, Ms. Brinkworth. I wanted to jump in here a second to just talk about the spend authority in this. And I'm using the word spend authority a little lightly because again, these projects are all budgeted and this is just a tool like of assignment that we would utilize to do these projects. The reason for the increase is because of the number of firms that are awarded under a certain category. We have the maximum amount that they are capable of doing or that we're capable of utilizing them under this contract determined by firm. This was something we brought to the board. And then we were looking for a certain number of contractors within each category. So let's use DCs because that's the largest one that we attained and that we're recommending for award today. We were asking for 10 firms with the capability of assigning work to them at the amount in Group C of $30 million per firm. That's the maximum amount we could assign for already budgeted projects. Now, we do know that this wasn't utilized because, again, we're not going to put everything as CSMP. These have to be projects that are $2 million or less that can be assigned. But because of the way that this is written, that this is the maximum that we're able to use a firm for, this is still the total amount. And we wanted to make you aware that in the absolute best case scenario that we utilize this tool 100% of the time for all the projects and they all happen to fall under 2 million that you would see under CSMP. Now in the previous previous CSMP, you didn't see it because we didn't have a lot of under $2 million projects or projects that we wanted to put out utilizing the CSMP for what Frank, you heard mentioned before, that we couldn't make an agreement necessarily with them to do the work. We didn't feel that it may have been reasonable. So we still are exercising that judgment throughout the process. And we decided to go out to hard bid even on some of those projects because of that. But the tool is there in the case that we need to rush something and we don't have time to go through the whole procurement process, or it's just a better fit that we are able to go to the 10 firms that we have in the case of the GC Group C and say, hey, give us some quotes amongst each other, and we evaluate those quotes and go with the best choice for the time frame and for the value that we're getting from that contractor. So it's literally just because the amount per contract is set by firm that we have this astronomical amount that you're looking at. It will not be utilized. And again, I specifically don't like the use of the word spending authority in this because we're not using this as a spend. It's more of a purchasing opportunity to be able to have this number, this high capacity of vendors. But if, like Fran said, somebody is not performing, they won't be utilized. We have firms that weren't utilized in the previous contracts because they either were coming back in too high every time we went out to them, or their performance on projects were poor, so we weren't going to go back to them. So we didn't utilize these firms at all. And in this case, we have a fresh new set. We don't know where we're going to end up, but at the same time, we have all these parameters in place to reassure you that this number is only because it's awarded by firm. This is the maximum amount per firm that can be utilized.
Thank you for the explanation. I'm still not understanding why at this point we need to increase the spend authorities. I mean, I heard everything you said. I'll hear from my other colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. My question was exactly the same as Ms. Brinkworth's, but I'm going to push back a little more on this listening to the explanations. Only 4.5% was used out of the current, out of the previous bid award for 3 years. I listened to what you said, but the amount that you're asking for, 663 million, is approximately 47% of the total bond money of the 1.4 billion. So it's inconceivable that it could be anywhere near that amount. How much have we spent already of the 1.4?
The 1.4 billion?
Yep.
About how much?
We got about 550 under contract, and we spent
About
26 million.
550 under contract right now.
Okay, so when you look at that, that's going to leave you with 850 left. So to put something forward where 663 out of the 850 is going to be done this way, you're putting a spending authority of 78%. It just doesn't line up right. The spending authority, in order for me to be able to approve this, has to be drastically reduced. It doesn't prevent firms from doing the work, but this dollar amount is way, way too high.
Okay, if I may, we standardize the maximum amount per firm. So when you take the maximum amount available under a firm's contract to do the work with us, multiply it by the number of firms being recommended to award so that we have the pool, this is where we get the number from. It is now, I understand where the concern is. I knew this would have been.
No, excuse me, through the chair. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't make sense. So.
Well, I'm sorry, I was just going to say that. So when we look at the GC, a $2 million project, that would mean that if they could only get 15 $2 million projects, and then they're maxed out. And not having a number of firms that maybe some of these firms don't perform, if we didn't have a large enough pool, then we end up getting stuck in a position where we don't have access to be able to utilize these firms to do the work.
So can I ask a clarifying question through the chair?
Sure.
Yes, please, Mr. Runcie.
So let me ask this: is there a requirement that as we award these, pre-qualified situations, that we have to have an item that's equivalent to the maximum amount that they can actually do? Because if that's not the case, I mean, we could certainly bring some amount forward, and then if we need to, we could always adjust it later. But is there a requirement that this item has to equate to the math that you described?
If I was going to ask Shari, what is the GC at right now for their max? 30 million?
30 million, yes. In both B and C, it's 30 million.
Okay, but if we were to, go ahead.
I was going to say, however, that is what we advertised. That's what the board approved previously. The only thing that can be adjusted, from my understanding, and I would like if our general counsel, if Ms. Myrick could weigh in on this, because it's what was put in the solicitation. It was what was approved by the board. What is flexible, according to the solicitation documents, is the amount of firms awarded, because it says up to a maximum of the amounts indicated. There's only one area where we didn't have an up to a maximum, and that's the GC category. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so my question is, are we required to put the maximum amount on this item?
Correct.
So
is that a requirement? I mean, that's the ultimate question. We know we're not going to spend that kind of money. You just listen to the math that Ms. Levinson did. It's just not going to happen, right? So why do we have that number there unless it is somehow required by procurement rules, laws, et cetera? Because if it is not, we need to just ratchet it back to something reasonable. And then should we need to come back to the board, we could always do that. But so we're really trying to get a sense of what's actually required here.
So we would be looking at 10 firms at 15 million instead of 10 firms at 30 million. And that would cut the spend authority in half. Can we do that?
I mean, I don't.
No, why does every
I don't even
firm
think it would
have
even
to
be
have the
half.
same amount? It sounds like you're doing it based on getting firms X amount. Why does every
Yeah.
firm have to have the same amount?
How would you judge each firm on what they get, other than making it the same across the board?
And there's a lot of factors as well that, you know, again, availability of firms when we go out, when we have a project, there are firms that might not be available to do the work. There are firms that might be maxed out on their
So let me ask you, are you saying that the way we have to do this is create equivalent opportunity for each firm, even though we know it's not going to end up that way? But if we didn't do it that way, there would be an issue. Is that correct because of the way these things are advertised?
Right. So this is a tool that's utilized to get, that's supposed to have a rotation on these firms and the use of these firms based on a number of factors which have been put in place. So the way it's advertised is that this is the amount for each category that you will be that you'll be contracted for at a maximum. This is the max that you can use. We have to set a maximum. You can't distinguish between firm A and B within the same pool. That would be, I mean, there's no, how would
Okay, so I'm sorry, I need to pull this back. The reality is what staff is sharing with us is not what we've ever done before. We have in many, many cases had multiple contracts or vendors, and they have maximum capacities of spend. And we have never said, well, we have to have a spend authority that equals the total of all of their maximum capacity of spend. And that's what we as a board have to pass. I've never since 2010 had any staff member tell us that. So I'm going to ask, can we just defer this to later in the meeting? Because we're going to go round and round on this, and I need us to find some resolution. Do you mind to my colleagues ask for them to get back to us a little bit later today?
I have no problem.
I'm in favor of that.
Me too, Rupert.
So can someone make that motion, please?
Defer this item to later in the meeting, Dr. Osgood.
Okay, thank you. And second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of deferring to later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Thank you all very much. If staff can please digest our comments a little bit and then come back to us with what an alternative might be, that would be great. Thank you so much. With that, if I could have a motion and a second on that was EE 9, correct? Yes. EE 10 and 11.
So move.
Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert.
Didn't we already do EE 10?
Yeah.
No.
Corn?
We did E10.
E10.
We did single E.
Oh, we did E10. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ms.
Any
Good,
public
I mean,
comment?
Ms.
Mr.
Corn,
McQuinn?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on EE10 or EE11.
Thank you very much. Did I
Ms.
just, my
Corn?
name being called? Yes.
this is Barbara Myrick. There's a Scribner's error on page 1 of this contract. The first.
I'm sorry, which item?
whereas It said
Ms.
EE10.
Myrick, which item? Okay, thank you.
EE10. On the first whereas, it says to help maximum disaster recovery finding, and it should be funding.
Oh, well, that's a difference. Thank you.
But that can be just a Scribner's error. We can change it and move on. It doesn't need to come back.
Okay, so that'll be noted for the record. With that, we'll start with Ms. Brinkworth. Ms. Brinkworth, you're on mute. Could you unmute for us? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I have in my notes, please help me understand the quote unquote due to COVID-19 spending authority is being requested is $1 million when the previous was 623,000 on debris monitoring services for natural disasters.
Yeah, it's the
I
same
had the
question I
same
have.
question, so.
Good afternoon. It's Aston Henry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Runcie. In an effort to work with our procurement department, they requested that we cut down on the spending authority request. So I put in $1 million as per their request. I can give you a total of what was spent on this contract thus far. Thus far, we spent $1,196,000. Primarily, that is for Hurricane Irma. I told procurement in an effort to work with them, I would come back to the board and ask for additional spending authority if necessary, should we have a hurricane which exceeds the 1 million spending authority.
So,
Okay, so
if I may just clarify something real quick. So I appreciate your comments regarding that procurement asked you to ask for 1 million. Basically, and Mr. Woods, I don't know if you were going to jump in and I kind of cut you off on some of the rationale as to why some of the board items that we brought forth this board meeting have only a 1 year demonstration of spend authority. So based on the request that Mr. Aston Henry was going to bring forward, remember, with this item, this is money that if there's not a disaster, obviously they don't use the money. And they did a good job in explaining all of the past emergencies, which is why it would have brought forth for these 3 years an original $3 million ask. So if it would have been $3 million, we would be asking them to obviously reduce it to 1 year. So that's how the calculation came about. Mr. Woods, I don't know if you want to talk more about the rationale.
I'm sorry. So thank you. So let me give some context and I'll try to be brief. There was conversation this month around, do we use our historical spend analysis to calculate future spend? And what we recognize is that within this last year, we really only operated for 9 months. So for the last 3 months, we've been in the COVID-19 pandemic era. So using historical averages probably was not the best way to forecast. In addition to that, we don't know what the next few months are going to look like. So in an effort to be conservative, I thought it was appropriate on some items to go ahead and forecast using the historical 12-month average, but just acknowledge that we really don't know what the spend is going to be going forward. So to be aggressively conservative, we just thought we would put in 1 year, and over the next 12 months, we would get better data at which we can come back to the board with a more appropriate spend request. With that said, I think we probably got a little aggressive in applying that methodology to every item. There may be some items where that probably doesn't make sense, and a hurricane item such as this would probably be one of the exceptions where that approach, given that it's based on a hurricane, is different from a PPO item that may involve tiles in a roof or something to that effect. So that's the high level. Hopefully that makes sense.
Let's see. Nope.
Okay, thank you for that. So if I can understand then, the spend authority that is being requested, if I understood what Aston Henry said, is less than what they were originally going to request, but because of the pandemic, they reduced their request. Is that what I heard him say?
That's
so
correct.
You can secure the document, the password, so that you can do.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Getting a little feedback.
Let me see.
So
If we can all please mute our microphones. I'm hearing somebody's conversation in the background. If there's any way, we're just going to have Ms. Brinkworth and Mr. Woods' microphones on for the moment, please. Thank you.
So Ms. Brinkworth, that's absolutely correct. We're basically asking for 1 year's equivalent spend for this item. Again, I would argue that it may not make sense for a hurricane spend related forecast.
I think I think it's fine. There are many items today that you're going to have to come back to the board if necessity drives the spend up. But I will say that what was, I think, confusing in the executive summary was the way it was worded, and it made it seem like you were, due to the COVID-19, only $1 million was being requested, when last year the spend was $623,000. And so in reality, what would have been asked for this year's spend authority was reduced due to COVID-19, not the spend authority that we had previously.
Understood, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. I have Ms. Murray.
Wait a minute. Am I there? Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry, I stepped away. In this request, I couldn't find any other information. Is it just these two companies, or do we already have other companies on the list for disaster relief?
This is Aston Henry, Director of Risk Management. There were only 2 companies that were chosen, and there were only 2 companies that submitted proposals.
Okay, in the last, or in previous times, we sort of fell short of what we needed. Is this something that we want to go out and try and bid again, or would we wait until the circumstances change?
I think the last proposal, we received 3 bids, and we had enough vendors to do the work with regards to Irma.
All right, that's why I just want to make sure that we, whatever the situation is, that we have enough people on board to take care of our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is not debris removal, but just the monitoring services, correct, Mr. Henry?
No, ma'am, it's
Or is it
debris
both?
removal and also FEMA consulting.
Got it. So, on this one in particular, what does your data show? What would you have requested if you had not been asked to reduce it?
Originally, I was requesting $3 million. I wanted to be conservative. As I said earlier, Irma, we're estimating we're going to spend a total of $1,196,000. In an effort to be conservative, once again, I was requesting $3 million.
Okay. And is this funding that you would get back from FEMA?
Well, for Irma, we have the potential to recover 95%. That's going to be 90% from the federal government and 5% from the state. That would be under Category Z. It all depends on the declaration that's issued by the President of the United States. Will determine how much funding we'll be able to recover in regards to payments we've made out to our consultant.
So I know that this year everyone's saying that it's going to be a busy season or whatever. Are you comfortable with the amount that's listed, or would there be some value in increasing it?
Well, yeah, there are questions around the amount that I requested, but in an effort, as I said earlier, to work with our procurement department, I agreed to the $1 million. And should additional funding be needed, I will come back to the board and ask for additional funding.
But that may put us in somewhat of a predicament. I mean, I don't think this is one of those items that, due to COVID-19, that we shouldn't be using historical data to figure out what makes sense. So I guess what I'm asking you for is, you said you had requested $3 million?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So I'll make a motion to amend the item to keep the same terms with the exception of increasing the spending authority to the $3 million to ensure that we have the expenses covered should a hurricane occur.
I second the motion, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. So the motion's been made by Ms. Good, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any colleague input on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Ms.
opposed
Corn,
say no.
Ms. Corn, I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
The motion was to increase the spend authority from 1 million to 3 million.
And Ms. Corn?
Yes.
And if I can, I'll just include that on page 1, if we can change finding to funding, just in case that's an issue.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Got
The
it,
scrivener's
thanks.
error will be included. Okay, thank you. So I'll take that vote one more time because I'm not sure. Or Ms. Rupert, I heard everyone was yes. Were you voting in a favor or against?
Yes, yes, I was just letting you know I'm back. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
So I also have.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
So I have, Ms. Rupert, did you have a comment on this?
I just lost you again.
Oh, no, we're
Oh, wait.
here. I can see. Yeah, I can hear you. Did you
Okay.
have any comments on EE 10 or 11?
I'm flipping, hold on a sec.
This is, we just increased the spend authority from 1 to 3 million and took care of the scrivener's error.
Yeah, no, that was fine. That was fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My question was actually addressed as well, so I see no additional comments. All those in favor of EE 10 as amended and EE 11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE 10 as amended and EE 11 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 13, 14, and 15?
So
move it. Pat, second it. Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on EE 13, 14, 15, Mr. Moquin? Sorry.
Madam Chair, there is no public comment on EE 13, 14, or 15.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Murray.
Okay, I'm here. Let me see. I just need to. Okay, my issue was that when I read the original statement here in the item, it said that 100 teachers were selected for the training. And my concern was that I felt that there's probably more than that. And staff let me know that 230 teachers applied, and they also will be trained in this. Now, they also told me there's 315 schools that have the computer training, which means that some of our schools have 2. But is this something we plan to expand and provide more opportunities in our schools?
Hi, this is Lisa Milankovic, STEM and Computer Science. Yes, we have a grant from the state, so we're using that funding to expand computer science throughout the summer. We're going to have virtual computer science training for our hundreds of teachers. We have 150 teachers that will be trying to get their certification, but we also have foundational computer science training for everyone from elementary all the way up through high school.
Okay, does this include our technical schools also, or that's separate?
Oh, definitely, yes. In fact, we just had a successful technical college teacher pass the test this week.
Okay.
She was part of our first cohort. Actually, 2. We had one from Sheridan Tech and one from Atlantic Tech.
Okay, super, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other board members unless there's additional questions. All those in favor of EE 13, 14, and 15, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 13, 14, and 15 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 16?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Olive, seconded by?
Rupert.
By Ms. Rupert, thank you. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on EE 16?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment for item EE 16.
Thank you very much. And I have Ms. Rupert.
It was on that a bunch of the ones that I already did. Remember when future date?
Oh, yeah,
additional spending-
I wasn't sure which one, so before we pass the next ones, I just want to make sure that you still don't have any comments, otherwise we'll group them together. All those in favor of EE 16, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, like sign. EE 16 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on Ms. Rupert, did you
Yes.
still need EE 17?
With them? No, I said it's a wonderful opportunity. That was fine.
Okay. All right, so can I have a motion and a second, please, on EE 17, 18, and 19?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Ms.
Alda.
Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on EE 17, 18, and 19?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on items EE 17, 18, or 19.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, thank you. To be sent at later time, I don't want to, take the time up today to find out about the Orton-Gillingham method and how many of our teachers are also going to be or already have utilized this. Because I know this item is on private schools, but it's a fabulous method. So just as a follow-up.
We will certainly do that. Thank you to the chair. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer.
Right. And also, if it's open for any of our teachers to take that as an online or module, whatever, that are Broward teachers right now. So thanks.
Thank you.
That's it, Ms. Korn. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then I have Ms. Bartleman.
The 19? Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
So my question is with what happened, I thought these usually occurred in the spring. So how are we going to make up for lost time next year? Because the second grade cohort will be in third grade.
Ms. Barman, thank you so much. Through the chair, this is Chief Academic Officer Dan Gold. As you have indicated, one of the casualties from our operations this spring was the ability to do our universal screening for gifted at the end of second grade. It proved to be too large of a lift to put in an alternative program, and therefore the decision was made to utilize our system on third graders at the beginning of third grade for designation for gifted, and that may necessitate some schedule changes as we do tend to cohort students who are gifted from third grade forward. It was the best we could make in very difficult circumstances. What we will have to make a decision on in the fall is whether or not we will.
Do not drink no more.
Mr. Gold, 1 second, please. If we can still have all of our
sodium
microphones muted, if everyone can please check their microphones. And if we could just have Mr. Gold and Ms. Bartleman live.
Sodium.
So that was what causing the swelling?
Nope.
Yeah, Ms. Murray, I need you to mute your microphone, please.
That would be very excellent, but.
Ms. Murray?
Yeah, wait a minute,
Can we mute your microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about
So
that.
as we are utilizing both the spend authority and the execution from the spring of 2020 to the fall of 2020 crossing fiscal years, we will have avoided that expenditure in this fiscal year. However, we will then necessitate either two expenditures, fall and spring, third graders in the fall, second graders in the spring, or we will have to continue bumping it forward. We are not making a decision on that at this time. We will see where we stand with school operations in the fall. We may come back to the board for the 2021 the universal gifted designation in next school year. We are not committing either way until we have more information.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much. You got a whole beard going on there, huh?
I'm trying. It keeps coming and going.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, I don't have any colleagues else who have indicated they had any interest in speaking on this topic. So those in favor of EE 17, 18, and 19, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 17, 18, and 19 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 20?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on EE 20?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE 20.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moquin. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Okay, give me just 1 second. For this one, I just had a comment to ensure that any work orders that were previously placed prior to our school sites closing, that those will still be repaired. Hello?
Yes, can we have staff respond? There we go. Hi, Mr. Bays. So, Mr. Bays, we're not able to hear you. I know you're not on mute, but we can't hear your voice.
Can you hear me now?
We can, but very, very muted.
Let me see if I
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Bays, now we've gone, why don't you turn the mic on and off one time? Maybe it's just a quick reset. Try again for us.
is that better.
Unfortunately, it is not.
So through the chair, this is Mr. Woods.
Yes,
I just want to confirm we're on item EE20, is that correct?
yes, it is.
Yeah, so with the COVID-19 pandemic, I anticipate that we will probably not reprioritize, but we will phase in work orders consistent with how the governor is phasing in our ability to return to work. So there may be some movement in timing, but they will still be considered open work orders. I just think there is going to be some impact on work orders that are in the pipeline due to the COVID-19 pandemic and how soon we can get staff back online doing work. And we can follow up with a more specific response to this question. But that's my understanding of how we're going to move forward. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, well,
E20,
so
okay.
yeah, no, this is E20 and it's about repair and replacement of boards that teachers use in their classrooms.
Right.
But my concern is, and I know that I sent an email to Mr. Runty with regard to some other issues that aren't currently being addressed, that there's quite possibly going to be a backlog of maintenance issues. And I spoke to someone in Miami-Dade County, and it's my understanding that their crews are working through whatever arrangements they have through their union, and they are not being paid, double time. Those were some of the questions that I asked. So I just think that for me as a board member, I think that the board needs to understand what is currently being done and what the plan is for moving forward, because we're a little bit over 90 days away from the first day of school, whatever that looks like for the fall. And I just feel very concerned about everything that would need to get done. And I don't want to see us in a situation where we're then having to either not complete work orders that have been submitted for a very long time, or to be in a situation where we're going to be paying overtime to get things done that should have been done previously in order to be prepared for the beginning of the school year. So I know there will be some ramifications due to COVID-19 as far as work that is over and above, but the work that was already scheduled, I'm having difficulty as a board member understanding why ours is so different from others. So maybe Mr. Runty can help with a follow-up about that.
So Mr. Runty will allow me, we will provide a follow-up. I will tell you that we do and we are following our peer districts closely. If you look to the north of us, I believe their situation is more similar to ours. And I actually believe they pulled back quicker before we did. We are planning, we do have a draft plan in place. I can follow up with you, and it's a delicate dance with when we bring the workers back, and a percentage of our workforce wants to be back, wants to be here, and a percentage, doesn't want to leave the house. So it's a delicate balance, but we hear you, we understand, and as things continue to open up, I think that provides some coverage for us to get back to normal. But we will follow up with you in a written memo.
I appreciate that. And just, I understand that everyone has a unique perspective about getting back to work, but I've heard from several of the people who work for our district who are anxious to get back to work. And so where we have opportunities for them to complete some of these tasks, I think that we need to look at getting those things done again, because the start of school is anticipated to be almost less than 90 days away.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good.
Okay, so I don't have any other colleagues who have asked to speak on the item. All those in favor of EE 20, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 20 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 21?
So move.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Bartleman, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input on EE 20? Actually, if I could do EE 21, 22, 20, yes, EE 21, 22. And Ms. Murray, we can hear all of your conversation. Could I have that motion on EE 21 and 22, please?
So moved, Patty Good.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Second by Ms. Bartleman. Although, Mr. Moquin, do I have any public comment on EE 21 and 22?
Madam Chair, no, you do not.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, hi. My question is for, or it's really just a comment to Mr. Dunn on this. When I looked at previous years, the amount is being reduced each year, but we're not really looking at it holistically. What I'm finding is that people are taking it out of your item and bringing it forward separately. So I have no way to gauge whether we are going up or going down with our software and hardware. We have an item today, EE33, that was taken out of this, and it's happened continuously. So I would just like to make a suggestion in years going forward that we are looking at apples to apples, and that if something is taken out, if we could have a list of what was taken out, what was originally in here, so that we have a way to gauge this item.
Yes, understood. That's an excellent point. I agree with you.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And even if it means going back a couple years and showing us some of the items that were taken out, just so we have a frame of reference of how much we're actually spending on hardware and software. And I think also, just for you, Mr. Runcie, you know, maybe through your leadership, that most of it should be coming through this item so that we can look at it holistically.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think we can establish some controls through a lot of the governance pieces that Mr. Dunn's putting in place, which goes across the entire enterprise. And, you know, I would argue that the challenge is going to be not so much how you're spending, but how the spend is consistent with what the strategies that we need to put in place. And obviously, we're at a very interesting place now. So how does our business model change relative to what we need to do going forward? And so we may need to reshuffle things that we're doing in technology as well as in departments, but it should all make strategic sense, and it shouldn't be a lot of disjointed spend. So through our governance piece, we'll try to get a handle on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and so now I have Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so my question goes to all the software we're purchasing. Knowing that we may have to go back to virtual or hybrid, a lot of the teachers are using different software than we have. And I know we spoke about, as well as the teams, and they're using Zooms. And when I was told last week that there wasn't an additional money being spent on Teams because it was part of a software package, but in K1 today, there's an item amendment because we had to spend $230,000 on Teams. I think that's the number. It's K1. So I was wondering, have you done a preliminary review of what teachers are using, and is that part of the software package? And are you going to look to Zoom purchasing it so that teachers can have their whole class on the line if we go back to virtual?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think that's a really great question. So lots to unpack there. I would say, kind of going out of order, yes, there has been an incremental cost increase due to COVID because we've expanded the scope of our existing Teams licensing to the tune of about $274,000. The next point of consideration is that there's a price synergy in bundling Teams with our existing Office 365 licensing. So comparing apples to apples, that platform and solution, all things considered, is likely cheaper than trying to go get Excel, Office, Word, and those other Microsoft resources we use, plus Zoom. But obviously, we're not dogmatic about anything that we do, so we're going to keep monitoring the price competitiveness of those two platforms based on user feedback. And obviously, we had put out a number of pieces of guidance in regard to our ability to secure these platforms, our ability to audit what's going on in these platforms, and our ability to provide support given the existing base in the district. So those are all really good considerations, and we're going to keep watching those conditions.
I guess my concern is I'm about to expend all these dollars. And I know I was on a town hall with teachers and some of them are using their own stuff. And have you talked to the union or done a survey? Because we may have to change what we're using. Like there were programs that I had never even heard of that they're using.
Yep.
And I feel like people are paying out of their own pockets for some things. And when will it get done? If we open up in the fall, how are we going to have additional funds if we expend all these funds? And clearly, I bring this up because it is a huge complaint from teachers about the Zoom, and we keep brushing it off. And maybe they can get 14 people now on a Teams meeting, but that doesn't work for teachers. And they will tell you that time and again, if this is going to be our new way to deliver services, are you in negotiations? Because you're about to have me approve all these licenses.
Yeah, so I understand the consideration. I think, so there's a bunch of kind of moving pieces in this, right? So the first is, as we move into the fall, you have an IT division that's just rolled out 90,000 laptops, put all the controls in place, spun up a virtual call center, and we have a lot of other moving parts throughout the division. Most importantly, what we have are families who thrive on a consistent experience, right? So we're trying to balance that consideration in terms of our ability to let people customize and personalize with the tools and resources that they use to deliver instruction. And we measure that against a family having an expectation of a consistent experience throughout the district across a core number of resources. So for example, we don't encourage people to use other learning management systems besides Canvas. We don't say, you guys go get Schoology, you folks go get Edmodo, and you folks over here use Canvas. We want to have a consistent experience for the families that are out there. And Teams is considered at this point the video conferencing capability that's integrated within Canvas. That's considered part of that core experience. So again, we're not dogmatic about this stuff. Mr. Runcie leads the cabinet and meeting with teachers every week and administrators. Dr. Wanza meets with administrators several times a week. I participate in many of those forums. We're kicking off a BTU collaboration, working with their technology leadership to help us refine how we do things and better communicate why we're doing certain things and leverage their expertise. So I think, we're not going to get it perfect, but I think we're pretty good where we're at now. And we're going to keep growing from there.
All right. So I guess that isn't what I'm looking for because I'm expending this and not even sure if we're going to use all of this. I will reiterate again on behalf of all of the teachers I heard in that town hall. If you cannot get their whole class on the Teams, they need Zoom, number one. And number two, they're using Zoom now. So a lot of families, it will continue a consistent experience. So I really hope that this district is talking to teachers, getting real feedback, and they're going to make it easier for next year. And your pre-K teachers especially want Zoom to see all of their kids while they have a lesson. So we just keep brushing that off. But if they're telling you that this is something they need, a platform that works because you can have the whole class on, and they're all using it, not all of them, but a lot of them are using it, you're not interrupting any consistency for parents. So I feel like, I know you're building the ship as you're sailing it. I just think you really need to hurry up and see what they're using and what works best for them. And we're expending these dollars now, so.
Ms. Korn?
Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Just through you. Mr. Dunn and Mr. Runcie have mentioned multiple times that Teams is working on getting it where you can have everyone on there. Is that correct?
That-
Because I keep hearing it and then I
So-
keep
so let
hearing
me-
this
yeah, so-
disconnect.
So let me just address that. So first of all, we're not brushing teachers off. I try to have meetings with them on a weekly basis, formal and informal. I invite cabinet to sit on that so they can hear the concerns. They've been using Teams. Yes, that's an issue, but for the majority of them, they've really worked around that whole challenge. We've been working extensively with Microsoft to let them know that this is a real challenge and they need to have a sense of urgency in terms of modifying it. They made some adjustments within the last couple of weeks I'm aware of, and they're going to make some additional enhancements, and we hope to be in a very different position come fall. So that's where we are. That's a priority enhancement for us that we've been talking to Microsoft about. And we have enough leverage as a customer of our size and what our impact is around the industry that they're certainly paying attention to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, just a reminder to please turn off our microphones. I think I heard a very happy bird chirping a few minutes ago. So we just make sure our microphones are off. I have Miss Brinkworth.
Miss Corn?
I'm sorry. Yes.
I just
Ms.
want to
Barlow?
say that the hope is my issue because when I was told they were increasing it, they only added 4. I know our staff is working on it, but if it's not going to work, you can purchase a Zoom license for everyone, which changes how things work. And we're hoping, but they're not guaranteeing it. And that's the problem. And like I said, I was on a town hall meeting with over 100 teachers.
Yes.
And so please, I would like just to maybe also have an alternative path in case they can't come through.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barlow. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would first like to say I concur with Ms. Rich Levinson's comments with regard to how the spend is visible to the board. And while this item is reduced, it's coming in other items, so we don't necessarily see the whole picture. So I do believe that's it's really important that we have that. And then additionally, in looking through all of the items that were listed on here, I'm just going to give you a couple of examples of places where I don't necessarily think that what was written in the box was reviewed. And so at least if this is an annual ask of the board, I would at least say back to those that are asking to review what's in your box to make sure that it is up to date and current, because Discovery Education references the BEEP portal, which we no longer use. The SHI, there's just a misspelling in there. It says web design instead of web design. So if there's not that level of scrutiny over the explanation of why this item is coming before this board, then that gives me great pause as to whether or not this is just something we're renewing because we're just renewing it. So did you really think about what it's used for, how it's utilized, and why you're bringing it forward? And then as a follow-up, status on the Maximo work order system, as this is one of the items that's included here. And then I have a question about an increase for Kronos and how
Okay, thank you. If I just wanted to follow up on something, Mr. Dunn, you said, and one of my colleagues made a statement. I'm
we
not
will
sure
be
if we're
utilizing.
I think
Sorry.
Ms. Brinkworth was stuck.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Ms. Brinkworth?
Yeah, I'm not sure where I cut out.
Okay, I thought we lost you because on mine, it showed that you had dropped off. So why don't you back up and then try again?
Can anybody tell me where I cut out or no?
Ms. Brickworth, I believe you last mentioned Maximo, that you wanted to follow up on the Maximo work system.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the last thing that I had a question about was because there was an increase included for Kronos system. And I just didn't know if there had been any talk about why, first of all, why there's an increase, but then additionally to that, if there's any conversation about how Kronos might need to be utilized differently, given the new climate that we're in and less contact. So if there was something maybe that you could answer with regard to that.
Thank you. So through the chair, what I can speak to is, one, I apologize for the typo. That's unacceptable. That's horrible. Two, what I can speak to is the process for the development of this request. So IT basically acts as a service center, and we work with other departments to formulate requests that are apropos to their business processes and what they're doing. So I defer to my colleagues in regard to the specific content and context of these requests. What we try to do is facilitate the process and ask for, like in this case, we actually tried to achieve a 10% reduction in this, but we were up against the constraints of, at the end of the day, the cost of your contract for software tends to increase by 2% per year, A. B, your cost on software tends to be driven by the number of users, right? So if we have the same number of users in our environment, then you would expect costs to just go up by virtue of the cost of a contract just churning on that 2%. So we try to be as creative as possible in containing costs. The points about there not being an apples to apples consideration presented here are valid because we have changed some of the business rules we use to populate this. Generally speaking, and I don't have the deep dive of the data in front of me, we do have some internal analyses on that apples to apples, and it pretty much reflects an about flat rate as well in terms of year over year over the last 3 years. So that's the overall process. And your point, Ms. Brinkworth, is well taken to check in with each of those business units to make sure that the context that they're communicating for these requests still makes sense in the broader framing of our present environment. With Maximo, we are still proceeding to basically relaunch Maximo with different business units come this fall so that we're leveraging the tool to its greatest capacity. So we're working with our finance department, we're working with our security team, we're working with obviously PPO, the IT division in regard to work order ticketing, and we're trying to leverage that one platform the best we can across different business units that have similar functions that implement it. So I would ask that we stay tuned, and we'll be providing further updates in regard to that. We've already begun work with the IBM team to reconfigure the platform to better reflect some of the learnings that we had from the first pass at this exercise. And finally, in regard to the questions I think I heard about Kronos, we had an increased cost of Kronos because of two things largely. One is that we have antiquated Kronos hardware because it's a timekeeping system with clocks and things of that like, and kind of access points. Those units are failing, so we're trying to replace those. And the second thing is that we've added some additional licensing for the product to accommodate the the security group that has now had access start to roll out to them for Kronos. And finally, in regard to your question about, are we thinking about, holistically, how do we make sure all of our facilities are contactless and things of that nature? It's definitely something that we're asking ourselves. In candor, we haven't had a chance yet to sit down and focus with a very, in-depth tactical plan. But as conditions evolve, we're seeing that's more of a priority. So we'll be more thoughtful about that.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. My questions about what was presented in the item certainly weren't directed at your team's ability to review. It was about the end users and those that are bringing these items to you to put forth for consideration, just making sure that they're giving it a careful review, because as a board, we've given the directive time and time again that we reduce as many of these expenses as possible in order to free up resources for classrooms, and so, or direct impact to classrooms. And so I just want to make sure that people are really reviewing it and it's not just a cursory renewal for these different programs. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. One last thing through the chair. I have a parrot,
Yes.
so I apologize that you hear a bird that keeps screaming in the background, nervously trying to hide her sound.
Oh, that's yours? Oh, that's funny. Okay. I was just commenting. I know one of my colleagues said, well, we're not sure if we're going to be using this. I didn't hear anyone on staff say that we're not sure. I thought what I heard you say was we're collaborating with BTU, and Mr. Runcie obviously is listening to teachers. So we're looking at trying to be comprehensive, but if you tell me, I thought you said we are using this going forward. So if we're using Teams going forward, that's the only reason I supported us expanding. That's the only reason I supported us going down this path.
Yes, we are using Teams going forward. We've invested a lot into that. The vast majority of our teachers, that's what they're using. That's what staff, students, as Mr. Dunn stated, there's a degree of comfort with folks using it. Yes, there is a piece of it that is different than Zoom, and it doesn't allow you to have, I think it's up to 24 or 30 little screens at the same time. We are trying to work with Microsoft to get that feature in as quickly as possible. It's on their radar as an enhancement that's going to come in the future. Where hopefully it's going to be delivered sometime early this year, after the start of the school year. So yes, we are continuing to use that. That's our commitment. It makes sense both economically for us as well as from the user experience at this point, which is similar to why we went to a single sign-on platform in the first place. We had a lot of different products out there. They were creating lots of issues for our students. Ms. Korn, are you talking to, or I can't really.
No,
Anyway,
listening.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm done for the most part. I just want to remind everyone that one of the reasons why we went to single sign-on, went to a learning management system, and put ourselves in a pretty good position when we had to shut down our schools was because we had a plethora of solutions out there with, 20 different sign-ons. They weren't coordinated or integrated, and we fixed that problem, right? So we have to keep that in mind as we entertain future solutions that we want to bring them into that structure that we have in place.
Yes, and one last thing through
Okay.
the chair.
Yes, Mr.
If I
Dunn.
may, just to reiterate, upwards of 90% of our students are going online every day, accessing this digital learning environment. The majority of our teachers are using Teams, accessing this digital learning environment. Of the districts, as President Fusco said, 13,700 plus teachers, we want to have a robust view in how that's all working out for them. So a program analysis and evaluation is something we're being very thoughtful to. So we can always improve that experience. And two last things, Teams went from 4 simultaneous video viewers to 9 as of, I believe, 2 weeks ago. It started rolling out. And we have an NDA level relationship with Microsoft where we talk about features that have not yet come out. So we understand that these points of concern about seeing more users simultaneously is something that they're aware of, and we believe they'll be addressing it.
Okay. And so at what point, I know we believe that's going to happen and that's the goal. At some point we need to acknowledge if we just keep getting this message and then we're not getting to the end game of being able to actually see the number of viewers that we need to, right? So I need to make sure that we're acknowledging that there's some point in which we just need to have the capacity that we need. And we have to find a means of getting it. So, so with that, those are my comments. I also have Miss Rupert.
Yes, I just wanted to say I look forward to increasing the number of people who can actually stay on Teams. I was booted off 5 times today. So a little irritating, but I've made it back each time. And I think that was just a tiny just example of what our teachers and families are appearing with their frustration. But I have hope that Mr. Dunn, that you and your team are going to be able to fix this out. And if not, I know you and Mr. Runcie are going to have a backup plan because it has to be done. There is no other way. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And as you just so we all know, the standard Teams meeting allows 250 simultaneous participants. That's the style of meeting that we're on currently. There's another style of meeting called a Teams Live event, which is basically a town hall style online webinar that allows up to 10,000 participants. And that's on par with Zoom's product, which I believe at their base tier allows only 100 participants. I have to go back and double check that because this information is changing every day.
So Mr. Dunn, how many people should be allowed how many people should be allowed to be on this with us today?
250.
Okay, so I was getting booted off and we only had like 90 people. You know what I'm saying? That's my point.
I've had that. We absolutely get your point. It's a good point. I'll say that it's independent of whether they're using Teams or Zoom or some other product. These are internet connectivity issues that we're having, and not necessarily the actual product piece itself. So I just want to keep that in mind.
Gotcha. My IT guy is pointing the other finger, but I get it. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
It's not the network. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So those are all the comments I have from my colleagues that I've been able to see. So all those in favor of EE21 and EE22, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 21 and EE 22 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28?
So moved.
Move,
Moved by
Patty
Ms.
Good.
Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on EE 23 through 28?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on EE 23 through EE 28.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For EE 23, my question is with regard to the ability for us to at some point have Canvas fulfill this role. Have we had any further conversations on that?
So through the chair, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer, we have been basically debating that rigorously internally. And the challenge we have is getting Canvas to make building out a robust gradebook that accommodates all of our needs, particularly standards-based reporting at the elementary level, A, and then B, the ability to distribute report cards, which is the second part of this, because the current gradebook we have with Pinnacle not only does, the standards-based reporting the way we want it to, but it also allows us to virtually distribute report cards. That's not been something we've been able to gain much traction on, particularly in the context of COVID, where the superintendent and I had escalated calls to the CEO of Instructure, the company that makes Canvas, to make sure that it had a scalable architecture. It could sustain, upwards of 200,000 students on this platform every day. So the short answer, that was challenging before the crisis. It certainly looks like a bad idea to pursue that now that we're in the midst of this historic pandemic, to try to make Canvas be a great book for us.
Okay, so we'll continue to incur this cost because that platform doesn't have that feature.
It would not work for our needs.
Well,
it has a great book feature, but it wouldn't work for our
Well, so
needs.
yes, the answer to that is true, but yeah.
Did we lose? I think Mr. Runcy's frozen.
No, am I frozen?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the only comment I was going to make is that, the Canvas is actually the learning management system, and that's what we absolutely want them to be good at, and we integrate other solutions into that. So yes, those are features we can have in the future, but our since we've moved to single sign-on and having an integrated environment, is to find the best products that we can and integrate them so they work seamlessly on one platform, that they all integrate to our student information system, that they authentication path to all of them. That's we've been trying to do is at the same time continue to push vendors such as Microsoft, Canvas to add more features.
Right. Yes, understood. And my question is simply based on, looking at from a cost perspective, how we can reduce costs in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a great point. To the extent that we can get some of the larger foundational players in our infrastructure to add some of these features, then it gives us the opportunity to reduce the cost in some other areas, which obviously should be incentives for them as we work with them on their roadmap going forward in terms of what additional functionality they're going to push out. Because at this point, Ms. Brinkworth, the other thing I would add, I believe that we're the largest single site customer for Canvas right now in the world. So we do have a lot of, let's say, influence with them in terms of what happens going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, and now what I'd like to do before public comments, we do have EE 26 and EE 28 are actually items to vote down. So I'd like to separate EE 26 and EE 28. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved to separate EE 26 and EE 28.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Second by
Ms. Brinkworth.
Ms. Brinkworth, thank you. So we're going to separate those. We'll come back to those in a moment. Currently, we have on the table EE 23, 24, 25, and 27, and I have Ms. Murray.
Yes, it was on EE 23. Ms. Brinkworth had sort of reiterated what I had wanted to say. The only thing I want to confirm is that we had this conversation last year when this contract came up last year, and I think the figure was basically the same. And Mr. Dunn, were you here last year when this was brought forward as an item? Am I been knocked off?
No, I was not here last year.
Okay, so again, I thought I had some assurance from staff that we would get with Canvas to see within their engineering department, was it possible to mirror and add this program into the existing software? So it sounds like you're starting all over again, but uh, again, the conversation was the same as we've just had. So I think that we need to have a periodic update with your correspondence with Canvas to let us know where we are, if this is going to be, if this could actually happen, or we're going to have to exist with the dual programs. Because I know the elementary rely heavily on Pinnacle, but the middle and high schools could really function with Canvas. So let's see where we are, and let's give you 90 days and then come back and let us know what's going on. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I just want to be realistic about expectations around this, that, I mean, even if Canvas were to develop, the scale of what we do and the functionality of what we would do here, I would be very hesitant to just go throw that in and then try to actually just get it to work and be the guinea pigs for that. So I'll just say that we'll continue to push forward on any developments that will give us a chance to maybe look at the portfolio of other products that we're using. But I just want to be realistic, given what I know in terms of where they are. Even if this were to be released at some point this year, I'd be reluctant to say we would throw it into an environment where we've got over 200,000 students and trying to deal with the scale of that in the immediate future. So.
Okay, what I'm really asking is whether it can be done or not. It's just I felt like I was sort of strung along here, thinking that something was happening and nothing happened this past year. So if Pinnacle is what we have to use for our grade book system, that's fine with me. But I think we need a definite correspondence from staff that that's the way we're going to go. Because like I said, I was under the belief that we were working with Canvas to see what we could do to cut. What it is, it's an added task for teachers to keep hopping from one program to the other. But if that's the way it's got to be, that's the way it's got to be.
I believe that we resolve that issue. I don't know, Mr. Dunn, if you and or Mr. Gold can speak to that, because I think that's what Ms. Murray is referring to. And I think we put some changes in to minimize that. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
So from an academic user's perspective, teachers give assignments and take grades. Many of our teachers are using the Canvas gradebook. We pass those grades through Canvas to Pinnacle, which in the background is performing the services which Mr. Dunn referred to earlier. That is, for secondary students, it's calculating for the quarter grades and going into the report card. For the elementary students, those grades do not become a numeric grade in grade K2. Those teachers do have to complete the report card on a different system. In grades 3 through 5, teachers can choose to use the Canvas gradebook and not have to touch two systems. Ms. Murray, we continue to pursue knowing what tool to use when and what the boundary between those two systems are. Okay. Unfortunately, neither vendor has yet to provide us with a holistic solution. And I was on yesterday with Wazzle, also known as Pinnacle, continuing to push them on the standards and competency-based grading pieces that Mr. Dunn referred to earlier. We are on Instructure as well. The first to the victory line will be able to be our comprehensive solution. And we continue to put the vendors in competition with each other for business with us. Okay. So we just don't, we haven't gotten there yet, but we are still pursuing it very strongly.
Okay, thank you.
To Ms. Murray's question about reducing the teacher requirement to go into multiple systems, Dan, I believe what you've confirmed is that we have put that change in. So it looks like from, I think, grades 3 on, they're able to just essentially work with Canvas, and then we automatically transfer information into Pinnacle to do what we normally do with Pinnacle. We're not requiring the teachers to have to go and and in the new system. I think this is what you were.
That is correct.
Professor,
They do have an
Ms.
option.
Murray.
Pinnacle, that is correct. Pinnacle does have a more sophisticated grade book that allows teachers to either do it by points or by averaging. And many teachers want to nuance their grade book in order to have it reflect their particular grading philosophy. So that's what Canvas lacks. On the other hand, Pinnacle doesn't have some of the features that the Canvas one does, but teachers can use just one system in grades 3 through 12.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I maybe there's a little bit of confusion with staff, I mean teachers, that they may not see the advantage of one over the other or how to integrate. Sometimes change is difficult for people and they sort of stay with what they have. So instead of, if it's a middle or a high school, that they can stay in Canvas. But I think at that level, and I don't know if you can see that, who's using what, but some are still dropping back to the Pinnacle gradebook. So maybe it's just something, communication problem that we need to clear up with staff so that they know how to utilize what we have available to them to make their job easier on their book work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I don't have any other colleagues who have requested to speak on the item. So with that, all those in favor of EE 23, 24, 25, and 27, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 23, 24, 25, 27 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to pull EE 26 and 28?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by
Rupert.
Ms. Rupert, second by,
Second.
was that Ms. Olive? I have, is there any audience input on EE 26 and 28, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there's no public comment on EE 26 or 28.
Okay, thank you. If I could have, I don't have any comments on them, but this is going to be a motion to vote down. So we are voting no, voting it down, correct, Ms. Myrick?
Yes, if you agree with the recommendation from the superintendent, you want to vote no.
Great. Okay, thank you. So all those in favor of EE 26 and 28, EE 28, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, so
No.
it's unanimously voted down for EE 26 and EE 28. If I could please have a motion and a second on EE 29.
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Murray. Any audience input on EE 29, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE 29.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Murray.
Yes, it's just that I support this program. I know there's been conversation about why a certain school should be the only instructor on this, but we've, since the concept of this program, it's been in the system now for, I think it's 10 to 12 years, that the educational facility is the only one in the area where teachers do not have to travel. And I think when we had looked at this before, I forget now, is it Pennsylvania or north, somewhere up north, that is the closest facility, which would definitely increase the cost. So when you weigh that out against the fees that are being charged by Barry University, they're reasonable. And as we know that families within Broward are constantly asking for more Montessori. I mean, we started off with 1 or 2 schools and now we have several. So it's a needed and a program that the community wants. So I have to support this. And sometimes what may seem like a large amount of money, in reality it isn't when you weigh out the different costs if we had to do it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. And now I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just want to thank staff for this and the other item. For reaching out, it appears that you reached out to find out what each school's training plan would be. When did you all do that? Since the last meeting?
Probably.
Yes, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Dr. Grant actually reached back out to every single one of the schools and got specific names of teachers that were going to be going through the training. She did a great job.
Thank you. And that was really what I was looking for, making sure that we were getting teachers to commit. This is a wonderful program. We all support the Montessori program, but for it to be successful, our teachers have to be trained, and I didn't want to give spending authorities when the teachers have not committed. The other thing I just wanted to say, without calling out schools, you have on here teachers that have not begun training. You all need to target a couple of these schools to make sure that more teachers are getting trained for this Montessori program.
We sure will. We appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you very much for getting that additional information, and I'm glad that we're going to have teachers committing to being trained. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the my colleagues that I have listed for this item. All those in favor of EE 29, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye.
EE 29 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 30, 31, and 32?
So moved. Osgood.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on EE 30, 31, and 32?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on EE 31, 32, or 30.
Thank you. Are you just tripping me up a little bit to see if I'm paying attention to the numbers? To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes,
Oh, and all the comments are to EE 30.
Yeah, I'm going to have to come back. I'm going to have to leave for just a second.
Okay, I will come back to you. So I have Miss Rupert. Ms. Rupert, do we still have you?
I'm sorry, which item, Ms. Corn?
Sorry, we're on EE 30.
It was my same response as I did before. It was the COVID thing. So we're good.
Okay.
Got it? Okay.
And I figured out what my question was. I was able to go a little bit deeper into the documentation. So my questions are answered. I think Ms. Levinson was the only one who had the question, but we can come back in a moment. Can we just table this for a couple of minutes?
I make the motion to table it for half an hour or something.
Second.
Yeah, we can just table it. I'll bring it back when she's available. Thank you, Ms. Rupert, and second by Dr. Osgood. All in favor of tabling, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E30 has been 30, 31, and 32 has been tabled. May I please have a motion in a second on? Ms. Rupert, EE33, was that also just a general comment or no?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm here. I'm just flipping. Sorry. Look. Yep, it was the same one. It was that same group.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, hon.
So we're going to come back to the EE items in just a moment. If I could have a motion in a second on FF1.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on FF1?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item FF1.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. Hi, I just had a quick question because I didn't see it in what I read. Does this include cases appropriate for use by pre-K students for these iPads?
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, this is Dr. Utica, Head Start Director. This is for emergency situations. Since most of our pre-K babies did not get devices and are having to use parents' phones and things like that. So we will not be putting them on devices all day long or anything like that in the classroom.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, you didn't understand my question. I didn't see, because the device itself, usually you purchase a case separately. I was wondering if you were providing cases appropriate for that level. I'm sorry.
Yes, I apologize. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough money in the grant to pay for the cases. We would have had to sacrifice iPads. So we will be buying the cases and the charging stations separately through grant funds.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were protecting the devices. Thank you so much.
Yes, we are. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments on FF1? Hearing none, all is in favor of FF1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. FF1 passes unanimously. Ms. Levinson, are you back with us? Okay, so if I could have a motion and a second, please, on I1.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moak, when any public comment on I1?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on I1.
Thank you very much. May I please have Ms. Alhadeff indicated she had a comment on I1?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, are we required to report any of these deficiencies to the state?
Do we have staff who can address Ms. Alhadeff's question?
Hi, it's Brian Katz is here. I'm not sure if Vicky Stanford is on the call. You're talking about, is there anything that would require that, or was there anything that came up that required us to?
Well, either one.
I think I heard Ms. Stanford. Is that you?
Mr. Katz, would you like me to answer that?
Please.
All right, so the only thing that is mandated that we have to report to the state fire marshal's office is life safety violations or deficiencies. Those are a specific few, and we address those immediately when and if, doesn't happen very often, we encounter them. So they're corrected on site, which does not mandate that we report it.
Okay, and is there ever a follow-up back with the board as far as once these deficiencies are corrected?
The deficiencies are corrected via, depending on what type of deficiency it is. If you look at the reports, which are available to you, they are corrected by various individuals, and I'm not sure exactly how deep I can get into that because of the nature of this item, but when we go and inspect the schools is when we note whether the violation is corrected or not. So if you review those reports and you see a C, it means that it was found corrected from the previous time that it was cited.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions, Ms. Alhadeff?
No, thank you.
Okay. I do not have anyone else listed
Ms.
for.
Rupert.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
On I1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Alhadeff, for your questions. Whipping through here, I noticed that we have Exhibit 3. I unfortunately didn't get a chance to go downtown to pick up all the reports that were signed off, since that wasn't actually available to the board via email. So this particular exhibit talks about the inspection dates and then what were the deficiencies and when and how were they fixed. So I would like to do that after this. I'm not going to hold up the receiving of these, but I do want to do my due diligence and actually see what was going on. And my question for Vicky is, I'm sorry, I have to flip back on another computer here. It's difficulty. The assisting fire departments, and you listed those and then the contact person with each one. This is for the 1920 school year, so the one that is leaving us now. My question is, when were the Coconut Creek schools done?
Okay, so I would have to refer back to the inspections, so I can let you know that after I look it up, and I'll provide that to you.
Great, because the person that you guys have as your contact person hasn't been with Coconut Creek for almost a year.
Okay.
So, actually, he was the guy that was brought up for the fire official for the district. And
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Fontaine?
we love him, but he's retired now.
Yeah,
So,
he retired just this past January. He hasn't been gone for a year from Coconut Creek.
well, 2019, he said.
Yes, so that was, I'll look up for you, ma'am.
That's all. That's all I need. And to my colleagues, I guess, how moving forward in the pandemic, when we have reports that are exempt from public records, how can we get them without endangering our employees that would have to make all the copies to have them bring to us? So that's just a process to throw out there for my colleagues and Mr. Runcie to have at another date. But I certainly would have liked to have gone through every page as I always do, and my colleagues. So just something to think about for the future. And thank you, Vicki and Mr. Katz, for your responses. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. To my colleagues, all of those in favor of I-1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Can I get a quick roll call on I-1? I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman,
Ms. Bartleman, yes. Did you hear me, Donna?
She's frozen.
She's frozen.
I'm a yes.
Brinkworth is a yes.
Osgood, yes.
Okay, so I don't hear Ms.
Ms. Murray's a yes.
But I did hear Dr. Osgood. And so far I've heard Ms. Bartleman, I've heard Ms. Alhadeff, I've heard Ms. Brinkworth, I've heard Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good is not with us. Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. So that's 8 yeses. If we can go back now, we're going to pick up a conversation on EE 30, 31, and 32. Can I have a motion, please?
Bring it back, Rupert. That sounded funny.
Motion by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Levinson. Yes?
Close enough. That's fine.
Okay,
we're
thank
good.
you. So we've already taken that there is no public comment, and Ms. Levinson, it is your floor.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you coming back to it, Ms. Korn.
Sure.
My question was on why Group 1 was awarded to the lowest responsive bidder, and Group 2 was awarded to all vendors with non-zero fixed percentage discounts. Why was it not awarded to the one with the highest discount? Percent discount.
Good afternoon, Ms. Levinson, Mary Coker, Director, Procurement and Warehousing. Thank you for that question, and I know there's been several questions regarding catalog bids, specifically related to HVAC parts and supplies and equipment. So one of the things that we, in taking the recommendations from the board in the past and looking at today's market, there are items, and I'll let Mr. Sambase or Mr. Woods obviously add to this as it relates to technical specs related to these specific brand names that we have. We decided to break down the two groups in order to ensure that we were getting the lowest price on specific items, and then the other pricing, which is Group 2, where there's percentage discounts. Because it's a catalog bid and normally those prices come out yearly, we again wanted to ensure that based on the brand name and based on the need, that we had a pool of vendors that can provide to us a significant amount of product, right, through a catalog. We don't know what products we may need at one given point of time because we don't keep these in inventory, so that we can have, again, the highest percentage available to use. And if that manufacturer or if that product that's needed is not necessarily the brand that has the highest, we have anticipated to have the best highest in that specific brand. So we broke it into two so that we can have lowest price for those that we know are specifically needed, and to all those other items that could be hundreds of them. As you can see from the price list here, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of potential equipment parts that we need. We would benefit from the highest percentage discount.
So does that mean we're using the one with the highest percentage discount, or they can use any of them?
So they have to use the highest percentage discount. But if there's a product, and I don't know if you want me to refer to a specific, like
No, I understand what you're saying, Mary. You've explained this before, and I fully understand it. If it's a particular brand that you need, and something different has to be done, but if several companies bid on it and that was the brand that they were bidding on, you would take the one with the highest percentage discount.
Yes.
Are people allowed to choose, or must they use the highest percentage discount except on the cases that you're talking about?
So they have to use the highest percentage discount, and you will note that the highest percentage discount are normally distributors, not necessarily the manufacturers themselves.
Right. So are we able to buy from the manufacturers?
So the manufacturers, if you go to group 1, the manufacturers were exactly like we have, I'm going through the list here.
No, all I'm asking is when you have the distributors, it's because we're unable to buy from the manufacturers. Is that correct?
Yes, in some cases, the manufacturer dictates the distributors that we have to use that are authorized. So the way that we did it now, it ensures that we're going to get the highest percentage discount with that specific distributor for that manufacturer that they need.
Exactly. That was my question.
Yes.
So they must use the one that has the highest percent discount.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I do not have any other colleague comments, so all those in favor of EE 30, 31, and 32, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye. Aye.
So I have 8 in the affirmative for EE 30, 31, and 32. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 33?
So moved. Osgood.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on EE 33?
Madam Chair, no public comment on item EE 33.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moquin. And with that, I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay, and this comment I actually included in my EE 21 comment. This was the one that was separated from the hardware software, so I've already covered that with Mr. Dunn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Rupert.
We're at EE 33 is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Same comment as the group.
Thank you.
That was my last one, by the way.
Okay. All those in favor of EE 33, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 33 passes with 8 votes. May I please have a motion and a second on I-5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, I know that we have a couple of different comments on I-5. Could you read them as well as the time that's being donated?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
So the first public comment came from Rick Reese, and he's just notifying us that he's yielding his 3 minutes to Ms. Fusco. So I'll move into Ms. Fusco's comments on item I-5. Please read this email and the attached letter. Dear board members, here are the facts and timeline that pertain to Eric DeLucia, A proper due process meeting was never conducted. Mr. DeLucia was never given the opportunity to, 1, understand the accusation, or 2, make a statement in his defense. Barbara Myrick abused her power by escalating a suspension to a termination. She stated on the record at April 21st school board meeting that she was being harassed by Mr. DeLucia and didn't like him. Based on her words, the termination is obvious retaliation and is against the recommendation of her staff. I have also attached a letter that was sent right after the April 21st board meeting detailing the discussion about Eric DeLucia and the inappropriate and unprofessional actions that the general counsel did during the discussion. Timeline of events. 2018-2019, Eric DeLucia sends emails to Barbara Myrick expressing his dismay and disgust with her mishandling of an investigation. Eric was trying to point out that his medical records were gathered and exposed by his principal without his consent and that it is violated HIPAA laws. November 2019, notice to schedule due process meeting issued to Eric DeLucia. December 11th, 2019, due process meeting begins with Eric DeLucia, BTU field staff representative Liz Shurak, and AP Bobby Goodwin. Due process meeting ended before it even started by Liz Shurak when documents presented by AP Goodwin were unrelated to the topic and issues being discussed. A request is made to reschedule the meeting and to send the proper documents so that Mr. DeLucia can be aware of the accusation and prepare for a new meeting to be scheduled. Upon return to the BTU office, Ms. Shurak shared with BCPS attorney Doug Griffin and BCPS Director of Employee and Labor Relations Susan Cooper, who happened to be at the BTU office at the time, that the wrong documents were presented at the scheduled due process meeting for Mr. DeLucia and that the meeting could not be conducted. Ms. Cooper said she would look into it. Ms. Shurak never heard back from Susan Cooper. December 14th, 2019, redacted student statements are sent to Ms. Shurak and Mr. DeLucia. He responds and asks for additional information related to the accusation and asks for a new due process meeting to be rescheduled. There was never a new meeting scheduled. December 17th, 2019, Eric DeLucia receives corrective action report with recommendation for suspension. February 6th, 2020, recommendation for suspension, administrative complaint issued, stating it will go to school board on March 3rd, 2020. February 28th, 2020, amended administrative complaint is issued recommending Mr. DeLucia for termination. He is notified he is being placed on administrative leave at home pending a vote by the school board on April 21st, 2020. The administrative complaint is flawed. The complaint lists 3 previous disciplines, none of which are in his official district personnel file. The complaint contains no date of issuance. April 21st, 2020, school board discusses Eric DeLucia recommendation for termination. Barbara Myrick makes public statements about her dislike for him. Chief Human Resources Officer Alan Strauss cannot explain to the board the due process steps afforded Mr. DeLucia because they weren't, and cannot answer questions from board members. Instead, Alan Strauss states nothing fishy happened. BTU is asking that the termination of Eric DeLucia be dropped due to a flawed and wrongful investigation by his administration and due to Barbara Myrick deciding to terminate Eric DeLucia with no just cause. The attached memo is a memorandum from Lucia Piva, Esquire, to Barbara Myrick. This letter is to notify you of the Broward Teachers Union objection to the improper manner in which Eric DeLucia's corrective action has been handled, including through the misrepresentations that you made to the School Board of Broward County at the April 21st, 2020 board meeting. With all due respect, your office mishandled this matter and also attempted to undermine BTU's representation and rights. We rarely submit a letter of this nature to opposing counsel, but your actions compel us to do so. All SBBC employees are entitled to a fair and meaningful investigation and deliberation in the administration of disciplinary measures. Unfortunately, it is clear that Mr. DeLucia has been denied that right. Mr. DeLucia was never given the opportunity to understand the accusations against him or to make a statement in his defense. Although employees must be afforded the right to a due process meeting, disciplinary action was recommended against Mr. DeLucia without said meeting ever taking place. The improper manner in which the April 21st, 2020 board meeting was handled further exacerbates the due process violations. Your statement that the meeting is not a hearing, it is whether or not to accept the superintendent's recommendation and bring all this stuff does nothing but muddle the eventual hearing, undermines the board's right to ask questions about the matters before it, and discounts the importance of the board's decision to accept a termination recommendation. The board is the elected body, you are not. To try to steer them in your preferred direction exceeds your role. You made it clear at the board meeting that you are biased against Mr. DeLucia and feel you were being harassed by him 2 years ago when he requested information about unrelated accusations against a principal. We sincerely hope that your personal views of employees do not interfere with their right to a meaningful investigation and fair disposition. To further underscore the lack of diligence of the district's investigation, district staff was not able to answer many of the board's questions and concerns at the April 21st meeting. At a minimum, you should have been ready to confirm when and why the suspension was escalated to a termination. Further, you gave no explanation regarding why a school site investigation was conducted instead of an SIU investigation. You merely and wrongfully stated that the investigation would not have been done any differently by an SIU investigator. Of course, the due process protections afforded by SIU investigations are greater than on-site investigations, which by your own admission are not conducted in compliance with Section 5 of Policy 4.9, Employee Disciplinary Guidelines. As you know, most of the protections outlined in Section 5 of the policy are the cornerstones of due process. For example, Section 5 requires that disciplinary matters be handled in a uniform and consistent manner. 5.1, that employees be given written notice of the investigation containing a statement of the factual allegations under investigation. 5.9, that no presumption shall be made as to the validity of the allegations until the process has been completed, and that an employee shall have the right of representation during the course of an investigation. 5.13, every employee is entitled to these due process protections when facing disciplinary action, especially when termination is being contemplated. Surely school administrators do not have the unfettered discretion to conduct investigations in arbitrary ways. The lack of clear guidelines regarding school site investigations invites abuse of process and fails to put employees on notice of their rights. Further, BTU and its president, Anna Fusco, are entitled to represent their members properly. Your attempt to belittle and undermine that right is not appropriate. Your inability to answer the board's questions and your insistence that due process was followed when it clearly wasn't is unacceptable and sets a dangerous precedent that threatens employee rights and what can be expected from your office. The board relies on your advice, professionalism, and the accuracy of your legal analysis. It does a major disservice to the board, students, and teachers when you misconstrue district policies and circumvent the district's due process obligation. That concludes the statements from Ms. Fusco. The next comment came from Waldo J. Marambo from Hollywood, Florida. Please pull item I-5 for public comment, and I yield my time to Anna Marie Pierpont. Anna Marie Pierpont's comments from the BTU field rep. My name is Anna Marie Pierpont. I fight for members regardless of what I hear from a cousin at a party or from the waitress at a restaurant about a child's perception of a teacher. Due process. This letter is to notify you of the BTU's objections to the improper manner in which DeLucia's corrective investigation has been handled, including through the misrepresentations that you made to the school board of Broward County at the April 21st, 2020 board meeting. With all due respect, legal mishandled this matter and also attempted to undermine BTU's representation and rights. We rarely submit a letter of this nature to opposing counsel, but your actions compel us to do so. Unfortunately, it's clear that Mr. DeLucia has been denied the right of fair, meaningful investigation. Mr. DeLucia was never given the opportunity to understand the accusations against him or to make a statement in his defense. Although employees must be afforded the right to a due process meeting, disciplinary action was recommended against Mr. DeLucia without said meeting ever taking place. The due process meeting scheduled for December of 2019 never went forward, as the documents presented to Mr. DeLucia had nothing to do with the underlying allegations against him. On the day of the meeting, your office and labor relations were made aware that the wrong documents presented, so the meeting was not conducted. In spite of BTU's request, the due process meeting was never rescheduled. Nevertheless, less than a week after the due process meeting had to be canceled, Mr. DeLucia received a corrective action report with a recommendation for a suspension. Over 2 months later, the corrective action unexplainably increased to a termination. The improper manner in which the April 21st board meeting was handled further exacerbates the violations. Your statement that the meeting is not a hearing, it is whether or not to accept the superintendent's recommendation and bring all this stuff does nothing but muddle the eventual hearing, undermines the board's right to ask questions about the matter before it, and discounts the importance of the board's decision to accept a termination recommendation. The board is the elected body, you are not. To try to steer them, excuse me? To try to steer them in your preferred direction exceeds your role. You made it clear at the board meeting that you are biased against Mr. DeLucia and feel you were being harassed by him 2 years ago when he requested information about unrelated accusations against a principal. We sincerely hope that your personal views of employees do not interfere with their right to a meaningful investigation and fair disposition. To further underscore the lack of diligence of the district's investigation, district staff was not able to answer many of the board's questions and concerns at the April 21st meeting. At a minimum, you should have been ready to confirm when and why the suspension was escalated to a termination. Further,
Mr. Moakman? Okay. Sorry, I lost you right there at the end. So that's the end of our public comments on I-5, correct?
No, it's not.
Oh,
Donna, I didn't hear after further. You stopped at further mid-sentence.
okay. So you have one paragraph left. Can we still try again, Mr. Moakman?
Further, you gave no explanation as to
Okay,
why
there you
a
go.
school site investigation was conducted instead of SIU. You merely and wrongfully stated that the investigation would not have been done any differently by a SIU investigator. Of course, the due process protections afforded by SIU are greater than on-site investigations, which by your own admission are not conducted in compliance with Section 5 of Policy 4.9, Employee Disciplinary Guidelines. Most of the protections outlined in this policy are the cornerstones of due process. For example, Section 5 requires that disciplinary matters be handled in a uniform and consistent manner, that employees be given written notice of investigation containing a statement of the factual allegations under investigation, that no presumption shall be made as to the validity of the allegations until the process has been completed, and that employees shall have the right of representation during the course of an investigation. Every employee is entitled to these due process protections when facing disciplinary action, especially when termination is being contemplated. Surely, school administrators do not have the unfettered discretion to conduct investigation in arbitrary ways. The lack of clear guidelines regarding school site investigation invites abuse of the process and fails to put employees on notice of their rights. Further, BTU and its president, Anna Fusco, are entitled to represent their members properly. Your attempt to belittle and undermine that right is not appropriate. Your inability to answer board questions and your insistence that due process was followed when it clearly wasn't, and sets a dangerous precedent that threatens employee rights and what can be expected from your office. The board relies on your advice, professionalism, and your accuracy of your legal analysis. It does a major disservice to the board, students, and teachers when you misconstrue district policies and circumvent the district's due process obligations. The next comment, the next comment is for K1. That completes our comments for item I-5.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can, but there is something in the background.
That's not me.
Okay, so if we can just make sure that we're all muted. To my colleagues, if you can all individually check, thank you.
My first question is Mr. Runcie, since we asked to defer this item to make sure that all due process was followed, did he do a thorough investigation ensuring that?
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, I don't do the investigations, so I'll just be clear on that. My job is to look and see and make sure staff followed the process, which I did. I had a number of questions for them, which they're prepared to answer. So yes, I reviewed this and I'm comfortable with the recommendation that we put forth and that it followed our processes.
Okay, that was my question was, did it follow our processes?
Yes.
Okay. I feel very uncomfortable because the union has provided a lot of backup and information regarding due process not being followed. I understand that your request is termination, and I don't have a reason except my fears of due process not being followed not to approve it. But here's my point. If this item is voted up today, I am confident that BTU is going to appeal this case, and it would be very interesting
That's
to
all we
see
have go of.
and what if it's what the ruling will be. So I really hope that everything was followed. There isn't any bias with Ms. Myrick and all of the allegations that they have brought forward in numerous emails. And I guess the proof will be the hearing officer. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did, I don't
Donna,
have any, yes,
Donna, I have one more thing to say.
okay.
And I guess my issue is why the due process is so important is because teachers that need to be terminated and should be terminated, if there's a flaw in our process that requires us to rehire them, then shame on us. But I'm hoping that I'm taking your word that you've looked into everything, because there was a lot of stuff they brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have my any other colleagues. I have one question, Mr. Runcie, that I specifically had asked to follow up on, which was around the allegation at the second meeting when the information was to be presented to the teacher that someone else's information, the wrong information was provided, and that was acknowledged, I guess, by staff, by district staff, and that there was no follow-up past that. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so I did follow up on that. I'll have Mr. Strauss give the specific details, which I asked him to provide today.
Thank you. Once again, Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. In response to the second meeting, the initial notice to the employee went out on November 25th for initial meeting on December 5th. The employee and union asked for it to be rescheduled, either because of conflict or whatever the situation was. It was rescheduled for December 12th, not December 11th. And they met on December 12th, not December 11th, as was stated by the union. On December 12th, they met. They, at the time the request for the statements was asked, as mentioned, the assistant principal did not have them typewritten. And as you're well aware, we do not provide handwritten statements to, the alleged person. So therefore, the assistant principal later that day, before 11 o'clock, actually, the meeting took place at 8, by 11 o'clock, emailed the BTU rep as well as the teacher with the typewritten student statements. So the same day, the statements were provided to the union as well as the teacher for their, review of the statements. Also, it was indicated that no additional meeting was ever had. I spoke with the assistant principal, and my question to him was, did they at the meeting ask for a follow-up meeting? And his response was no follow-up meeting was requested at the time. If at the time of that meeting on December 12th, it was not followed properly, the union on behalf of the teacher could have filed a grievance in regards to the process back then and there. They did not do anything in that regards whatsoever. So I hope that answers the questions you asked, Ms. Korn.
So it does. I appreciate that. I have to share with you, I have some concerns with that in terms of if we schedule a meeting to meet with someone to present what has been identified as why they are up for termination or any type of discipline, to not have the information available during the meeting doesn't seem appropriate. So I'm concerned if by 8 a.m. it wasn't available, why would we then just provide the information afterwards and then not schedule the meeting? Because if it was district staff that wasn't prepared with the material, why would we not then make sure that we schedule the meeting to give the employee the opportunity to speak to it after they've been provided the actual material? Here's my concern. Based on the allegations and the information that's been shared, Mr. Runcie, I don't have any problem supporting what you've presented. I think your recommendation is appropriate. My concern is that when this moves forward, if there is an indication that there was something that was not done to fully provide the due process, then it comes back, and now instead of addressing what the actual concern was and appropriately doing so, we're now having to address the fact that something in due process was not done to the letter. And I'm not really interested. We've had other issues where we've, gone forward and then it's been kicked back to us, and we don't have a recommendation to follow what our initial or your initial recommendation was that we've accepted. I don't want to find ourselves in that place with this. So if, based on Alan, what you shared, even if at that meeting they didn't ask for another meeting, if there was information not provided at that meeting and we only provided it in writing afterwards, and then we did not then request a meeting because now we were fully prepared for it, I'm just concerned that that could come up as something in the process going forward. And again, I don't want us to be in a position where your recommendation is not supported because of something in due process.
I understand that, and based on what I heard, I don't, it's not my understanding that's a due process issue for an employee that they were subsequently that day given the actual typed comments and information. So I think that's what you.
Question, Mr. Runcie. If you're the employee and you know that the purpose of the meeting is to be able to be presented with what the allegations are, but they are not presented at that meeting, they're presented afterwards. As the employee, it seems as if I've not then been, what was the purpose of the first meeting if I wasn't able to speak to it? So I don't know logistically, and to me, this is probably a legal issue that can be addressed afterwards. I just don't want to lose on it because that's it. I don't want to lose on it.
Yep. I'd like to speak too.
Ms. Korn, this is Barbara Myrick. May I
Yes,
speak?
Ms. Myrick.
Following up with what Mr. Runcie said, and Doug Griffin is here as well as Andrew Kavaris is here. The employee received the information of what the meeting was about. They discussed the allegations. He was not given the actual written statements was all he was not getting. They did discuss the written statements with him at that meeting. And the reason why he wasn't given, as Alan said, is that they were still in the student's handwriting, and we don't give those to employees because employees they're not anonymous then, because employees can usually tell who wrote what. But there is no, we would not lose this case based on that fact. He was given his appropriate notice, both by the 3-day notice as well as by the meetings, as well as the serving of the administrative complaint. He also had an opportunity, or to have his, as I said to you in a memo, to have his representative speak, and he has had that opportunity. He could have spoken today, but he had his representative speak at the April 21st meeting, and he had 2 representatives from the BTU speak today. And so the 2 levels of due process that he is afforded prior to the board's decision, he has been afforded. And so there would be no reason that for those reasons would we lose the case. Beyond that, not that this is a reason, but beyond that, because we're going to DOA in this case, any of those kinds of mistakes that could have been made, I don't believe there was any made, but could have been made, would be cured by going to DOA, because he would have all of those documentations through the discovery process and the witness process prior to going to DOA. So there would be no reason. There's much case law built on the fact that those issues, if there were mistakes made, can be cured by a formal hearing before DOA. And if you'd like to speak to either Andrew or Doug, they're both here.
Okay. There, to the point that, and I just want to ensure that this extra meeting was not actually requested. I know Mr. Strauss said that they could have filed a, I'm blanking on the word, I apologize.
Grievance.
Thank you. But at least from what was shared, it appears that there was a question. I don't know how formal. I mean, did they have to formally ask for another meeting, or by going to district legal staff and issuing a complaint? Is that not something that they would come back again? I just don't want to process
Thorne,
issues.
Yeah, let me just explain. When we get a hold of, when we and the Nick's office, we are not involved in this process at all. Sometimes Doug is consulted through the process, but we don't get the full information until the principal and employee and labor relations make the recommendation, and the recommendation goes to the student that they're going to, I mean, to the teacher that they're going to recommend a suspension.
Okay, but Miss Myrick, you're off the point of what I was referring to.
Okay,
There
I'm
is,
sorry.
what I'm trying to refer to is the fact that there was a statement shared that after this meeting, BTU did go, whether or not the typical process is when you receive it, there is a statement that was shared that the BTU did go to Susan Cooper, who said she was looking into it. I don't know if that actually occurred or not in that way, or how it was construed by Ms. Cooper. I'm just saying, I'm not asking about what the process is in this case. I'm asking about what happened. Again, I don't want it coming back, and I don't want this to be something where, well, we didn't take appropriate action. If you're confirming that this it was done appropriately, I mean, at some point, I can't do a he say, she said. I think we need to take next steps, and I will support this, but I will tell you, I personally would instruct my senior staff that if they're going to have a meeting regarding discipline, they should come to the meeting with the information available, not part of it, not verbally. If they are going to get a written statement of it, they should have it at that meeting. I'm not sure why we can have it at 11 a.m. and not at 8 a.m. So I would like that to be something, Mr. Runcie, for you to contemplate speaking with Dr. Wanza about, in terms of how we are having our staff hold these meetings at the school level, please. With that, I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. You're frozen. I don't know if you can still hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your follow-up, Ms. Cornyn. The information that was shared with us by legal and as BTU as well. I'm sorry, it's just, I feel disjointed with all these different computers and different information. I apologize if I'm going to ask the same question again. But Barbara, you said that Doug is on the line with us?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Doug, when you were there at BTU with Ms. Cooper, was there a follow-up meeting request?
He's in the next office. We're just making sure he was on a minute ago. He's coming into my office. Did you hear the?
Hey, Doug, do you need me to repeat?
He's on the delay.
I'll ask him.
Okay, well, okay, but I don't think he heard the beginning issue. Okay?
No, I will repeat again.
Okay.
Just let me know when he's ready.
He's ready.
Okay. Hey, Doug, sorry to grab you out of another room there. My question is, Doug, were you at the BTU with Miss Cooper on this day?
So I'm going to answer Ms. Rupert as honestly as I can. I'm over at the BTU frequently.
Yeah, no, I don't care about that, Doug. I just want to know about that day.
and Miss Rupert, I can't recall that situation versus the many other times that they come to me when I'm over there on other business and will raise some issue. And I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve them. And I believe I was there, and Ms. Chirac might have mentioned that to me while we were doing other business and kind of a sidebar. But to answer your question, I can't recall it specifically just because I have so many of those situations when I'm over there.
Okay, that's a real problem for me. And the second question I have is the
Ms. Rupert,
information. I'm sorry?
it's Susan Cooper through the chair.
Yes, Susan.
May I address your question?
Yes, please, Ms. Cooper.
I can tell you that yes, we were at negotiations. I believe that day it was December 11th or 12th. I did speak with Liz Chirac. She said there was a situation where they did have a due process meeting, but the statements were not prepared. I had contacted Mr. Goodwin and advised him, you know, please reach out to Ms. Chirac. You must get this information to her right away. It happens. Through the chair, it happens sometimes. It doesn't happen a lot. They got the information, you know, to them right away. I normally don't reach back out to the union because the union knows I will reach out to the administration. The administration normally will work with us, take care of whatever needs to be taken care of. And I did not hear back from the union about any issue after that day.
Okay. When the meeting was had that you heard about, someone else's case was actually given to them, so they weren't. That was the reason they didn't receive the information until 11 o'clock. For that reason, and I know, being a union person inside and out, that due process is extremely important. And in this country, I think people forget sometimes that people are innocent before just jumping and making the effect that they're guilty. And if there is an infraction, you have a right, we're still Americans, to see the case before you and to hear the allegations and to have all that information to prepare your case. That's why we live here in America. God bless us. I'm glad to be an American. But for the reason that Mr. Griffin said he couldn't remember, he wasn't going to do this, whatever, and that someone else's information, and I understand, Barbara, that you feel that this doesn't rise to the level, I will not be supporting this because too many balls were dropped, and I will not risk somebody's occupation, reputation, and insurance at this time. Thank you very much.
Miss
Through the chair, can I have Mr. Strauss clarify a statement that was made? Go ahead.
Yes, please, Mr. Strauss.
Yes, thank you. As Ms. Rupert was mentioning that another case was handed to them during this meeting, that is not the case. There was no exchange of anything. Like I said previously, the items that were provided later, as Ms. Cooper just mentioned, were not prepared and ready for the meeting, as you mentioned before. So no other person's case was handed to them in that regards. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I'm going to say that I concur wholeheartedly with your comments with regard to Mr. Runcie ensuring that senior leadership is fully prepared for meetings, especially with regard to employee discipline meetings. I am uncomfortable and disturbed by the fact that a discipline meeting would be held without the appropriate documentation, that we would think it would be okay to have a meeting at 8 and then later provide the document at 11. Whether it's within our right to do so or not, I just don't think it's good practice. And then I just need for someone to explain to me and definitively say that no follow-up meeting was requested. So I don't know who the follow-up meeting would have been requested of, but all of those people who might have received that request, can you verify for me, or Mr. Runcie, I guess I'm going to go back to you because you were given the opportunity to go back and look at this. Do you feel confident that no follow-up meeting was requested?
Yes, based on what I've heard from staff, no follow-up meeting was requested. They were provided the information later that day. To your point, they should have had it typed out, and that Susan mentioned that does happen occasionally, and we'll try to make sure that folks are pretty clear that they have to have it there prepared at the meeting. But the item was discussed with them, and they were provided the information later on that day. So they wouldn't have had a need to have a follow-up meeting. So they did not request that. That's my understanding. And so I'm comfortable with staff's representation of what occurred.
Okay, and so the difficulty for us today as board members, or for me as one board member, is that you've brought a recommendation forward. If we vote on this recommendation, the employee's employment is terminated. And I just want to make it very clear, and I think I said this at the last meeting when we made comments on this particular case, I'm not condoning the alleged behavior through my questions. This is all about process, and this is all about ensuring that we as a district have dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and that we are moving it forward in a way that is compliant with our policies and with the procedures that we have outlined for these types of discipline actions. And so looking at what occurs next, I will tell you that the next thing is a recommendation possibly will come back to us from an ALJ, right? That's the next step for us as a school board. Not staff, but for us as a board.
That is correct, Mrs. Brinkworth.
Right. And so what I will say is this, is that I have lots of questions about the process. I'm getting conflicting information about what happened. And if it comes back from the ALJ and it is determined that there's proof that there was a follow-up meeting that was requested or other things that you have indicated that you've followed up on with staff, that's problematic for me. So I'm just trying to be very clear that you have gone back over this time and you feel very comfortable that the T's were crossed, the I's were dotted, and the process was followed.
Yes, I mean, other than doing it myself, I mean, I asked the questions that you asked, and so we have the confirmation from staff as we were told here today. I think part of the challenge in some of these cases, just my opinion on this, is that when we have these kind of conversations and they become part of what happens at a DOA hearing, it becomes problematic for the cases that we have. So staff gave us their response. We try to hold them accountable for that. We have the other party which gave theirs. That's the reason why we have a DOA process, right? And we gave affirmations that the process was followed. And I think we just need to move forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman's one follow-up comment, and then I think we're ready to vote.
Yes. Did you check with Mr. Goodman to see if there was a follow-up meeting requested, Mr. Runcie?
Did I what?
I believe Alan responded to that question already, but Alan,
Okay.
So I spoke with Mr. Strauss last night. Had him call the folks at the school to get that answer.
Okay. Well, they definitely have conflicting stories. I guess my issue here is why wouldn't you at this point stop the process? Is there a way to afford this gentleman due process going backwards, giving him the second meeting with all of the paperwork and doing it right and then bringing it forward? Why wouldn't you go backwards and correct it so that when it does go forward, it sticks? Like,
Look,
is that
I
a
imagine
possibility?
we could do that, right? But that hasn't been requested. I mean,
Well,
if
I
it has
requested
been,
it now.
if it has been, I mean, I'd want someone on staff. Has anyone on this call right now with staff, has that type of meeting been requested? And I would just want to hear from everyone. I want to hear from Susan, Alan, Doug. Has that been requested?
No.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay,
Doug?
No.
Mr. Runcie,
Okay.
even if the union didn't ask for it, that would be doing their due diligence, because they don't want, if the case is egregious and they don't want it to be overturned, I would go backwards, do what I needed to do to afford the due process, and then move forward. It would be worth it to me to do it correctly so that the case sticks, as opposed to we're going to go.
Let me just, okay, so my
Just because the union
response,
requested it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Okay, so
so let me just respond to that. So I appreciate the thought of doing that if that's something that the other party would want. But doing so to me is not some acknowledgement that our process was incorrect, right? So we could do that if that's going to make the board feel comfortable. But again, I think our process was followed properly.
I feel, Mr. Runcie, that that's a sure way to do it the correct way. And right now it's a he said, she said, and everyone has different opinions on what they're going to believe on this.
But here's
so
the thing.
at this point, Ms. Bartleman, I know you have absolutely shared your position and your request of Mr. Runcie. I think he's addressed your request and has indicated that he's asking us to move forward. So with that, Mr. Runcie, are you changing your recommendation?
I mean, I think there's a sense with some of the board members that we go back. Look, we can bring it back to the next board meeting and ask if there's a request to sit down again and go over the case. We can do that, but I mean, that's all I'm hearing at this point. I don't have a concern with doing that. But that, again, I want to be clear, that's not some acknowledgement that the process itself was incorrect. So we can defer this item to the next board meeting, and we will make that. I can't make them make the request, but we'll afford the opportunity over the next week or two for the other party, representing Mr. DeLuca, to make that request to go have that meeting.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman, I think this is where you were trying to get. I was just trying to streamline us to actually move to another place. So is there
Perfect.
something
So
you'd
how
like
about
to
I do?
make
that motion to defer it so that
Defer
they
to
can
the next board meeting.
so they can go through and do the due process opportunities that are allegedly weren't handled correctly. And then,
So Ms. Bartleman, can you just?
I wouldn't state it that way.
how do you want me to say it? I'll state it however you want me to say it.
I would state it that we've given the party an opportunity to have that a meeting, and maybe Barbara and Doug can help with that.
Okay. Second, whatever she's doing.
That's fine. I just want to get it done. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a deferral of this for you to bring it back on June 9th with the opportunity for the union to have an additional meeting if they so desire.
Perfect.
And that's been seconded by Ms. Rupert. Is there any further discussion on the deferment? All in favor of the deferment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who indicate no. So it's unanimous. I believe there are 8 board members that are on the line still. Can I just go through those, please? Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good? Ms. Levinson?
Yes. I
Ms.
would like to
Murray?
make a comment, though.
No, and I'd like to comment.
Okay, well then we're not ready for a vote. That's why I'd asked. So I'm not going to complete the vote right now. I'm going to go back to my colleagues so that they can share their comments before we finalize a vote. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Korn. The only reason I would support this is to make sure I'm not even sure how I want to phrase this because I don't believe this is how we should be handling things. And I'm very disturbed that this is how these are being handled. But the bottom line is we have to look at the big picture. And I cannot have someone back in the classroom who calls kids dummies, idiots, brats, stupid, trash, and I can't even mention the other two. So the bottom line to me is I don't want to have any cracks in this that can be exploited in DOA. So I will go along with it just to make sure that this doesn't become the reason, because the end result is I don't want more disparaging comments to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson, for your clarification and comments. Ms. Murray?
Yes, I believe that the process should proceed. I think if I was the employee and I thought that the school board had done such a poor job in investigating, that I would go to DOA and expect a fair hearing and probably things would get overturned. But for us to continue every time that the employee's representation comes before us with emotional plead and accusations that really don't have credence, I think we're doing ourselves an injustice by not supporting the superintendent because, again, I have to say that this person has the right to go to DOA, and that's a fair hearing, and I think that's the way we should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Do any of my colleagues have anything else to comment?
Yes, Ms. Korn, if I could just have one more comment.
Okay, and then I have Dr. Osgood.
I'm just going to say that I have decided that I am going to vote against this. I've been told by staff that everything has been taken care of. I will, however, be extremely upset if this teacher ends up back in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, and Ms. Boderman made a motion about the process. So it's not my thought that I'm not making a vote based on the employee. If Mr. Griffin had recalled, I would have a totally clearer thought because I agree with Ms. Levinson. It's just the stuff that those kids have gone through at Piper is horrific. And, maybe others can go talk to them. And they're not making it up. It's too many of them to say that they're making it up. It's been a total catastrophe. And I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Runcie, please help us not to have people that are on extreme disciplinary plans in our schools where our kids are kind of struggling in some cases the most. It's just a disservice to them, a major disservice. And as I'm listening at this conversation about what we're going to do, Ms. Murray made a very, very interesting point. So I would appreciate if you go through the vote again, Ms. Korn, and do a roll call, please.
Okay, thank you. And again, my support of this is only from a process issue. I concur with what Ms. Levinson and a couple of my colleagues said. I have zero tolerance for the behavior that's been alleged against this individual. So I do expect this will be going forward, but I do not want us to have any issue in it potentially coming back because someone found something in the process later that we are not able to be able to say that we supported as we went through our initial part of the process. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a roll call vote. I have Ms. Aladev.
Can you repeat what we're voting on? Is this Ms. Bartleman's?
Yes, we're voting on a deferral for Mr. Runcie to bring it back on June 9th, giving the opportunity for BTU to have a second meeting if they so desire.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bartleman,
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
Ms. Good is not on the line. Ms. Levinson,
No.
Ms. Murray,
No.
Ms. Rupert,
Yes.
Dr. Osgood,
No.
and I am voting yes. So that is, I believe that is 5-3. In
5-3,
favor.
the motion passes.
Thank you. So with that, we can now move on to the next item. And the next item is II1. Can I have a motion and a second on II1?
So moved. Rupert?
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input? Actually, oh yeah, no, we do. Mr. Moquin, any audience input?
Madam Chair, we have no audience input on this item.
Thank you. May I please have, Ms. Good is not with us at the moment, but Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. I'm concerned about the elimination of the box and if it would be a better use to move this box over to PPO to help with the systems and everything going on there.
Someone from staff want to respond to Ms. Bartleman's comment?
Ms. Korn, can you repeat the item number, please?
II1?
It's the org chart.
It's not, wait, isn't that the grandparents thing? The foster grandparents program? Anybody, or is my fever just taking me out now?
No, hold on one second.
Ms. Rupert, that item did not go forward.
Ah, okay, so in its place is the org chart. Okay, I'm cool.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay, thank God I'm talking
Someone
to the right.
please address Ms. Bartleman is asking a question regarding one of the boxes that's proposed.
Hi, this is Maurice, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. I am the one that's requesting a senior process analyst. I believe it's on page 20 of the item. The area where the box going away, I believe is under Frank Girardi's area in construction. I know that the individual and the skill sets that I need for the PPO area are specific to the ability to do some technology integration with SAP Maximo to really drive process improvement. Some of the items that we had discussed back in January, I'm not 100% clear of the skills and capabilities of the individual that's on the facilities construction box that's being deleted. What I would do is I think it would or could make sense to have that individual compete for the position in PPO to ensure that we have a strong pool of candidates and that we get the right individual. I think the position's too critical to move an individual over that may or may not have the appropriate skill set. But if the individual wants to compete for the role, I would strongly encourage that.
Okay, is there any additional? Ms. Bartleman?
I guess. I don't know. Okay, I don't feel comfortable with that answer, but I'll let other people talk. Go ahead.
Okay, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Korn. I'm not going to speak about individual people and individual boxes on the org chart. That is the job of the superintendent and staff to figure out where the needs are and to align properly. It's not a board member's responsibility. But what I do want to follow up on is the comment that I made on the workshop. I didn't realize this was coming so soon. I just want to make sure that we do get that list of positions that have been vacant, how long they've been vacant, so that we're able to have that along with this, because I'm looking to reduce this amount, not keep it the same. Thank you.
Yes, that list is, oh, Ms. Marte, I saw you popped in, sorry.
No, Mr. Runcie, you go first, sir. I was just going to indicate staff is working on that list. And I want to remind the board, the list continues to grow. We've, as they can see by today's G3 item, we're not putting anything through. And as people do leave the district or retire, that list is increasing. So I'll give them the list this week. Oleg's actually finishing it up.
Thank you.
Okay, and it'll also indicate how long they've been vacant so that we'll know in terms of whether those positions would be temporary or could possibly be permanent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I want to make sure we check that. So at a minimum, we'll get the list of the positions. If we have to follow up with a subsequent memo on the time that it's been vacant, we'll do that as well. But at a minimum, you'll get the list that'll quantify the number of positions and the economic impact of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Runcie, for that follow-up. I do not have any other colleagues that have asked to speak on this. I'm sorry?
Me, Nora.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert. I didn't have you listed. Yes, please.
Thank you. And thank you for my colleagues' comments beforehand and Mr. Woods. I know we don't talk about individual people, and I try very hard not to, or individual boxes, but when we're only getting rid of one box in the organizational chart, and this person has a multitude of talents with the school board and beyond into the community. I appreciate that Mr. Woods has said that he would be open to have this particular person compete with other people for this job. That's not my call. You know, my call is to make sure that we are following the recommendations of certain organizations that have found a need, like the Great City Schools. So I think this particular person who is being removed from the chart could have major value in any of our departments where there are needs. So my request is that, following the lead from Mr. Woods and Mr. Runcie, that they work diligently to do whatever job description that they have to do and make this available for all the people who want to. But I think special consideration should also be given to somebody who's worked for us before, as well as somebody who has had a very successful skill set that we as a district sorely need. And that's all I'll say on this topic, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I do not see any addition. Sorry, I have Ms. Holodeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Ms. Rupert. And I do have a question for Ms. Myrick on page 11. Have we gotten any update from the Attorney General that the board sent the letter regarding the organizational reporting structure for the chief auditor, and if the board is in compliance with the intent of the law?
We have not gotten anything back from the Attorney General's office. And yes, I believe, as my memo said last year, that you are, the board is in compliance with the statute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see additional comments. All those in favor of II1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those saying no?
No.
No. Okay, let's do a roll call. Ms. Holodeff?
No.
Ms. Bartleman?
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
No.
Ms. Good is not on the line. Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert,
No,
Ms. Murray,
she's muted.
sorry, Ms. Murray, could you unmute? Ms. Murray, you're muted again. There we go.
Nope.
Nope. Give you one more second. We need to, there we go. How about Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Murray.
Oh my God.
There we go. I can hear you. Okay, just click it and wait for a second. Just pause. Don't do anything quickly. I think you're on now.
Yes.
That was a yes vote?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm voting in the affirmative. So Ms. Myrick, that is 4 yes and 4 no.
Fails.
That's true. It is.
It fails,
And it
correct?
fails.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Levinson.
May I ask a question?
Okay.
Since the superintendent's organizational chart is now failing because of one box, what happens now, Ms. Myrick?
Well, I would hope that the superintendent brings, I would think that the superintendent could either make a change to the organizational chart as he sees fits and brings it back, or he will bring it back when he thinks there will be 9 members and Mrs. Good will break the tie.
Okay. So to that point, I guess structurally to Ms. Levinson's point, the org chart as it currently exists in the previous org chart then would apply until a recommended org chart change is approved. Is that correct?
That's correct. The
Okay.
org chart that's in existence right now will stay the same until a new one is
Do you
approved.
guys have any chicken or anything I can eat?
Okay. Thank you. If we can mute ourselves, please. Okay, so we are on to item number J3. Can I have a motion and a second on J3?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert,
Second.
second by Ms. Brinkworth. Thank you. Any audience input? Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no audience input on this item.
Okay. So to my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff. Ms. Alhadeff, you are muted. Ms. Alhadeff, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Okay, we're on K3?
We are on J3.
No, I said K3.
Oh, K3. Okay. I did not get that correctly. I apologize. So hopefully school board records caught that correctly. So, okay. So all those in favor of J3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Sorry, I unmuted. Aye.
Those opposed, please indicate by saying no. J3 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on, we can go back to the one item that we had, which was deferred, which was EE9. Have a motion and a second.
So moved, Nora.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Alda.
Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you. We already did the audience input. So on EE9, I believe staff was getting back to us to give us a little bit more guidance on this item. Before we have that, why don't I'm going to I know Ms. Levinson was looking to speak on this item. So Ms. Levinson, if you'd like to go, and then we'll have staff follow up.
Yes, I'd just like to have staff follow up about reducing can you hear me? About reducing the maximum construction project value from the 663 million. And I'd be willing to make a motion amending that if staff could speak to it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Girardi?
Yes, I didn't know if procurement wanted to speak to it, but I can speak to it. We did.
Okay,
I'd just like to know the number that you think would be more appropriate to reduce it to so I could make the motion.
So,
Right,
so this is Maurice Woods. If I can weigh in here.
Yes, please.
So we did have some conversation, and there is nothing that would prohibit us from reducing the amount. So we're recommending that we decrease the $663 million by approximately a third to $221 million.
By 2/3.
By 2/3, I'm sorry. And in doing that, we would have to uniformly decrease the contract amounts in Table A by the same amount, 66.7%. So we
Okay,
can wrap
so
some
then,
language around that. We can make that, I believe we can make that change via an amendment.
okay, so I would like to make an amendment to decrease the maximum construction project value from 663 million to 221 million, and to decrease the contract amounts accordingly for the 4 different areas by 2/3.
Second.
Brinkworth.
Motion by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? So it passes unanimously. With that, that was the amendment. Now let's vote on the amended item. All those in favor of the amended item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? EE9 passes unanimously. Thank you very much to staff for going back and bringing that item to us. Can I please have a motion and a second on J5?
So move, Nora.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
No audience input.
Thank you. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, and Ms. Korn, if you wouldn't mind, I think I actually said J5 to J11. It was all the same comment, if we want to take them together.
Yes, I thought it was J6 to 11. So yeah, no, that would be, is it J6 to only 11 or is it all the way to 13?
It was J5 to 13, actually. 2 different comments, but J5 to J13.
So if we could change, I think that was moved by Ms. Rupert and second by Ms. Brinkworth.
That's fine. I approve it.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have J5 through J13 on the floor. Ms. Levinson.
Yes, J5 through J11, these are both amendments to existing contracts, J5 through J11, and then J12 and J13. J5 through 11 adds the FEMA language requirements for reimbursement and the required use of eBuilder. J12 and J13 adds the required use of eBuilder. My question to you all is, you have a list of the following consultants that have agreed. When it comes to J5 through J11, I see this as not being able to have a choice of agreeing when it's language requirements for reimbursement from FEMA. Are you saying that there are other consultants that have not agreed?
No.
This should be the complete list.
This should be the complete consultant list. Everyone has agreed. That may
Okay,
have been
because it
worded a
says
little
the
bit
following.
incorrectly.
Right.
So it says the following have agreed, which leads you to believe that there are some who have not. So you are saying that we have amended the contracts in all these different areas from J5 to J13 to add FEMA to the J5 to the J11 and to add the required use of eBuilder for J5 through J13
Correct. And
for
everyone
all
has,
contracts that exist.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, okay, I wasn't sure if you had me. So I made a note that it said no FEMA language for J12 and J13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it said.
Yeah.
Do you have that, Danny?
Hang on, I'm trying to read.
Because that's different from what you just said to Miss Levinson.
No,
Oh, the
actually,
numbers were-
through the chair, when I asked the question, I asked it about the J5 through to the J11 that had the FEMA and the J12 and 13 that did not.
Right,
Okay.
J5 through J11 was for the architectural services. J12 and J13 are for the continuing CMAR services. Two different services.
Yes, I understand. I was
talking J5 through J11.
Okay, and I thought when the question was answered or asked, it was mentioned through J12 and J13. I just wanted to make sure that there was a clarification there because they don't include the FEMA language.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So all those in favor of J5 through J13, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. J5 through 13 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ1 through JJ8?
So move, Rupert.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on JJ1 through JJ8, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on JJ1 through JJ8.
Okay, thank you. I first have Ms. Brinkworth and then Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be consistent with my position on this in previous items, I will not be supporting these items as CMAR was not originally intended for lots of different projects. It was a niche type of contract to use, and so I am not supporting these items. In addition to that, though, I want to ask staff, through Mr. Runcie's leadership, could you please just verify that the capacity of vendors is in constant review? Because as I look at some of the contracts, we have several entities that are, if awarded today, will be receiving a large portion of work.
Yes, I'll let Danny or Ashley answer that, and then I'll put any additional comments if needed.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, this is Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. That is definitely under review, certainly by facilities as well as procurement. We do keep a running list to ensure that there isn't a contractor that's over their aggregate amount or really close to it. So that is under constant review.
Okay, I just want to also ensure that beyond their aggregate amount, that we're also really keeping tabs on their actual capacity to perform the work. And I know these are just up to be awarded today, but it's something that I've asked in the past, and I just want to make sure we've continued with the ongoing monitoring of that.
Right, you're talking about their capacity.
Correct.
Yes, we are monitoring that. The one that I think you might be talking about that received 5 today, or maybe 6, they were doing a lot of our CSMP work, so they don't have a lot on the books right now, so they've got the capability.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. On these items, why is there pre-construction fees ranging from 1.3 to 2.7% and construction manager fees ranging from 5.4 to 7.25%?
Well,
why aren't they all around the same?
Well, it all pertains to the project itself, its complexity, and we had a long conversation with that prior to the meeting today. And Ashley, I think, had the comments on that, so if she wants to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Frank said it, but it depends on the complexity and the size of the project. There are some, I guess, rules of thumb and
well, it doesn't have to do with the size because that's the percentage amount. So it's the complexity, you're saying.
No, even the fee goes.
The largest one has the lowest pre-construction fee.
Okay, so there's also a little bit of a discrepancy here that I probably need to mention, which is that when we negotiated with the CMARs, we did it based upon the rough order of magnitude estimate prepared by Atkins based on, obviously these weren't designed yet, but just based on what the scopes of the projects were and what we're seeing in terms of the cost of these So when you look at the budgeted FLCC, you're absolutely right. That's probably not going to provide you a good guideline of what the percentage is in reference to. But we were working with procurement with these, new estimates to basically come up with a percentage. So that's why it might look a little bit haphazard, but it is not. It's definitely based on the complexity and the size of the project.
And with these projects, when we first discuss the switch over from an ITB hard bid to the CMAR, it was also discussed that we were using Atkins estimates as our guide, because the concern was, were we going to be paying more money by going CMAR? And I believe at that meeting, it was decided on, I don't know if it was 3 or 5% above would be the max, where we would then go to hard bid. So that's why we're using.
It was 3%.
3%, okay. So that's why we're using the Atkins number, so we have a true number that we're basing everything on.
Okay, so what is the answer? It's based on the complexity of the job?
And the size.
Mainly the complexity.
Again, it's not the size, because
But it is. So there might be, let's say the FLCC, so budgeted in the ADFP, let's say it was a $2 million project. But when we look at it, we say, okay, well, based on the amount of roofing on this job, it's actually going to be a $4 million project. Then we negotiated with the CMAR based upon a $4 million project. Because they know as well as we do, that it's not going to be a $2 million project.
okay, so basically it's not based on these numbers.
Right.
It's based on what your estimate, what you're projecting it will be.
Correct.
Okay. So if the GMP does not meet our budgeted amount, we lose the pre-construction fee?
Well, it's not that you lose the pre-construction fee. You're getting something for that. The CMAR is working with the architect on the design. So you are getting something out of that fee. It's just that if we don't meet that 3% or below, then we put it out to hard bid, then the CMAR stops, but we got value out of that fee. We got constructability and everything else that the CMAR gives to the architect in the design.
I know, but if they fail to meet that and we have to start with someone else, we pay again.
Well, we wouldn't start with someone else. It would just go out as hard bid. This would be part of the design fee. And after that, if we don't come up with a GMP that meets our dollar value plus the 3% max, then we just put it out to hard bid and low bidder gets it. So it's not like the main.
I gotcha. Thank
It's not like the big ones. Okay.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other colleagues that have asked any questions. So all those in favor of JJ1 through JJ8, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, I need a roll call vote because if I could do a roll call vote, Ms. Alhadeff,
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman. Okay, Ms. Bartleman has stepped away for a couple of minutes. I just wasn't sure of her timing. Ms. Brinkworth.
No.
Miss Good is not with us. Miss Levinson.
Yes.
Miss Murray.
Yes.
Dr. Osgood.
Yes.
Miss Rupert.
No.
Okay, and then I'm voting for it. So it is a 5-7 vote in favor. Thank you. Can I please have a motion and a second?
Wait, your math.
Five to two vote.
Five. No, there was
5
three.
to 2 vote in favor.
Three of us voted in favor.
I'm sorry. I had missed.
You said 5 to 7. It was
Yeah,
5
that's
to
fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. 5-2. Sorry.
Thank
I was
you.
adding. See how quick I do math in my head?
Wasn't
All
that
right, sorry
three that voted for it?
No, 5 voted for it and 2 voted against.
Oh, okay.
But Mr. Moquin, really truly just trying to keep you on your toes. So thank you for that. Can we do JJ 9 through 11 together, Miss Murray, or are they all separate?
I just had a remark.
Okay, so if I can get a motion
Them all
in a
together.
second, JJ 9 through 11, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by, was that Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Any audience input on JJ 9 through 11, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on those items.
Thank you. Ms. Murray?
Yes, I just wanted to recognize, so my constituents would know, that Pasadena Lakes, Driftwood Elementary, Driftwood Middle, and Lake Forest Elementary, that's under the bond issue that those schools are in the process of work being completed and work started. And there's also, well, you could have thrown in SS 20 too, I guess, on that, because it's the same remark. But I just want my constituents to know.
SS.
JJ.
Or
JJ.
JJ 20, excuse me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a little late. The letters start to blend. I get it.
But I
Okay.
just wanted to recognize, so my constituents are aware that, as they ask many times, where are we with the SMART program? And those schools, there is work being completed and work being initiated. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. All those in favor of JJ 9, 10, and 11, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So we have the same members who were in attendance at the last one who just voted. So may I please have a motion and a second on JJ 12, 13, and 14?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by
Rupert.
Ms. Rupert. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on JJ 12, 13, and 14?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on JJ 12, 13, or 14.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Levinson on JJ 13.
Yes. JJ 13 is 212% over the previous amount and is over the Atkins amount. I cannot support this item in light of where we are today with the pandemic and the way I believe things are going to move in the future. I believe
me back. You coming back?
I believe you need to rebid this.
Looking for a Coke.
This
Ms.
is
Murray, can we mute your mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
I believe you need to rebid this. This is completely out of whack. The construction contract itself is 424% over the previous amount. And I'm going to need to separate it from the other two, and I can't legitimize paying this amount for something.
Can you repeat the one you want to separate, Miss Levinson?
JJ 13, the net change is 212%, and the construction contract is 424% over the previous amount.
I see. Thank you. I second her motion to separate. Did you make it, or did I jump ahead?
I'm making a motion to separate.
Second it.
Thank you.
So those in favor of separating JJ 13, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So JJ 13 has been separated. Let's go ahead and move JJ 12 and 14. All those in favor of JJ 12 and 14, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, JJ 12 and 14 are approved unanimously. We'll bring JJ 13 back to the floor. Can I have a motion on JJ 13? Thank you, Ms. Rupert. A second?
Second, Brinkworth.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Back to Ms. Levinson's point. She shared her points on JJ 13. Are there any other comments on JJ 13?
Could I just make a comment? How long would this delay the process, Mr. Girardi?
Yeah.
To go ahead and put this back out to bid would probably, and I'm going to ask Danny to verify, looking at least 3 months.
Yeah, bring
delay.
it back.
Huh?
Yeah, by the time we re-advertise and bring it back about 3
Yeah, by
months.
the time we re-advertise, open bids, and then do the board item, we're talking probably about 90 days, 3 months.
Okay, so I just want to say, going forward, I'm going to be looking at these from that lens. And I guess we're going to see how my colleagues feel about it as well. But I would ask you to pull them and look at them, any of the ones coming forward that are this far out of whack, and in light of what the market is like, that you would look at rebidding them.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any colleagues who have asked any questions, but I would like to. On this one, in terms of where we're seeing the substantial overage, are they in areas which you've seen an impact, basically a reduction in costs in the marketplace with COVID? Because we are hearing that there are some, but of course it's like ancillary information that we have. So I guess I would like to know, in the areas where we saw the greatest impact on this price, to Ms. Levinson's point, are these in areas where otherwise we are seeing a reduction in these types of construction cost areas due to COVID?
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a comment and then hand it over to Ashley, because she's the one, she's done an analysis on it. She's looked at all of the bids that came in. And this bid opening was March 18th. So this opened just prior to a lot of things shutting down. So I just wanted to say that. And we had seven bidders, which we are getting much more participation in our bids now, because there's a lot of private sector work that's not moving forward. So with that, I'll let Ashley explain how the bids came in and where we're at on the overages.
Okay, thanks, Frank. I think, there's a couple of different things to look at here. So you asked about the overages on this particular project. Roofing is obviously the biggest one, and that's fairly typical. Whether or not we would get much better prices if we put that out on the street tomorrow, I really can't say. It's a little bit of a crapshoot. Like Frank mentioned, we had 7 bidders and they were very tight. So I don't think this is the case of somebody just throwing in a high number thinking, oh, there's so much work, in the market. I think that the numbers were good from the bidders, and they were relatively close to the Atkins estimate. Now, this particular project, Ms. Levinson mentioned that it was out of whack, and I think that one of the factors of that is that the roofing square footage was more than what was represented in maps. So in maps, for whatever reason, it seemed to be underestimated by 15 or 16,000 square feet, which adds a lot of money to the project. So that indicates that roofing is going to be more than the usual overage, which is a lot. The second thing is that this project doesn't have some of the what we call budget scopes, like media center, STEM lab, art and music, where we don't allow the designer to go over budget. We have them designed to the budget. So here we only have HVAC and building envelope, which is mainly roofing, and so those are the ones where we do see the most overage, especially in the older buildings across the whole district. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend putting it out on the street. It might work in our favor, but it might not. And like Frank said, we got a lot of bidders, so we were pretty happy with the way the bids came in and the spread between them.
So I appreciate that. Can we speak real quick, if we could, Ashley, to that square footage discrepancy? If the square footage, if Atkins had the correct square footage to work with when the estimate was done, how would that have impacted Atkins' estimate?
I'm not saying it impacted the Atkins estimate. The Atkins estimate was quite close to the bids. I'm saying, our normal overage for roofing, let's say in maps it was $6 a square foot and we're really getting 19 or 20. But here we're saying we had that difference, and we had an added 15 or 16,000 square feet that weren't even accounted for originally. So it's putting
that's the 15 or 16,000 square feet I'm talking about. If you were doing it on a per square foot basis,
right? But we're comparing the bids to the budget, like to the original FLCC. So when you compare the bids to the original FLCC, you're missing that. The Atkins estimate was pretty close, but the FLCC, the original one versus the bids was where the huge discrepancy was.
Just
So
on the,
instead of being
Can I?
3% over
Okay,
400%.
I understand. I'm asking a very specific question. So let's just focus on the question because I think it's getting a little diluted.
Yeah.
It says that it was 9% over the Atkins estimate. Does Atkins do its estimate based on square footage of roofing?
Yeah, of the
Okay.
plans, the same way that the contractor does.
Yes. So
Yes.
if Atkins knew that there was an additional 15,000 square foot of roofing, would that not have impacted the Atkins estimate?
Yes, it did.
So that's what I'm asking. How did that impact, or that 9% is already taking into account the 15,000 square feet difference?
Yes, that 9% is already taking into account that, that difference. The thing is, with the Atkins estimate, it was little minor things, right? So the contractor was slightly lower in fire sprinklers than Atkins was, and they were slightly higher in something else. So,
Okay.
but I think to get to your point is that the Atkins estimate was 9% over, but it took into account the added costs for the roofing, et cetera.
That is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
Okay.
the added 15,000 square feet comes out to about $320,000.
Okay.
That's
All right.
just the added 15,000. If we
Right.
triple the roofing on the portion of the cost, that's what really balloons the number up.
Right. Okay. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. I think Ms. Levinson had a follow-up question before we take the vote.
Yes, and I just wanted to make a comment. I can appreciate what you're saying, Ashley, in the time that this was bid. But the time is very different right now, and I think the message we need to be sending out on future projects is that the price needs to come down. And competitive bidding against one another under these circumstances will help drive the prices down. Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of JJ 13, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 Okay, if I can get a roll call vote, please. I need Miss Alhadeff,
No.
Miss Bartleman,
No.
Miss Brinkworth,
Yes.
Miss Good is not with us, Miss Levinson,
No.
Miss Murray,
No.
Miss Rupert,
No.
Dr. Osgood.
Yes.
And I'm also voting yes. So it's 5-8 and it fails. And so based on that, we're now looking at a potential 3-month delay on this project, correct?
Correct.
Is there any way of expediting that, or that is what it is?
We'll try and get it through as quick as possible. We do have our normal procedure for bidding, but when we are ready to come to the board, we can ask for a late load. Since we've already had this item brought forward, we won't delay it 2 or 3 weeks waiting for another board meeting if we can get it on a sooner one, if that's okay.
That would be what I'd like us to do. Also, based on the fact that we obviously are right approaching summer, would this have been a project that, I mean, obviously it's a design bid build. Does that impact this at all, or we would not have gotten to the construction phase anyway?
Now, with
regarding...
approval today, we might be able to get something started by the end of the summer, but we're not gonna have the whole summer to do this.
Right. Okay. But we're not. So we're in essence, we're not losing the summer because of the
No.
the award. Okay. So it fails. If I could get a motion and a second on JJ 15.
So moved, Rupert.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. If any public comment, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment for JJ 15.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. Can I?
So happy late in the day.
I have Miss Levinson.
Sorry. JJ 15. This one is borderline the same thing, but since it's even further under the Atkins estimate. I'm not going to bring it up, but I just would like the message to get out there that if they continue to come in like this, I am going to press the issue of rebidding them.
Okay, I don't have any additional comments. All in favor of JJ 15, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, JJ 15 passes 7-1. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 16?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth, and I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay. This one is an interesting one. Why has the construction contingency amount gone up from 171,000 to $1,373,500 so that your revised amount equals your previous amount?
Okay,
Your construction contract has gone down substantially, and your construction, I'm sorry, not construction contingency, construction miscellaneous has gone up substantially.
I can explain that, but the best one to do it is Ashley, because there is more phases in this project. So she could explain what that contingency amount is.
Yes, Ms. Levinson, I would like to just, back up on this one a little bit. So we broke it up into 3 pieces. When we came to the board in June 2019 with the plan for Margate Elementary that was approved, the project got broken up into 3 phases. So this is phase 1. It's the renovation of buildings 9 and 11 to 18.
The original GOB.
Yeah, the original GOB scope for buildings that weren't really impacted by the new addition. So I struggled with what to do with the budget here. Maybe this wasn't the best way to show it, but we just wanted to kind of indicate that we didn't need additional funds at this moment because we're really only pushing forward with phase 1. As the next 2 phases come, particularly phase 3, which is the new addition, that's when we're going to need the additional funding. And so because this is all it's still under one project, but it's 3 phases, potentially with 3 different contractors, right, Danny?
Correct.
Yeah, so maybe we didn't show it the right way here, but it was basically just showing you that we need to keep all the funds in the project right now because of course we are going to need them. We just don't need all the construction money right this minute for doing phase 1.
And I guess just to add to that a little bit so you know what the phases are, since we were talking about 3 phases. Phase 1 is the primary renovation work minus all the buildings that are going to be demolished for the new addition. Phase 2 is we're going to be demolishing, and I don't know the exact number.
4, 6, and 8.
4, 6, and we're demolishing 3 buildings under a separate phase so we have room to put the new addition. With the new addition, that'll be phase 3, which will then include the demolition of buildings 3 and 5 that house the kids right now. So those are the 3 phases, and that money is still in the project for those phases. So it's not a contractor contingency, it's just a holding of the money for the next phase.
Right.
So yeah, it was kind of hard to put it, and then without explaining it, I think makes it even harder.
Okay, to me, it's very hard to follow a project this way. I would rather see it that the construction miscellaneous stays the same. We're not reducing the amount of the budget, but I don't think that that amount should be lumped in here now. It should be done accordingly with the other 2 phases. Does it mean that it wipes out the budget if we put it in here? We would have to we'd have to make a change to the budget as a board.
You're right, and maybe we can amend this item by putting in an additional line where it says construction contract. That could say phase 1, construction contract dash phase 1, and then we could have another line that says construction contract phases 2 and 3. Put the balance there, so you can clearly see we're holding that money for phases 2 and 3. Maybe that would be helpful to clarify it.
Yes, I think that would be much better to do it that way so that we could see.
Okay.
And then the other comment is there's $408,472 for fire sprinklers. Why isn't that being subtracted from the budget? I know you're going to tell me you're going to need it for some other portion, but again, it's convoluting how we can look at jobs and see what's actually being paid and whether it comes in line the right way when you do it like this.
Well, you did answer it. Obviously, we are going to need the money. When we brought the project a year ago, when we said we're going to do this new addition, we were taking into consideration all of the budget dollars. So the fact that the budget had in it $4.62 million, we need every penny of that, plus, you know, whatever else we said we were going to need at that point to get up to the $8.5 million, you know, at the end of this job.
I understand, but what it's not showing us the true amount that we're over on the bids when you're keeping in the $400,000 for work that's not being done. It doesn't mean it's not going to be used, whatever passes is going to be used for the project. But if you leave that in here, we don't get a realistic picture of what people are bidding on and how much over it is.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think I guess then what we could do is, because you're right, in some cases we're way under on fire sprinkler because a lot of the fire sprinklers has been de-scoped. In some cases we've added fire sprinkler scope, so you definitely see it in those cases because whenever there's a budget overage, we spell it out. But maybe we need to be better about when it's been reduced. Say we have a credit kind of coming back, it's just on paper, but yeah, we have a credit coming back for 400,000 in fire sprinkler, and that might make the roofing overage look bigger, but yeah, we can do that.
Yes, I just want to make sure we're getting a true picture when we're looking at these numbers. So whatever way that you could work on it, Ashley, for future ones, that would be much appreciated.
Okay.
And then the last thing is the ADFP. This job says 4.6 million and the ADFP said 4.4 million. So your previous amount and revised amount don't coincide with what the ADFP says.
In previous projects, that's been because of the single point of entry. So because they stopped showing the single point of entry in the ADFP, but I have to check on this one, and I have to just double check why that is.
Okay. But you're thinking it's probably the single point of entry.
It's probably that, but we'll definitely follow up for you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you thinking this through and how you can explain these in future items.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley.
Miss Korn?
Thank you, yes.
I want, through the chair, Ms. Levinson, did you want to make a formal motion to add that line that you and Ashley were talking about, or no? You're okay?
For you're talking about the construction miscellaneous?
I think you were saying the delineation of phases, if I'm correct. I mean,
yeah. I think we could do that. I think that would be a good idea, Ms. Rupert. I'll make a motion that it be delineated, the construction miscellaneous, into the various phases as opposed to a lump sum on phase one.
I second it.
Motion by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The amendment carries. Now back to the JJ16 item. All those in favor of JJ16 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ16 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ17, 18, 19, 20, and 21?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second. Was that Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Thank you. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on JJ 17 through 21?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on JJ 17, 18, 19, 20, or 21.
Thank you. I have Miss Murray on JJ 20.
Yes, I just want to note that this is a project that was long overdue. When the original appraisal of this work was done by Jacobs back in 2014, it wasn't an estimate, it was a guesstimate, and really was very low considering the amount of work. When Atkins went in and reevaluated it, it was recognized there was a lot of additional work that had to be done over the original bid. Now we're looking at the air conditioning, the roof, the infrastructure, which has to coincide, and there's some asbestos, I think, that has to be taken care of also. So even though the amount seems like a lot, if you listen to staff that have come before the board and have complained about the conditions at Hollywood Central, this is a project that is long overdue, and to bring this school up to par so that we have a safe and healthy environment at Hollywood Central.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, thank you. Where is the previous amount or the Atkins estimate on this item?
JJ
On
20.
Hollywood Central?
I'm sorry, on JJ 19.
Oh. JJ 19. The Atkins estimate is 1.65 million.
Okay, and how come that's not included in these items, this item, those?
I think that they just use a different template for the ones that aren't
That we don't
over
have to
budget.
estimate,
Yeah, that aren't over the budget, but it should be included in here.
And what was the previous budgeted amount?
Hold on, I can get that.
And my suggestion would be that you include it in the items, because if it's something favorable for us, it would be nice to see it.
Right.
Right.
The previous FLCC was 1.8 million.
Okay, so it's actually over. So why were those not included?
No, the FLCC was 1.8, but the bid came in at 1.25. So it's
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the construction contract. So what was the previous amount total?
okay. Previous amount total. That doesn't say that in
Your
here.
PFAs.
It's 336,000 more than us.
The original PFA is 2,681,000.
Oh yeah, that's right. 2,681,000. It doesn't say that here. Oh yeah, it does. It says it in the paragraph starting the original overall project budget.
Oh, here, I see. You put it at the top here.
I couldn't find it either. 2,681,000.
I see. So you put it here. All right. So if you could just, so that was included, if you could just include yours as well on these so we could have consistent measures for each one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Levinson. Do any of my other colleagues have any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of JJ 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ 17 through 21 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 22 through 26?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input? Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for any of the following JJ items.
Thank you very much. And I have Ms. Murray on JJ 22.
Yes, I just want to mention that this is a project at Lake Forest Elementary. It's a $2.5 million. Advanced Roofing is the contractor who does an excellent job. They've done several of my schools in the past few years. And I just want my community to know that Lake Forest has received an ample share. I mean, this is part of their SMART program, but the roof is definitely a plus, and this is a completion job. So I think my community will be very happy to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of JJ 22 through 26, please indicate by
Ms.
saying aye. Yes.
Sorry, I typed it into the chat box, but you didn't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
yes,
okay.
Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, just really quickly, and this is for a follow-up, because JJ25 is here with regard to Stranahan, and I just wanted to ask, I know that Mr. Runcie had provided a status update for Northeast High School to the community, and I wanted to ask that he do the same for Stranahan since we have not been having community meetings. If that could happen, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments? All those in favor of JJ22 through JJ26, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ22 through JJ26 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K1?
So moved. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by, was that Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Moquin, do
Yes,
we
Madam
have
Chair.
any public comments on K1?
Yes, we do. We have several.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. The first comment is from Waldo Mirambo from Hollywood, Florida. Their comments are as follows. I have always had high test scores with my English retake students. Volunteer outside office hours, and I still have never in 5 years been highly effective. I need a raise because no matter what I do, I can't make more money. My raise is my only hope as I am a pay-for-performance employee. I dream of buying a home one day, but I can't. My extra efforts are for nothing most times. I have to beg for a few $100s a year. I don't know what else to do or say. This is why there is a shortage of teachers. You can make it better, at least this year, by making this joke of a raise a little less disappointing. I get 1.78%. Effective teachers can't even make the 2% threshold. It doesn't even compete with inflation. My salary is $45K with 10 years of experience and a master's degree. Highly effective is an unattainable dream for me, and the referendum money is only temporary. It has to be voted in again, and if should it not, I lose that income. I can't buy a home or a car on a bonus or a referendum supplement. I just bought a home, and now with COVID-19, my future is uncertain. That's frightening beyond written or verbal expression. Please help me. I love my job, but this constant struggle grows wearily on my spirit. All I'm asking is to be able to live an adequate lifestyle, to afford to live in an area where there aren't gunshots going off at night and drive a car that starts in the morning. I'm not asking to be rich, just not worrisome that one day I'll be homeless or riding the bus 2 hours to get to work. I have a master's degree and 10 years experience. This begging is embarrassing. Please help. The next comment is from Jillian Herring. Hello, I would like to comment on item K1. I will yield my time to Ms. Anna Fusco for her submission. The next comment is from Anna Fusco, President of Broward Teachers Union. Broward teachers went before this board not long ago and asked for a decent raise. All we heard was CFO Judy Marte go on and on about what would happen if even a penny more was to be offered to the employees. We call BS. In her budget, she recognized losses in state aid and family endowments, empowerment scholarships, and dropped the fund balance from $167.3 million to $153.9 million as of January 31st. Then by February 29th, and almost 2 weeks before BTU and more than 1,500 teachers appeared before the board in our impasse hearing, the fund balance rose to $168.8 million or 4.15%. So while Juggling Judy referred to the January 31st fund balance report at our impasse hearing to declare the district had no resources to help teachers, the district had already come back $14.9 million. The board acted without good information because they were not told and did not ask, has anything changed in the time between the end of January and today, March 11th? Today's financial report shows the fund balance increased by a whopping $22,642,139 to 4.41% of the general fund revenue, excluding charter schools revenue less administrative fees. Juggling Judy is making this adjustment now because it's like going to be an even larger increase by the end of the year. When we were asking for raises, the district recognized losses to make the board believe they could not afford more than 2%. That was a shell game. Now changes are being made, and there is no doubt they are not directly attributable to the COVID reaction, and there will be more to come before the year end. It's imperative now more than ever that the board demand clear and precise reporting of savings that are accruing. If all the savings were due to COVID, why aren't we seeing the details to prove it? According to this budget amendment, instruction has been reduced by $28.2 million since October 31st, 2019. As for the First Amendment, October 31st, 2019, the budget for district instruction services was $1,242,467,810. As of the Second Amendment, January 31st, 2020, direct instruction services was reduced by $17,095,688. Big pieces of this were $10.8 million for FES and a reduction of $7 million to close unfilled positions in the budget. This Third Amendment dropped spending on district instructional services by another $11,095,027. From the First Amendment to the budget in October to now, the district has reduced the budget on instruction by $28,190,715. B2 and the board needs detail on where the savings is coming from. It is up to this board to demand it. Marte took out $9,895,027 in salaries, and this is in addition to the $7 million cut in January. Where is the reduction on retirement, insurance, FICA, etc., benefits costs of 18% that were needed in our salary negotiations? If these were day-to-day subs with secondary positions and one-time payment, what were they for? We need more detail on what was cut. Were benefits paid, and if so, are those savings, and what services are students not receiving? How much will the district get back from FRS, or how much in credits do we obtain by having fewer salaries to pay on which we may have been paying retirement costs all year? School board, I urge you to do your job, hold the CFO accountable, demand details, and question everything. The next comment is from Ms. Jennifer Lamont, Chief of Staff, Broward Teachers Union. There are lots of questions raised in the budget amendment for which the board should demand answers. Ms. Marte shows a reduction of $2 million for instructional materials. Lots of zeros and even numbers here. This must just be an estimate. Where is the detail on actual spending and savings? Based on reports, it appears the district has been carrying over encumbrances for the purchase of materials and supplies at the end of the school year that would be received over the summer. Does this budget amendment represent orders canceled? Footnote 5, instructional staff training is down $76,630. There was a lot more staff development money in the budget, and unless it was repurposed to help staff with distance learning, none of the PD covered by the multi-million-dollar PD budget could have been provided. So where is the detail on the savings from PD not provided? It is important to pull the plug now on those unfulfilled contracts and scheduled sessions and use it to fund what is needed when in school face-to-face learning returns. Footnote 8 addresses transportation, showing savings on fuel for transportation and the cost of field trips, both at an even and suspicious $2 million. We deserve a more precise number here. Where is the savings on maintenance, oil changes, etc. that are not happening? Footnote 9 is operation of plant savings, and the question again is, how did Ms. Marte arrive at this number? For items II through IV, savings of $4 million, $3 million, and $2 million are estimated for utilities, trash removal, supplies, and furniture and fixtures replacement savings. How are these suspiciously even numbers arrived at? On what basis did the savings on utilities occur? Ms. Marte needs to provide actual numbers when asking the board to make budget decisions. She should not be providing a steady stream of rounded budget estimates with no actual spending or savings numbers to back them up. The next comment on K1 comes from Anthony Schmeider, ESE Support Facilitator from Pompano Beach Middle School. School board members, superintendent, and public. How did 160 teachers lose their jobs yesterday? Superintendent Robert Runcie said it was one of the 3 priorities not to when he did the Facebook Live with the senator. These teachers need new jobs and income now. They just want to teach. With over 70 openings, this doesn't make sense. We need to help teachers teach. Let's not even bring up the shell game over teacher raises. Cost of living means nothing while you guys make high incomes. Put educators first. The next comment is from Anna Marie Pierpont with Broward Teachers Union. Dear school board members, please pull item K1 for public comment. As I read in summary item 1, paragraph 4, the state has indicated that for the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget year, no changes in the district's funding should be expected. All unspent funds at year end will be set aside to support the district in the fiscal year 2021 budget year. If this is true, why are we releasing teachers? 160 teachers, according to HR chief at the last meeting. Today, you have 3 pages of resignations and retirements. Who does your balance sheets? People are not just numbers, they are humans. Teachers are more human than most people I know. They care. They hit it out of the park for this pandemic. Your thanks is a set of walking papers because you can. State law does not give you the right to be inhumane. I can't fix this. No one on the outside looking in can fix this. You must, as Mr. Runcie said on Thursday at 8:03 p.m. to Senator Perry Thurston in his live interview, protect the classroom. The teachers are the front line. They are the imparters of knowledge, the sage, the wise men, shall we say, of the classroom. If you are willing to toss, chuck, throw out a teacher during a crisis, what shall we expect when we are back on our feet? Madam Chair, that completes all of public comments for K1.
Thank you very much. So I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question with regard to the decrease of $3 million in furniture and fixture capital. Are those things that are still needed, or can you just give me a little bit more information about that?
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Brinkworth. So when the budgets are built, especially out at schools, some of the principals have resources to allocate into furniture, fixtures, and capital outlay. In addition to that, some of the budget built for PPO falls into those categories. Because a significant amount of the PPO staff has not been working, we believe there'll be a savings in that line item, in addition to monies that the schools perhaps have not spent on furniture and fixtures. This is not uncommon. What generally happens with some of these items is as the school year winds down, a lot of schools that might have put money into this line item make transfers to cover other things. So I can certainly review whether it's the question of whether any of this was needed, but these are savings we're seeing because of the shutdown.
Okay, and I know that the question was asked at the workshop with regard to the 30 million, and that the answer was given that the details would be coming to this meeting today. And so I just wanted to ask again that the $30 million that you estimate in savings through the year end for the 2019-2020 fiscal year are related to activities and purchases and employment that did not continue through the pandemic.
Yes, and if I may, Madam Chair, I don't prepare this. This is prepared. So the process to bring a budget amendment to the board, if I may, Madam Chair, begins with the budget staff led by our budget director, who prepares projections every single month to compare budgeted numbers, and budgeted numbers are by definition estimates. That's what a budget is. So when he prepares those projections, the controller, Iram, Oleg, Omar, and I sit down and go through all his assumptions and all of his work papers to say, you know, why do you think this? Why do you think that? Based on that, Mr. Gorohovsky prepares this amendment, which I review. So the reason that you're seeing round numbers is never before have we had this sweeping an adjustment at this point in the year because of an incident like this. So it didn't make sense to try to make it look like they were definitive numbers, because it is very likely that there could be substantially more, and perhaps in some categories a little bit less savings as we finish the end of the year. The final budget amendment we bring to the board trues up exactly to the penny the budget to actual. And I also want to point out that this budget amendment historically in the couple of years I've been here includes the impact of the fourth calc, which reflects February FTE changes from the state. The state has indicated that we will perhaps get that information Friday. So that impact is not included in this and would be included in another amendment before we close out the year.
And can you just, through the chair, can you just remind the community what that results in?
The changes in the fourth calc, ma'am?
Yes.
So I'm sorry, the changes in the fourth calc true up the number of students actually attending our schools with state revenue. So if we have an increase in students, we'll get more money. But I can tell you, by the way, I've already talked to the state, it's a very small change. And if we have less students, we'd get less money.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, and I have it, excuse me, Ms. Marte, if I didn't, it's taken me a while to find it in the agenda, but I have my notes. So hopefully, I know this is on page 5 of 7. You're moving 800,000 for ESE. Is that the 800,000 you moved last year as well, or is this an additional 800,000?
This is an additional.
So
may I? So when the board approved that amount last year, that was recurring. So it was added when we built the beginning budget this year. This is an additional.
Okay, so again, I'm just going to bring up this concern that that's $2 million from general, which will be reoccurring. So I was shocked to see another 800,000, as well as the $738,000 for the electronic management system. Because you're moving that over, wouldn't that be a required maintenance of effort or no?
So all nursing services are not ESE, Miss Bartleman. Although this one does say it's ESE. So the maintenance, the electronic management system would be part of the expenditure that would give us credit towards meeting maintenance of effort. Is that your question?
No, I'm saying you're adding the 738. So
we're adding it because the board approved EE21. We have to fund it.
Correct, but you didn't take it out of technology. You took it out of ESE. So that means
I'm adding it to the ESE budget, ma'am. I'm adding dollars to the ESE budget here.
So are we gonna have a required maintenance of effort next year on the 738?
Yes, and it'll be funded again next year, yes.
Okay, but this is the thing. You've got 16, okay, you've got almost over $3 million of reoccurring expenses we're creating. And that's a concern for me. And but I don't see how you fix it, except if you had taken the 738,000 and taken it out of technology or somewhere else, because that's less general revenue.
With all due respect, the 738 would have been added to the ESE budget to fund the electronic management system. Had I taken it out of, as you say, the IT budget, then the IT budget would have been short because all they have enough money for is to cover things that are approved by the board already.
So where did you take the 738 out of the ESE, you're saying?
I added it to the ESE budget and took it out of fund balance.
Okay, but that's my point. But couldn't you have purchased it outside of ESE? That's my point. You could have added it to the fund balance in IT. I don't know how it works, but what you're doing is you're creating a scenario where we're going to have to maintain this level of 738,000 every year. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know, but
through the chair. So this is specifically a contract for a company for ESE electronic system management. The state guidelines in our cost reporting require us to report expenditures in the appropriate category. Okay. So I have to report this as ESE, whether it's included in the IT budget or not, because it's an ESE expenditure and the function code must reflect that according to the state Red Book.
Okay, then that makes sense. But then we still have the required level of maintenance is still there.
You're absolutely correct, but I'm also going to tell you, based on the fact that the population is still growing, I don't have a concern we'll make it, man.
Okay, I have a concern, but you'll have to figure it out. So you'll figure out how to make the money work. I have a concern about always having to take from fund balance to fund ESC at the end of every year to this level. The next question I have is the union, and because it's in writing, I think it's very clear. They had very specific questions to line items in this budget and this budget amendment. Are you able to provide us feedback in writing to some of those questions? I know it's a lot to go through now, but I think it's important because it's out there now that they have issues, and it would be nice to have an explanation.
I certainly am prepared to put an explanation together once I review it. I can tell you that some of it is mixing budget amendments with monthly financial statements. One's a budget, one's actual results. So it's an apples and orange kind of thing, but I can certainly put that in writing to the board, Ms. Bartleman. I'm happy to do that.
I would love that, because as a board member, I need that level of detail, because someone's going to come back to that question and it's just hanging out there. And if it is apples to oranges, I need to be able to explain that and understand it. So I think that would help all of the board members, actually. So thank you very much.
If that's a board request, I'll be happy to respond to it, Ms. Bartleman.
Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, and then the last issue I had, which I kind of already touched on, was the change of the 259,000 for teams. Did that come out of fund balance?
Yes. And that was, if I may, part of the funds we needed to support distance learning in a COVID environment.
Yeah, and the only reason I was doing that is because I kept asking if that was costing us more money, and I kept being told no. Then the other question I have, and now I have it up. I wish I had, there's a 13, hold on, let me find it. I missed my paper because I can't write on this document on my computer. Hold on, I'm sorry. Where is it? Hold on a second. Give me, I can't even. Donna, you can go on to somebody else. I don't want to keep the board waiting for this one question. I just need to find it. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't have any other colleagues. I will pause for a couple of quick questions. Ms. Marte, thank you again for the line item description in starting with page 5 of 7. In the changes in appropriation, can you just speak a little bit to the almost $9.9 million? I know it says that was the 14 or projected year-end reduction of 14 million in salaries, mainly with secondary positions and one-time payments. How was that impacted by COVID? Like, can you just help explain that?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Korn. So the portion of our workforce who are temporary help, or perhaps hourly help who worked less than 20 hours per week, because the board continued to pay by board direction, all permanent hourly employees, all subs continue to get paid if they work over the 20 hours a week, but there were a lot of subs who work a day here, a day there, so those dollars are out. To perhaps after school tutoring and other related instructional services that were happening over and above the salaried amount of people's employees, not 6-period supplements, because those are part of what they're working remotely for. This could also include some one-time payments for perhaps professional development that didn't happen. I certainly, if it's the will of the board, can sit down with Oleg and get more granular, the best we can, because it is an estimate, about how much each of those things impacted this number.
So the reason I'm asking is because, obviously there's a concern shared about, well, if we could find these kinds of savings, why weren't we finding these savings before? I just wanted to be able to have you speak to the fact that if COVID had not occurred, these cuts would not have happened, correct?
No. I get a report from payroll showing me the change in payroll pre-COVID, post-COVID, and it's not a perfect science, because in one payroll, I believe one union was entitled to their longevity pay, so it peaked up again. But I can clearly see, and certainly the payroll for this week where people got their raises will be a huge amount up. But I can see the incremental decline in the trend in payroll by not paying, I'm sorry if I made the other big change is overtime. So that has an impact as well. Absolutely, I can see in the biweekly payrolls the change. And yes, Ms. Corrin, had COVID not happened, we would not have an item before us today to acknowledge these savings. They wouldn't exist. I mean, we have put the hardest spending freeze that in my 30 years as a budget official in public education, I have ever seen. P cards are frozen. Cabinet members must approve a P card purchase. That's how granular Mr. Runcie has got with his commitment to capture dollars, to do whatever we can to protect our staff in our classrooms next year.
Okay, and then two other just quick questions on the instructional materials. We're obviously still using instructional materials. In fact, we're now using kind of extra ones by doing the digital learning. How in just the very last semester would there have been a $2 million savings on instruction materials?
I'm going to have to get back to you and talk to Oleg about that.
Okay.
So I know it's not textbooks. I have to see what else is in there. I'll be happy to follow up with that.
If you could do that, thank you. And then the last one is on transportation services in the fuel purchases. I guess I would almost think that we would have saved more than 2 million for the amount of time that we've been closed, including, this is not a projection, I guess, going forward with any type of summer transportation we would have added, but I guess I was expecting we might have had even more savings here.
So we may, Madam Chair, if I may, so we may, this is what we're saying now. But the other thing Mr. Woods and I have had a discussion about, just, so the board knows, is if fuel prices are such that they are ridiculously low, Mr. Woods has indicated to me for the most part, he's topped off the tanks to be ready for next year. But if there is an opportunity and we have some space, I did leave a little money in the budget so we can make an efficient purchase to save money for next year. So this is to be continued, and Mr. Woods is following that for me. I spoke to him, I believe, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, perfect. Okay, those were all of my questions, and I did not see any of my colleagues indicate that they had other questions. So all those in favor of K1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. K1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K3?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Osgood.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any public input on K3, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item K3.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Oladeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 7 of K3.
Yes, ma'am.
I had some questions regarding the food service. It says that, okay, there was a $3.4 million savings.
Yes.
Okay. And then how come that didn't go till the end of May?
Because this you're looking, ma'am, this is not a budget document. This is the actual financial results for the district through the month of March 31st. So there, if I may, I think the point you're trying to make is, are we going to save more money? So the program is saving money on food costs, but Oleg, Mr. Wood, and Mary are speaking about an amendment that we're hoping to bring to you in June, because although food costs are down, the carrying costs of all her employees and we're not generating the meals, it's very likely to be a cost in labor when we do the amendment.
Okay. And then can you speak on item I with the $36.9 million increase due to the swap termination fees for the refunding of the COP series?
Sure. So this isn't the last transaction we just did. This is a prior approved transaction by the board. And you need to look, Mrs. Aladeff, at item I and K together and net the two of them together. So as I'm sure you know, POPs are variable interest rate notes that the board issues. I'm sorry, a swap is a variable interest rate note. I am not a proponent of swaps. I'm very conservative and very concerned about variable interest rate debt. I'm old enough to remember what happened in 1980 when interest rates hit 19%, and I carry those scars. I was in my first year of public accounting, and I carry those scars to this day. So the opportunity came up to refund the swaps at very, very favorable interest rates. So we did that. The net impact is about, if you look at the two items together, $800,000. I will also tell you, when Moody's rated us for our last transaction, they treated the fact that the district no longer has any swap debt as a credit positive on the district's financial outlook, which helped us get a great rate on our current financing. So this is, again, and I know I'm saying too many nice things about him, he's going to get a big head, but this is something that Ivan brought to financial advisory that was very well received. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Zalada.
And then I also have a question on you on page.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. On what?
On page 9, on letter U, transportation services. So I wanted to understand. So there was an increase in expenditures due to overtime as a result of bus operator vacancies. What are we doing to fill these positions and to decrease overtime? And I know it's at this point not relevant, but for next year.
If I may, I think that's a question perhaps for Mr. Woods. If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Woods, are you still with us?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to acknowledge that due to a recent pay increase, it wasn't recent, but earlier this year, Broward County raised their pay, which was higher than ours. So we did see some loss of bus drivers. We've been monitoring that throughout the year. We just continue to be very aggressive in our recruitment. The upside of an economic slowdown is that when the unemployment rate is high, very seldom do we have any issues or concerns attracting bus drivers. So in the last few weeks, we've seen a spike or an increase in those individuals that are interested in putting in applications for our positions. And we're just trying to continue to expedite them through the pipeline, which there are some challenges due to the virtual and remote nature of some of the supporting departments that we work with. But at the end of the day, we feel that by the time the school year begins, that we will have adequate drivers to handle the bus routes. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do not see any other comments that have come in. So with that, all those in favor of K3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. I am now, somehow I have been organized this entire meeting and now I have just lost. Can someone please confirm that we have addressed all of the items? I'm missing one of my pages.
Madam Chair, my notes reflect that you've disposed of the entire agenda.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't think, Mr. Mokman, I don't think we voted on K2, did we?
Yes, that was
passed on consent.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, would you like to talk about it, Ms. Marte?
Absolutely not, Madam Chair.
Okay, I didn't think so. Just wanted to check. So with that, I believe that we have taken care of all of the order of business for the regular school board meeting, the School Board of Broward County, Florida. We are now complete, seeing no obligation. I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Donna.
Yeah.
Good
Bye.
job.